Test. Testing. 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 Testing, testing, testing. 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 Testing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for joining us this morning. If we could ask the chambers to please come to order. Thank you all so much. Good morning and welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. We begin with a call of the roll to establish the presence of a quorum. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Here.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Here.
Supervisor Cortese. Here. Vice President Chavez.
Here.
And President Smidian.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. The presence of a quorum having been established, let me ask all who are able to please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led today by Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Supervisor? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you all. That takes us to item number 3, which is that portion of our agenda where we announce adjournment in memory, in memoriam of those who have passed, and we have 4 today, and the first of those is Mike Fischetti. And colleagues, we do have a speaker actually on item 3A, and that's Mr. Ken Horowitz. So Mr. Horowitz, if you'd like to come up, we're going to set the time at 2 minutes, Madam Clerk. And
Thank you. Good morning.
thank you, Mr. Horowitz. Welcome.
Yeah, I just had to come because, as most of you know, Mike was a member of the Health Advisory Commission and an impassionate healthcare advocate, just one of the nicest people, caring, an impassioned healthcare provider. And he's addressed this board on a number of occasions. He's also attended the Health and Hospital Committee meetings, and I needed to just recognize him today. Our Health Advisory Commission, when we meet next month, will also recognize him. And I want to let you know that there will be a memorial service for Mike on Saturday, November 23rd at the Los Altos Unified or United Methodist Church, 655 Magdalena Avenue in Los Altos at 1 o'clock. And in lieu of flowers, donations can be made to the Access to Achievement Education Foundation, which supports the educational needs of low-income students. That's the kind of guy that Mike was, just a great guy. And he's going to be missed not only by the residents of Mountain View, but all of Santa Clara County. So thank you for letting me address it.
Thank you, Mr. Horowitz. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn today's meeting in Mike's memory. He was, as Mr. Horowitz indicates, really quite an extraordinary human being. The bio alone is extraordinary. Mike was born in the Bronx and somehow ended up at Columbia University, where he majored in philosophy while playing football at the university. Ended up at Albany Medical College, was a physician in the United States Army, where he served in the demilitarized zone in Korea in the 70s. He completed a fellowship in oncology then at Mass General in Boston. Found his way west and practiced internal medicine for a great many years and was an internist and oncologist at Kaiser Permanente in Santa Clara before he took on the role of the preventative medicine chief at the site and established its hospice program. Mike was described in his obituary as an oncologist, an impassioned healthcare advocate, and a community activist. He was all of that, but much more. I should tell you, I came to know Mike a few years back when this sort of casually dressed, bearded fellow in the community kept seeking me out at community events and nudging me to come see a breakfast program at Trinity United Methodist Church in Mountain View. And I was busy, as we all are, and so I put him off, and I put him off, and I put him off. And he nudged, and he nudged, and he nudged. And finally, he got me to drag myself out of bed on a Saturday morning and come watch folks serve breakfast to a remarkably large and diverse community in Mountain View. And I think perhaps part of the reason I had been reticent is that I just sensed that there would be more to this than a breakfast. And there was. The more to it was, by the way, we could do so much more if we had a 21st century industrial kitchen. But that led to a conversation about, well, if there's going to be a kitchen, couldn't there be an expanded food service program? And there could. And if they'd already cleared the space to serve food, couldn't we talk about a homeless shelter? And we could. And if there was going to be an expanded kitchen, couldn't we provide job training programs? And we could. And if all that activity was going to go on anyway, shouldn't we really be providing some case management services there for people who needed help, as well as showers? And the answer was we could and we could. And all of a sudden, this guy who I kept trying to say no to had my office and me and our county and the community with its shirt sleeves rolled up, trying to do good work at a place called Trinity United Methodist Church, which is at the corner of Hope and Mercy Streets. You can't make this stuff up, where we worked with Pastor Love. And some of you know that ultimately, yes, we did get the parking we needed when Mr. Shepard at the bank across the street was able to help us out. But it was all really the proximate cause, as the lawyers among us will say, the proximate cause of this, for me, notwithstanding Mike's wonderful wife, Marilyn, and all the other good people at Hope's Corner, the nonprofit with which he was affiliated. For me, the proximate cause was this fellow named Mike Fischetti, who I had not known, who kept pushing. And he did so much good work in so many different venues. He had a marvelous ability to read people, and I don't mean that in a calculating way, I just mean he had a great sensitivity. Every now and again he'd push me a little too hard and I'd bristle a little. So he'd back off for about 5 minutes and then come back again. And really the most important thing I can say about Mike, in addition to offering my sympathies to his friends and his family, some of whom are here today, is to say that Mike never took no for an answer, and our community is a better place because he didn't. And that's what I'd like to say about the passing of Mike as we convey condolences to Marilyn, his wonderful wife, and to the rest of the family and friends. Thank you very much, and thank you again, Mr. Horowitz, for being here today. And we have one other person who would like to speak about Mike Fischetti, and so if you would come forward, please.
Good morning. I'm Eleanor Stetson. I'm on the Health Advisory Commission.
And if we could ask you to use that other podium, I apologize, there is a microphone there.
Okay, good morning. I'm Eleanor Stetson. I'm on the Health Advisory Commission. I had been with Mike Fischetti. He was a wonderful friend, a mentor, an advocate, a visionary, and boots on the ground, realist. Again, stating what Joe said. Started at Hope's Kitchen at the corner of Hope and Mercy. He saw disparities and saw what needed to be fixed and made better for people within our community. I will truly miss him. Godspeed, Mike.
Thank you so much. Our second in memoriam this morning, colleagues, is for Ms. Paris Correa, who passed away earlier this month. Paris is someone I had known for a much longer period of time. She is survived by her husband, Tom Cochran, who's with us, and sons and extended family members. Paris is one of those people who was seemingly always headed off to do some good work somewhere whenever I saw her, or had just come from doing some good work, or more often than not was doing both, coming and going, and also welcoming you into her home with a feast of some kind to not just welcome you, but to enlist and engage you in her good works. She was a long-time activist working for peace and justice and equality, going way back to her earliest work with Planned Parenthood. Many of us knew her through her work with the Santa Clara County Democratic Party, or with Dawn, or with the Silicon Valley Working Blue Club, or Women Against Rape. A lot of organizations and activities and good work in her neighborhood associations, Nagley Park community, particularly Bark in the Park, which just makes you smile whenever you say it. But on a more personal level, you know, what I'd like to say about this woman, who I knew, gosh, over the course of 20 or 30 years now, is that she had that marvelous but all too rare quality of being absolutely determined and purposeful while being unfailingly gracious, proving that the two are not mutually exclusive, that combination is not only one that is achievable, but one that she achieved. The other thing I would say about Paris, in my experience, was that she made all of us who came into contact with her, including some people in this room, better people by virtue of her presence in their lives. And that's an extraordinary gift that very few of us can give. So in her passing, we thank her for that gift over the course of a great many years. And finally, while it's a bit of a cliche perhaps when someone we care about passes, in my own case, it's a reminder that we should spend more time with the people for whom we have affection and respect, because we don't know how long we will have them. Supervisor Chavez, my understanding is you wanted to comment as well. Please do.
Thank you. I know that Paris's family's here, and I saw at least one of her sons, and I was hoping all of you who are here to support Tom and Paris's family, if you could just stand for a minute so we could acknowledge you, and Tom as well. And to give Tom and his friends and family a big round of applause. I'm so sorry for your loss, but I wanted to make sure we recognized you. And also just to say, you know, I have known Paris and Tom, it feels like for all our lives. And I wanted to say, besides being an amazing partner, you know, Paris had a gift, and it's appeared to me that everything she touched got more beautiful. And that included her family, her home, for sure our neighborhood. And, you know, at times like this, there's no way to convey the depth of our loss. And so I'm just going to say I'm sorry, and to say to all of you, we will have many, many blessed memories.
President Spadian,
Please.
I'd just like to extend personal, heartfelt condolences, particularly toward Tom. Thank you.
Thank you all again. Supervisor Chavez, I believe you have an additional adjourned in memory this morning.
I do. We lost a father of one of our esteemed community members, and that's Amy Escobar. And many of you know Amy because she serves on our planning commission. She's been an activist for a very, very long time. And I can only say your father must have been amazing because you turned out so beautifully. He passed away on October 21st. He was born December 21st, 1945 in San Jose at O'Connor Hospital. He attended Santa Clara High School and studied psychology at San Jose State. After working as a district manager for various trucking firms, Frank retired to his farm in Snelling, California. I had to look up where that was, by the way. There, Frank, who was an avid and skilled gardener and farmer, tended to his goats, chickens, and gardens. In addition, he was a gemologist, a voracious reader, and practiced woodworking, making beautiful items for his daughters and his home. Frank volunteered his time serving many organizations, including St. Louis Mission Church, where he will be interred in the adjourning cemetery. He also donated regularly to many charitable organizations whose causes were near and dear to his heart. Frank was truly passionate and generous, and he will be missed by all of us, but I'm certain by you more than others, and your sister as well. Amy, if you don't mind, if Amy and his family, or Amy and her friends who came to support her, if you could all stand so we can just give you, acknowledge you, and thank you very much for being here. And let's give her a round of applause. And the last thing I wanted to say is that, you know, I know I know this is a really painful time, but know that you have a lot of people around you who love and care for you very much. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you, and I believe our final in memoriam today comes from Supervisor Wasserman. Supervisor?
Thank you, President's Committee, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of John Michael Gil. John Michael was born on May 31st, 1959, and moved to Northern California in 1978 to pursue an education and career in electrical engineering. John later became a senior engineer at Intel. John loved to serve his community. He volunteered at election polls, historical parks, and served on the board of the San Jose Okayama Sister Cities Council as their president for 4 years and treasurer for another year. He also served as an advisor on the Taiwan Taichung Friendship Cities Association. John was an active member of his church and loved spreading the gospel. He loved sharing his knowledge of California and American history. He enjoyed being a tour guide of the San Francisco Bay Area when his family and friends visited. John is survived by his wife, Catherine Gil, an active Hsinchu County, Taiwan Republic of China Sister County Commissioner, 4 children and 3 grandchildren. John will be forever remembered by his family and friends as a great father, devoted husband, and a loving parent. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend to Katerina Gil, her children, her grandchildren, and her family and friends our sincere condolences. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. Colleagues, that concludes item number 3, which is our announcement of adjourns in memoriam. Let me say again on behalf of our entire board and our county organization, our condolences to all family and friends who've lost loved ones, and the 4 who have been memorialized today were extraordinary residents of our county. Thank you again for being here. That takes us to item number 4, which is commendations and proclamations for presentation. Colleagues, I believe that we have none for presentation today, which means we go to item number 5, Madam Clerk, which is public comment. And public comment, of course, is that portion of our agenda set aside for comment by members of the public on non-agendized items properly within the jurisdiction of our county. And we set aside time for folks who would like to speak to us on non-agendized items that are properly within our jurisdiction. Forgive me. And we have 2 minutes set aside today because we have between 6 and 14 people who wish to address the board. So I will call them up, and if you can come up in order, that'll help us just keep track. John Hogan, to be followed by Alita, to be followed by Chris Miller, then Mark Trout, Danielle Jennings, and Scott Largent. John Hogan, welcome.
Yeah, it's been 3 years since the task force was approved. The Joint Foster Youth Task Force was approved by the Board of Supervisors. During this time, high school graduation rates for foster youth in the county have declined from 54% to 46%. Did you know the median income for former foster youth in California at age 24 is $8,300 per year? Mentoring and coaching work. Students with pivotal coaches graduate at 80%, and students with CASAs are at 87%. Students without are at 38%. There's a shortage of both. 14 agencies formed FION and presented a shovel-ready strategy to help foster youth achieve parity with the general population in high school and college graduation rates. This parity plan was formally endorsed and adopted by the County Office of Education, the SVO, the SVLG, and the Junior League. They all sent letters to the Board of Supervisors urging you to prioritize the parity strategy. The parity plan has been ignored by the Children's and Seniors Committee and the Board of Supervisors in Q4 2018 when the task force recommendations were prioritized. 11 months after the board accepted those recommendations, there's been no formal setting or endorsement of any measurable goals for foster youth improvement in any area. Did you know that we haven't given up and we have a second chance? On October 31st, a follow-up report to the committee requested that the board adopt a public resolution and commitment to implementation of parity. At the same meeting, Supervisor Cortese said, and I quote, "I don't want to leave here as a county supervisor knowing that those numbers are still where they were when I got here. And if you come back here for resources, you certainly have a vote from me." I've left a packet of supporting documents with the clerk's office upstairs. I hope you'll take the time to review them and do what is right to help our children from foster care achieve at a level commensurate with the general population.
Forgive me, thank you. Next speaker, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alita, and I do not speak on behalf of any organization today. I am here to also reference the October 31st meeting that was specific to foster youth. And I really just want to express my disappointment in that meeting, not only as a member of the community, but as a person who spent 21 years in the Santa Clara County foster system. And I just wanted you all to know that you could do better and that these kids deserve better. I am not standing before you today because I had a system that fought for me. I'm standing before you because I fought the system, and that is not the way it should be. So my ask of you is to take responsibility and accountability of your children because they need you, and they've needed you for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you, and let me ask, folks, forgive me, our rules of the board, with the exception of ceremonials or in memoriams, prohibit applause or demonstrations of support or opposition, just to make sure that we keep the podium a place that's comfortable and respectful for everyone, regardless of their point of view or the thoughts that they express. But please know that we hear you and see you. Mr. Miller, you're up next. Welcome.
Good morning. So my name is Chris Miller. I serve as co-chair of the County Suicide Intervention Work Group, although I'm not representing the work group or speaking on behalf of the work group. Did you know that 7 of the 12 anonymous programs, such as NAAA, have roots in spirituality? Did you know that the counties of Los Angeles, San Mateo, and Alameda, 2 of the counties that border Santa Clara County, have adopted policies that allow clinicians to discuss spirituality if it's brought up by the client? I encourage the Board of Supervisors in Santa Clara County to consider adopting such policy to support the wellness and recovery of Santa Clara County residents. I look forward to continuing to work with Supervisor Cortese's office to try to bring a resolution forward that would integrate, allow clinicians by the county and county contracted employees to bring up spirituality if it is brought up by the client. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to Mark Trout, Danielle Jennings, Scott Largent, and Roger Winslow.
Jesus said, "Judge not, that you be not judged. For with what judgment you judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure you mete, it'll be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but consider not the beam that is in thine own eye, thou hypocrite? First cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye." I can't help but think about Roger Stone and the jury that was stacked against him. Every one of those jury members hated the president and hated Roger Stone and loved Obama. And this Obama-appointed judge stacked the jury on purpose. And I think about the Franklin cover-up. I'm interested in talking with this girl who said, well, she's not a girl anymore, a woman that grew up in the foster care system, what she has to say, because you know, if you get into an interview Alex Jones had with John DeCamp, who wrote the Franklin cover-up, man, that will tell you the real story why they hate Roger Stone. Roger Stone's books are absolutely devastating. The Bush crime family, the Clintons' war on women, JFK, the making of a president. And on Judgment Day, it's all coming out. Partially, it's coming out through InfoWars right now. But on Judgment Day, the Democrats, and no one is going to get away with anything. Jesus is coming back. And I pray every day the Lord will destroy all the Democratic leadership, you know? Why didn't David Cortese, when he had the opportunity, when, remember Robert Medigucci was seated over there? Why didn't David Cortese, who was president at the time, say, hey, we've got Robert Medigucci, who ran from NBC News reporter Vicki Nguyen. Let's see what he has to say about this situation here in San Jose. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. And Medigucci had the audacity to sit right over there. I held the word of God up to him. It is appointed unto man.
And our next speaker is Danielle Jennings. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Danielle Jennings. I work with Papia Gamblin at Platinum Advisors, a consultant for the Valley Transportation Authority. The VTA has retained RSM, a consultancy, to perform an independent study to evaluate VTA's governance practices. Platinum Advisors was retained to assist with the community outreach, so I'm here to invite the public to participate and provide feedback on how the VTA is governing in relation to bus ridership, light rail, highways, bike and pedestrian pathways, congestion management, and countywide transportation planning. There are several platforms available for community engagement that we would like to share. RSM will be hosting an in-person community meeting tomorrow, the 20th at 7 p.m. here in the County Government Center. And they will also be conducting a virtual town hall webinar on Thursday, the 21st, a live interactive webinar open to the public that will allow for comments or questions. The webinar will also be recorded so that community members can watch at their convenience at any location. There's also a dedicated voicemail for members of the public to leave anonymous and confidential feedback. We will be providing that phone number. And a webpage and survey at vta.org has been dedicated to this effort to provide more details and gain feedback. RSM's findings and recommendations will be presented at the December 20th Ad Hoc Board Enhancement Committee meeting. And further information on this is available at the VTA's website. We've been sharing this information at every city council meeting in the county with the goal of promoting the in-person and virtual town hall meetings this week to gain maximum participation with this study. All of these details have been shared with the clerk of the board and will be posted publicly. And we appreciate the opportunity to share this information and to partner with Santa Clara County throughout this assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have cards left from Scott Largent and then Roger Winslow. Mr. Largent, are you in the chambers? If not, we'll take Mr. Winslow up next, and then if Mr. Largent rejoins us, we'll take him before we move on to the next item. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. I'll just make this brief. Two topics. Number one is today we have lost approximately 40 deputy sheriffs through attrition for all reasons this year. It's on target with our prediction of 45 to 50. You've had a total of 22 graduate from the academy this year recently. Additionally, one of the items on discussion for today is item 69. I please ask that that be pulled from consent for discussion for some legal issues and some other concerns for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me see if Mr. Largent is in the chambers. All right. There he is. Mr. Largent, good morning. Welcome.
The sheriff's department's been called. This is Susan Center here, so I contacted the sheriff's department.
Guess what? You're in a public place. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Step over here.
Let's hang on just a moment, everybody. Mr. Largent, if you're more comfortable with that microphone, that's okay. The other one serves you a little better, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stay away from.
Got it.
Thank you, everybody. I know this is a little uncomfortable.
Mr. Largent, excuse the interruption. Let me ask the clerk to reset your time. Would you like to proceed right now, or would you like to wait a moment?
It's no problem. I can proceed.
Great. Then let's start your time again. I apologize for the interruption.
Everybody understands the stuff that's been going on with Susan Bassey, and she's played poor Pamela Noodleman over here like a puppet. And Pam believed all the stuff that Susan told her. And we all know it's just a load of you-know-what. And I worked for Pam. I had an office I shared with Susan over there. I had a relationship with Pam. I cared about Pam. And I feel really bad for what Susan did to her. Okay? She's been fed a lot of stuff that I never did. I'm not back on drugs. I'm good with my child. I'm putting my life back together. Susan fed her everything. Just like how she accessed all my stuff from when I was a child. She put everything online. She tried to wreck and destroy me. And this poor woman over here, I cared about her. And it's sad what Susan did. And you guys all know what's going on. Susan is facing 12 counts now from our DA's office. Several restraining orders. I would just ask that the county, please get this woman in the loop to understand what Susan Bassey is doing. I'm not protected at all. I'm not. And I don't want to come into these meetings. I want nothing to do with her. I feel really bad. I don't know what to do. I'm confused right now. I've gone up to the 9th floor. I tried talking to Ward Penfold. I tried talking to Michael Rossi. And I've tried to talk to you a lot, James. I've tried to talk to you about what's going on. And Rita yesterday, she gave me a solid, and you did too, and said you did not have the time. But I don't think we should have stuff like this going on in our county. Pamela Noodleman needs to be protected from Susan Bassey. I need to be protected. I was a member of the public that was attending all these meetings. Why are we protecting a commissioner, a board member, but not the member of the public that's getting annihilated? I would ask that you guys move with action, do something. The Sheriff's Department's on their way right now. Help this woman right here. She's running around like a puppet right now. Susan has done this to hundreds of people in our community. She exploited my story, my stuff that happened to me when I was a child. Thank you. And I need to know the Sheriff's Department's on their way, so I'm just going to walk out there and go right up to the 9th floor again. I don't know what to do. Thank you. Thanks for letting me talk.
Madam Clerk, let me just confirm we have no other cards under public comment. We do not. Colleagues, that concludes public comment, and that takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 6. Item number 6 is our consent calendar, as well as any requested additions, deletions, changes to our board agenda. And we start by asking our clerk to let us know what the current state of the agenda is and the consent calendar. And Madam Clerk, usually at this time I say I believe the most recent version of the consent calendar is that contained on the goldenrod paper, but this is, I think, a new fluorescent yellow you've brought to the exercise, so I'll hold up the fluorescent yellow and say, is this the most current version of the consent calendar? It is?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Then why don't you share that both with our board but also with folks who are listening, and then we'll ask colleagues if they have changes or additions. We do have one card, and that's from Mr. Scott Largent. We'll call on him when the time comes. So, Madam Clerk, why don't you let us know the current state of things?
The Truth Act Community Forum, originally noticed for November 19, 2019, has been canceled and rescheduled for Tuesday, December 10, 2019, at no earlier than 6 p.m. We have a request from Vice President Chavez to consider item numbers 12 and 26 concurrently. Item number 12 is to approve referral to administration and county council to report to the board with a board policy regarding inclusion of a children's budget as part of the annual budget process, comprising a separate listing of all programs benefiting children and families in the recommended budget and a rationale for these programs. Item number 26 is to receive report from Office of the County Executive relating to the fiscal year 2019-2020 children's budget. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 21 to the consent calendar. Item number 21 is to receive report from Emergency Medical Services relating to ambulance services request for proposals process. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to consider item numbers 27 and 28 concurrently. Item number 27 is the adoption of ordinance number NS-644, adding Chapter 3 to Division B19 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the safe storage of firearms in unincorporated areas of the county. Item number 28 is to receive report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to outreach regarding safe storage of firearms in unincorporated areas of the county. We have a request from Supervisors Wasserman and Ellenberg to add item number 29 to the consent calendar. Item number 29 is to receive report from the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District and the Department of Planning and Development relating to long-term development and potential initiatives related to development and building codes. We have a request from Supervisor Wasserman to add item number 30 to the consent calendar. Item number 30 is to consider recommendations relating to the lease of 2486 El Camino Real, Mountain View. We have a request from Supervisors Wasserman and Ellenberg to add item number 31 to the consent calendar. Item number 31 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 104 for $413,348, transferring funds from the General Fund Contingency Reserve to the Office of the County Executive Budget relating to the extension of unclassified positions for the Universal Access Pilot Program in the Office of Cultural Competency. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 32 to the consent calendar. Item number 32 is the adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.52, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding footnote numbers 815, 816, and 817 to extend the expiration dates for 4 unclassified community outreach specialist positions, 4 unclassified community worker positions, and 1 unclassified program manager 2 position in the Office of the County Executive. Position shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on various expiration dates. We have a request from administration to hold item numbers 33, 34, and 35 to date uncertain. Item number 33 is to approve surveillance technology use policies for existing surveillance technologies. Item number 34 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 38 for $305,717, transferring funds from the reserve for federal and state budget impacts to the Office of the County Executive Budget relating to the addition of positions. Item number 35 is the adoption of salary ordinance number NS5.20.47, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 administrative assistant position, 1 associate management analyst or management aide position, 1 executive assistant 1 or administrative assistant position, 1 facilities maintenance representative position, and 1 program manager 2 position in the Office of the County Executive. We have a request from Vice President Chavez to remove item number 83 from the consent calendar. Item number 83 is to approve delegation of authority to county executive or designee to administer, manage, and carry out the terms and conditions of the lease agreement and to negotiate, execute, amend, terminate, and take any and all necessary or advisable actions relating to the lease agreement, including the Fifth Amendment with San Jose State University Research Foundation at the Timpani Center. And that concludes my list.
Thank you very much. We do have 1 card. That's from Mr. Scott Largent. Mr. Largent, are you back in the chambers? All right, if not, we'll go to our board first for additions, deletions, changes to that updated calendar, and then we'll see if Mr. Largent has returned. Let me begin with Supervisor Ellenberg. Just make my way down the dais.
Thank you, President Smitty. I'm maintaining my request that 31 and 32 go onto the consent calendar, but I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge the great work that the Universal Access Pilot and their leadership have been doing recently, specifically around family engagement. And additionally, I'd like to see from administration a plan that will address the issue of extending the unclassified positions after 18 months, as well as a report on aligning our contracts to make sure that the CBOs are paid in a timely fashion.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Ellenberg? All is well. All right. Supervisor Cortese, any additions, deletions, changes? Supervisor Wasserman, your light is on, sir.
Thank you. Yes, 2, please. Item number 56 is the minutes of the October FGOC meeting. Item 7 was my referral with Supervisor Ellenberg regarding the budget inventory process. As indicated in the FGOC minutes, that item was held until January's FGOC meeting, but it relates to this year's upcoming budget process, and so should be heard by our board and before the budget process begins. I fully understand FGOC's busy agenda, and that item needs to come before the board anyway, so I'd like to call up that item to be heard by our board at our next regular meeting. Also on item number 61, I want to leave number 61 on consent, President Simidian, but did want to make a brief comment. That comment is, while I understand the need for the ROV to keep up with cost recovery, to offset the expenses associated with increased services and the implementation of BCA, I want us to be mindful that a large spike in costs can be difficult for many to absorb. As I've said in the past, I'd rather see annual increases comparable to inflation, like 3% a year, rather than no increases for several years and then a large spike. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. Couple things that I would like to request. One is item 83. This is the Timpani Center, and let me just start by thanking the staff for moving so quickly on it. And the two things I just wanted to recommend, one was that when we give the delegation of authority, that we give the staff the flexibility to determine the length of the contract, because I think you have it up to 5 years, but you may find that it makes sense to make it shorter only because of San Jose State's concerns about the program. So I wanted to make sure you had that flexibility. And then the second issue that I wanted to request is that I know the facility is in really tough shape and that the staff has been looking at ways to patch it together. But if what we also need to consider is a partnership with another hot pool or look around for options for that hot pool, you might have to do that. And I want to make sure that people understand we mean to keep the service, but I want to give you the flexibility to do what you need to do because of that expense of that building is considerable, I know. So then if my colleagues are okay with it, I would leave it on consent and then just ask that San Jose State and the county communicate together to all of the folks who get services there so that they're not frightened by the continued negotiation. Any concerns about that?
I just have one.
Supervisor Cortese, before I turn to staff, just to make sure they've got clarity about the nature of the request, let me go to Supervisor Cortese.
So I was going to just ask this question if we pulled it, but I just want to make sure that, or if we discussed it, that there's a provision, as I understand it, in the proposed agreement that allows San Jose State to increase fees without consent of the Board of Supervisors. And I want to make sure that there is also a termination clause that is linked to that allows us to terminate the agreement if they do that excessively.
Yes, there is one, but we'll clarify that with the delegation of authority, make sure that if we need to make it totally clear in the document that we'll do so.
Thank you.
And Dr. Smith, just to look to you to make sure that the requests from Supervisor Chavez were clearly understood, yes?
Yes, I understand.
Got it. Thank you.
Are there any concerns, Dr. Smith?
No, I think the main issue was make it clear that we're going to continue the service and do whatever we need from a physical plant perspective or the DOA perspective to make sure that that happens and to communicate with all of the users at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, communication, give you flexibility for the contract length, add in what Supervisor Cortese related to the termination clause, and then whatever options for services you deem should come back to the board. Thank you. And then, I'm sorry.
Please, no, go right ahead.
On item 24, this is a report back from my referral to evaluate county-owned land for housing. And I would like to recommend we defer that to a time uncertain, but ask staff to resource the assessment process. I think what happened is we just don't have anybody who does that work of scanning land. And so if you could give us an off-agenda report about how to address that would be great.
Okay.
And then item 21, this is our EMS contracts. I'd like to have that left to the place back in its place on the regular agenda. And then item 69, I know we had a request to pull that from the public.
All right, then.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again, please?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez, I'm going to try and capture the requests from all members of the board, Madam Clerk, and I'm hoping that between your notes and my notes and confirmation from our colleagues here will be forthcoming. We have a request to leave item 21 on the agenda in its regularly scheduled time and place. We have a request on item number 24 to defer that item to a date uncertain with an additional request from Supervisor Chavez of staff. Then we have a request, and this was from Supervisor Wasserman, if I understood it, to make sure that the issue addressed on item 56 be scheduled before our full board at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is the first meeting in December. And I'm just looking to the two members of FGOC because I think that was the reference point, and they seem fine with that if I'm reading the body language correctly. Then item number 61, the Registrar of Voters item, I just want to associate myself with Mr. Wasserman's comments about the benefit of slow but steady incremental increases. I think there's going to be some sticker shock on this one, and I think that's unfortunate, regrettable, and I would even go so far as to say disappointing, and my colleagues will understand that selection of words. Then we do have a request on item number 69 from Mr. Winslow. And colleagues, ordinarily we would take that up at its regular place on the agenda if that's our custom and practice. So Mr. Winslow, just wants you to know that item 69 will come at the end by virtue of the item number and the fact that it's being placed back on the regular agenda per your request. And then finally, Supervisor Chavez has indicated that item number 83, which he had originally requested to come from off the consent calendar, can remain on the consent calendar, but with the request for information and with some additional delegations of authority as indicated. Colleagues, have I overlooked anything? Madam Clerk, is that consistent with your own records or notes? Did we miss anything?
That is consistent. Thank you.
Let me just see if Mr. Largent is in the room, since he has a card in to speak. All right, if not, we have no other speakers on the item. Then I think, Madam Clerk, we are ready for you to place the voting panel up where we can ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended with additions and deletions as offered and repeated into the record. So I'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. And that having been done, we'll announce that the vote is 5-0. The consent calendar is approved. Thank you all very much. That takes us to the next items on our agenda, which would ordinarily be items 7 through 9, but they are time-certain items for no earlier than 10:30. And colleagues, that would ordinarily take us to item 10, which is the social services item, but I think that's going to be a bit of a production, and I mean that in the best of ways. After having said previously that item 69 would be heard in its regular place, any interest in simply taking that item up now as an item that can be done as a one-off, or would you rather just march through the rest of the agenda? Item 69? Mr. Winslow, since you're here and wanted to speak to item 69, let me just check with staff and see if we have anybody from staff here who can present on the item.
It's a sheriff's item.
It's a sheriff's item, and I'm guessing that the sheriff's department is not here on what they thought was a consent calendar item. But Mr. Winslow, why don't we ask you to come down and just speak to the item? And let's, Madam Clerk, we are now taking up item 69, and we'll dispense with it in one way or another in just a moment. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor. There's a couple of items I wanted to call to your attention. First, with Exhibit A, which has the rates of pay for various positions and ranks of the Sheriff's Office and duties. There are some omissions in there. DSA has an interest in there being full disclosure so everyone knows exactly what the costs are, and also to make sure that in compliance with 53069.8 that the county is fully reimbursed for services provided. Specifically missing are the positions of sergeant for bomb team as well as sergeant for K9. Those items are not there and should be included. There are some legal issues as well under 53069.8, specifically A4, which allows reserve deputies to work. There are 2 complications, I think. Number 1 is reserve deputy pay is not listed in the county's salary ordinance, as well as there's a provision under that government code which allows a reserve to work these supplemental law enforcement services. However, it requires the Board of Supervisors to have passed an ordinance authorizing a reserve deputy to fall under 830.6 subsection A2. This county has no ordinance or anything else that I can find which allows that to occur. Therefore, the proposal by the Sheriff's Office is actually in violation of the law, whereas the reserve deputy cannot actually work these positions, which the Sheriff's Office is saying it can. This also points to the fact that the Sheriff's Office has been in violation of this section for many, many years, the fact that no ordinance does exist.
Thank you, Mr. Winslow. Madam Clerk, we weren't running the clock. I think we're getting close to 2 minutes. Mr. Winslow, are you about to wrap?
Just about done, Supervisor.
That's it? Okay, go right ahead and finish up your thoughts, please.
These, in general, with the Deputy Sheriff Association does support this contract in the sense that it does allow us to provide services to Stanford so that we may not have another incident like we had in Gilroy. These are absolutely needed. This contract does need some cleanup and request. If you have any questions or we can be of assistance, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers on this item? Colleagues, I'm going to make a suggestion here. I had just a question or two that I've raised offline. One is to confirm that the termination provision, which is contained on page 5 of the proposed agreement, makes reference to either party may terminate this agreement. And Mr. Williams, I wanted to be clear that the either party references to the County of Santa Clara as opposed to the Sheriff's Office, given that we're actually the ones taking this office, and I see the signature block calls for the board president to be the signator. Yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then I noticed that notwithstanding that fact, the requirement for notice under the contract, page 8, has notices going to the Sheriff's Office, which I understand given the fact that they're the ones that are actually engaged in the provision of services, but thought that there might be some value in ensuring that notice came to, quote, the county, either through the county executive or the county counsel's office. Not the biggest of issues, but one that might be helpful for clarification. Given the fact that we're off agenda schedule and that these legal issues have been raised and that issue of notice is floating out there, does staff have any reason to believe we couldn't simply defer this item to our next meeting and ask that those issues be addressed between now and the first meeting in December?
I have no concern, but I can't speak for the Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And again, I don't think we have anyone from the Sheriff's Office present.
We move that and allow the Sheriff's Department the opportunity to show up before the end of the meeting. We could always move to reconsider it if they have a strong objection based on timing. Otherwise, let it go the way you're saying, President Smitty.
Thank you. I think that's a helpful suggestion, Supervisor. What I'm going to do then is say without objection and hearing none, we will leave the item on the agenda as item 69. We will take action at that time pursuant to the board's wishes at that time. In the meantime, if I could ask the staff and or the county counsel's office to check in with the sheriff and see if that deferral poses an undue hardship, and then we'll revisit that issue when we get to item 69. Does that work for everybody? Then without objection, so ordered, and we'll say thank you very much. And that would then take us back to the time certain item at 10:30, and the time at the moment is 10:28. So I'm going to ask the staff to please make their way down to the table here and get themselves organized. And at 10:30, I will say, please proceed. And meanwhile, we can all take a moment.
Mr. President,
Yes.
just for information, we're getting in contact with the Sheriff's Office and we'll have them come down.
Thank you very much. And again, if folks will just wait for a minute or two. As regular board observers will note, it throws us off when we run more quickly than we expect. All right then, the hour of 10:30 having arrived, I will turn and look to staff to introduce themselves and to present. And we have items 7, 8, and 9 that I believe are all sort of part and parcel of the same conversation. So please introduce yourselves and begin. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, President Smitty and members of the board. Joining me, Paul Orman, Chief Executive Officer. Joining me is Celine Ho, who's the Program Manager for the Healthcare for the Homeless program. There, of course, are two items in the operational report that I'd like to bring to your attention. The first of which is our progress with respect to the grant. It is a $2.9 million grant, and year-to-date we've expended 26% of the available funds. So not only are we on track in the expenditure of the funds, but we are also compliant with all the grant requirements up to this point in time. Also included in your report is the quarterly update on various quality metrics as we serve the homeless population. In both instances, we're happy to respond to any specific questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Let me check with the clerk, see if we have any cards on this item. We do not. Let me check with the board, see if there are comments or questions. Supervisor Chavez and then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you very much for the report. I was pleased to see that we're on pace and to meet our goals and relative to the colorectal cancer screening and uncontrolled diabetes. And I'm looking forward to improvements in our depression screenings. For the quality report, it looks like we're making steady progress in managing diabetes. Can you talk more about some of the challenges for managing diabetes, particularly in the homeless population, and what we're doing to overcome it?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Celine Ho, Health Center Manager for the Homeless Program. One of the challenges we have with managing our diabetes populations is actually trying to find our homeless clients and provide the follow-up care within our clinics. Another challenge is having them adhere to our medication compliance. We're fortunate enough to have a pharmacist on site who's able to help with the medication regimen in order to adjust some of their medications to make sure that they're able to adhere to the medications and provide the follow-up care that they need.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Since the launch of ACT and the new behavioral health resources last month, has VHHP seen any progress in linking patients to these particular services?
Yes, we have. We actually have a behavioral integration program within the homeless program, and so we've been able to link our patients to behavioral health services.
To pre-existing programs, or I'm asking specifically about the programs that have been stood up since October 1st?
I'm not sure on the ones that were set up for October 1st. I'd have to look into. I'd have to see.
Thanks. I'd like to get that information, and I also would like to request an off-agenda report on the demographics and particularly the age distribution of patients who are served by VHHP to include infants, young kids, and teens.
Will do.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions before we ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screens? We do have a request for action on items A through C in this item, the recommended actions. We have a motion to approve by Supervisor Ellenberg. It has been seconded by Supervisor Chavez. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screen. That has now been done, so we can ask the clerk to display the results and indicate that the vote is 5-0 and the motion passes. Thank you very much. That takes us to item number 8. Please proceed.
So, Supervisor President, the item before you is an appropriation modification for positions in the Healthcare for the Homeless program, which includes a .5 social worker as well as an outreach worker. So we're looking to your board for approval of these appropriation modifications.
Thank you. We'll ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screens while I ask if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, Madam Clerk, or whether there are any members of the board who would like to comment or question. Apparently not. We'll ask for all 5 members to please vote on the screen. The motion is to approve the recommended action. Motion by Ellenberg, second by Chavez. Now that all 5 votes have been cast, we'll ask the clerk to display the results so we can announce that the motion passes 5-0. Thank you again, and that takes us to item number 9.
Item number 9 is related to item 8, which is the salary ordinance to actually establish the positions.
Then we'll ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on the screen while I confirm that there are no members of the public who wish to speak. Colleagues, we have a motion to approve the recommended action by Supervisor Ellenberg, a second by Supervisor Chavez. Again, we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. That having been done, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results so we can announce that that also passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. All right, colleagues, that takes us to item number 10. I'm hoping that all of the good people for item number 10 who should be in the room are in the room. And Angela, oh, that starts at 11. Okay, thank you for that reminder. Boy, I'm really thrown off by being ahead of schedule today. I apologize. All right. That takes us then to item number 11, yes? And we'll take that item up. So thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder, Supervisor Chavez. And this is a board referral, so I'm going to look to my colleagues. I see Supervisor Chavez's light is on, and then Supervisor Ellenberg. Colleagues?
Thank you, and I wanted to begin by thanking Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing this referral forward with me. And just to make a couple broad comments, according to the 2018 Santa Clara County Early Learning Facilities Study conducted by the Santa Clara County Office of Education, there are 631 licensed child care centers and 1,500 family child care homes in Santa Clara County. Yet, of the approximately 100,000 children in the county ages 0 to 2, there's an estimated 28,000 children who are still in need of child care. Since 2017, we've been pushing for the county to provide child care services and to conduct an assessment of the child care needs in the county. At the October 22nd meeting, the board approved funding for a consultant to conduct a feasibility assessment and report back to the board with options on how to provide child care services to the county. This current referral seeks to create a facilities fund that would establish a reserve to support the needs of county staff as well as grant for new development of child care facilities, starting first with the focus on low-income and high-need neighborhoods. This referral requested administration come back at the first meeting in January with 4 different actions. The creation of a one-time $3 million reserve for child care facilities to support the needs of county staff, a subsidy recommendation plan for county employees' child care, which includes a sliding scale fee structure that ensures affordability for all eligible county workers. 3, options for funding a pool to provide grants to existing child care centers and family care home centers in serving low-income families to make facilities improvements to increase the environmental health in their facilities. And 4, options for how to best leverage local, state, and federal funding as well as private donations to create child care spaces for low-income families. Our county, this is a great opportunity for our county to take the lead in creating accessible child care to ensure that families can participate in our workforce, and also children are better prepared for school and vulnerable communities lifted up.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Supervisor Ellenberg, and then I'm going to look to Dr. Smith, who I believe would like to weigh in on this as well.
Thank you. I want to return the appreciation and gratitude to Supervisor Chavez for your partnership and collaboration on this referral. I also want to thank the partners, I don't know if they're here, who are tirelessly working in the early childhood education and child care sectors to push forward work that expands access. Partners like Jolene Smith at First 5 Santa Clara County, Dr. Marianne Dewan of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, the Silicon Valley Council on Nonprofits, the San Jose Public Library, and the many, many school districts for all of the work, data, and analysis you provided in the Early Learning Master Plan. We don't need further studies, and I know that Supervisor Chavez joins me in my bias toward action. Kids matter. They matter if you're a parent, relative, sibling, caregiver, educator, politician, or business professional. They are our future innovators, leaders, and workforce. For kids to have a thriving future as adults, we must set them up for success from the very moment they are born. As we wrap up, close to wrapping up my first year on the board here, I'm particularly reflective of the work that my office and I are doing to shift our culture to prioritize children. Decisions made every day by adults have an impact on children. Prioritizing children, supporting mothers, stabilizing our families, and empowering our youth are at the heart of everything I do. As you can see in our referral, this board has frequently requested that we as a county start looking to childcare needs of our employees and residents. I joined my colleagues as the latest addition to that chorus when I submitted a referral directing the county executive staff to report to the Board of Supervisors on a work plan for implementation of on-site childcare at one or more county facilities and increased childcare subsidies for childcare for county employees to begin during the 2019-2020 fiscal year. This referral will help move that work forward by establishing a reserve fund for the county to use for potential on-site childcare. And as Supervisor Chavez mentioned, in addition to using this reserve to assist with supporting the child care needs of our own employees, we're requesting that administration return with options for consideration relating to a funding pool to provide grants to existing child care centers and family child care homes serving low-income families to make facilities improvements to increase the environmental health of those facilities. We request that this local reserve be created because funding for facility enhancement and expansion is limited due to state restrictions under the Child Care Facilities Revolving Fund. In addition to funds that are needed for development, child care providers need financial support for improvement of early learning facilities. Funding sources for this fund could also potentially include, without being limited to, individual donations, corporate philanthropic dollars, federal and state funding, foundations, and endowments. Right behind Apple and Google, the county is the third largest employer in Santa Clara County with more than 20,000 employees. My hope is that our county can lead by example and build a child care model that works for our employees and then can be used to model what we can do universally in Santa Clara County. Every family deserves access to quality, affordable child care.
Thank you very much. Dr. Smith, and meanwhile, I'm going to ask the clerk if there are cards on this item to bring them. There are not? All right. Dr. Smith, let me go to you then.
This referral is a great referral. I just would request the board consider the possibility that we bring it to the report back during the mid-year, which is February, because it'll be much more cogent and comprehensive for us to include this, the financial issues in the mid-year budget realignment. We'll have a much better idea of what funding we can use and how we can get it and all of those things. I'd hate to bring back a financial report in January and then have to modify it again the next month.
It's a request that makes sense. I just want to confirm that it doesn't push us to a point where we wouldn't be able to implement at least the first piece of this project during the 2019-2020 fiscal year.
No, we get it. We'll move ahead.
Cool. Then mid-year is good for me.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screen. I'm also going to ask whoever makes the motion and the seconder if we can incorporate a specific direction to staff on the portion of the item that deals with, I guess this would be 11C and D, looking at opportunities around the county to please ensure that that is a county-wide review. And I know that that's implied, but I wanted to call it out explicitly, and I'll reference this in the children's budget as well. I think our board has done a good job over the years of acknowledging that there is greater need in some parts of the county than others, focusing the resources where the need is. That being said, I think we've also done a good job of acknowledging that sometimes there is need which may be less concentrated, but if you're the individual or the household or the family that has the need, it's 100% of your world. And so I just want to make sure that as staff does the work, Dr. Smith, that folks are looking not only where there may be high concentrations of need for the services, but also in places where the concentration may not be as great, but in some respects it's even harder for people to access the services and the help they need, primarily because the concentration isn't great and there aren't a cluster of services available to folks who are in need. And I'll try and give the same set of remarks more briefly when we get to the next item. But if we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg and a second from Supervisor Chavez, let me ask my colleagues if it would be okay with them to include that explicit direction to be countywide on C&D. And without, just for the record, without objection, the makers have been kind enough to include that specific direction. Let's ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. And before we do, Dr. Smith, yes?
Just wanted to clarify my statement before, just to be assured that I'm making clear what I'm talking about. When I said mid-year, I'm only talking about the financial issues. We'll move ahead with the operational issues ASAP. I mean, there was dual issues there. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Got it. Thank you. And with that, I can announce that the motion carries 5-0, and that takes us on to the next item, which is item number 12. Here again, it's a board referral. And on item number 12, the board referral comes from Supervisor Ellenberg and Chavez. And we're taking 26 together. Thank you for the reminder, Supervisor Wasserman. So let me turn to Ms. Ellenberg to begin the conversation. And we do have at least one card on this item.
Thank you. I'll make some comments now with regard to the first item, and then I'll have a question with regard to the second, just for Greg Utoria when he comes down. But let me start with some background, and a thank you again to Supervisor Chavez for your partnership and collaboration on this referral as well. I also want to thank the partners who are tirelessly working in the children's advocacy space. Partners like Dana Bunnett at Kids in Common, Julie Cates with the League of Women Voters, Judge Len Edwards, again Jolene Smith at First Five, and Marianne Dewan at the County Office of Ed, as well as Santa Clara County Board of Trustees Grace Ma and Kathleen King, who is also with the Healthier Kids Foundation. I also want, of course, to thank the Office of Budget Analysis for all of your work in putting the inaugural children's budget before us. Oh, I see you down there now. Investments in children's health, education, and welfare are demonstrated to have long-term social and economic benefits and reduced costs in public services. In a time when children's priorities are threatened by shifting economic cycles, social trends, and political rhetoric, it's critical that our county has a mechanism to understand and budget for programs that address the most pressing needs of our county's children, youth, and families. Today, we're bringing forth a referral that directs county administration to return with a board policy that requires publication of an annual children's budget as part of the annual budgeting process. The policy would be added to the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors Policy Manual, Chapter 4, Fiscal and Budget Policies. The policy should require that the county executive present to the board as part of the annual budget proposal a separate listing of all programs benefiting children and families in the recommended budget and a rationale for these programs. The children's budget is to be a coordinated, comprehensive package of programs which cut across departmental lines to address the most pressing needs of our county's children, youth, and families. This children's budget will help our county strengthen and expand local programs for children using and leveraging local, state, federal, and philanthropic funds in the following areas: child care and early childhood education, screening and early intervention services to foster healthy mental, emotional, and behavioral development in children and youth, prevention of child abuse and other adverse childhood experiences, housing and supportive services for homeless families and families at risk of homelessness, food security for children, families, and caregivers, health promotion programs in home, school, and community settings. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the policy should also provide that the Board of Supervisors endorses measuring program outcomes and tracking community-level indicators of child and family well-being to target funding to the most effective programs that address the greatest needs. I'm just flipping up to the other item, and Greg, I really want to thank you. This was a tremendous amount of work for you and for all of the departments that participated, and I'm just curious to hear from you. What are you most proud of with regard to this work?
Well, again, Greg Utoria, County Budget Director, certainly most proud of that work of so many staff, everything from support staff, analytical staff, program managers, all coming together this summer to compile this, important information. It's a new endeavor, wasn't easy, but it was also an opportunity for these staff that don't provide direct services to family to feel that they can do something, use their skills, use their talents to put together a product that can help improve providing services where there's gaps in services, and help provide the information to leaders of our community, our board, and others to be able to help fill those gaps. When we asked for this partnership and contribution from staff through all the departments, they were excited to participate, excited to contribute in a new way, and just being part of that is something I know my office is very proud of.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That makes my heart sing a little bit too. I hope that you'll extend our appreciation to all of the departments that worked on this. I heard that there were a number of kind of pleased and surprised exclamations of, oh, I didn't know we did this, and oh, this makes sense to see these together. So it's already starting to serve its purpose, and I'm really excited about this today.
Thank you very much. We also have Supervisor Cortese's mic who's on. Supervisor Cortese, would you like to go now? Supervisor Chavez, you're the co-presenter on this.
First, I just have a
Okay.
So just a couple things that I wanted to also reiterate. One, I want to thank your staff and Dr. Smith, your staff, for digging in this way. I thought it was a really helpful document. And one of the reasons I was so excited about it is that I think it gives us an opportunity to really follow up on the point that Ms. Ellenberg raised around knowing how to prioritize investments and funding. That, the more refined a look you get, the better, I think, decisions that we can make collectively. So Dave and I had a chance to hear this at FGOC, and I just want to reiterate some of the requests that I want to make sure are part of our broader budget process. But I think the children's budget actually gives us an opportunity to do this with a little more specificity, and that is to make sure that we're asking for the metrics that each department wants to use to start to reflect to the community what they do and how they do it. So I just want to reiterate that. And then second, that we also discussed at FGOC, and I was excited that Dr. Smith was interested in doing this too. And in fact, I think you and I have been talking about this for years. So this is an opportunity to get to do an all-day workshop with the board so that we can prioritize the areas that we most want to ask the staff to focus on. And so I know it feels a little like doing a mission statement for a day, but I actually think it's going to be really good to get all of us together to hear from the departments about their priorities and also what the board's priorities are. And so, that's something that we asked Dr. Smith if we needed to do a referral. I think we did it right then. So I think that'll be coming back to us. And then the other thing is that I know we'll work with staff to figure out the best month and how to structure the retreat, but we'll come back with that. There will be the other thing I just want to make sure is that Ms. Ellenberg requested how we get to the GFOA status, and I was hoping that there would be a little more information in here, and I don't know if it came to us and I missed it, but I wondered if you could talk a little bit about when the board would see the plan to get you there.
Greg can give you an update on GFOA or OA. I'd like to address some of the other issues and comments that you made first and Supervisor Ellenberg made first. And that is, we're really excited from the county executive and OBA perspective to be able to present a initial children's budget. We really thank the board for their leadership in pushing us to come up with this. It's always been an intent, but obviously, there's a million intents, and it's, I think, a good product. It is the first, and we expect it to continue to get better now that the organization is much more accustomed to getting the information. I want to give a heads up to the board and the community that we tried to only take credit for things that we could actually quantify, but there's clearly more that we do for children than is actually listed in here. Things like medical care, a little hard to sort of parse out how many kids and families get seen, and those kinds of things. Like a family comes in for a medical visit, how much of that visit is attributed to the child versus the family. The only way we could parse that out is by coding, but there's a lot more to it than just coding, referrals, those kinds of things. I don't know that we should necessarily try to take credit for that, but I just want to make the point that we're doing a lot that we had a hard time putting into this that will show up later. And I'm sure the board will want to use this to increase the amount of attention we have on children. And then with regard to the priority setting, I'm personally excited, and the staff is excited about that because obviously priorities change, every 2 weeks, but it's very, 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 very helpful for the staff to at least have a concept of where we're going. We can switch gears, obviously, but priority setting at the beginning of the year or some particular time every year is very, very helpful. So thank you very much for taking that leadership. And then I'll turn it over to Greg about the GFOA.
Maybe
Thank you. Before we do, I just want to try and organize the conversation a little bit here. Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Cortese is next, but would you like to briefly engage on something that Dr. Smith said before we go to Mr. Itoria and
If you
Mr.
don't
Cortese?
mind.
Please.
Thank you. First, I think the award that we're talking about is with the full budget item process, not with the children's budget, right?
Right.
But as part of, when we considered it as part of the discussion as part of FGOC, I wanted to make sure that there was follow-up, and the way the item came to us allowed us to have that conversation.
Oh, thank you. But we're still going to discuss that item as well, right?
You mean today?
Yes.
Yeah, you
The
can.
process.
I put both of those together just because that's how we discussed it at the committee.
Thank you. Then my other question was, I was a little bit surprised about the comment about medical care, not being able to measure children. Wouldn't every single patient have a specific identifier? We can't pull out the age of all of our patients?
And I guess maybe I was unclear. Yes, we can pull out the actual coded material, so like if you give a child a shot or something like that. But things like referrals to social services or, patient education for kids or referrals to protective services, those kinds of things aren't coded, so they are a little difficult to capture structurally. We can only capture if they show up at the particular institution. I guess I'm not being very clear. I'm just saying parsing all of the services out can be challenging. We didn't want to take credit for more than we could actually document, but I just want to assure the board that there's a whole lot more we do for kids.
I'm just going to lean in and suggest that, Dr. Smith, what I'm hearing you saying is that you will parse where you can parse.
Yes.
And where you cannot parse, you will provide some prose explanation of that which was not parsable. Yes?
Right.
Okay.
And mostly I was just trying to say it's going to get bigger.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Ellenberg, I want to go to Mr. Ituria, if I may, and see if he wanted to offer some additional comments apropos of the issues raised by Dr. Smith a minute ago.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. President, members of the board. At the Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Thursday, the committee did ask for a work plan towards achieving the Government Finance Officers Association budget presentation award, as well as to forward a variety of other comments to the board. Yesterday, late, an item was added to the agenda packet. It's still to be discussed later today on item number 25. And with that, we have our detailed work plan, as well as forwarding the comments from FGOC to the full board. So when we get to that item later today, I'll be happy to come down, present that, and
Thank
review
you
all
for
the
clearing that
comments.
up.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Got it. I think that now allows us to get back to Supervisor Cortese, who's been very patient. Thank you, Supervisor.
No problem. Thank you. Just a couple of kind of soft suggestions here, and I appreciate the fact very much that this will continue to be a work in progress in terms of not only parsing things out, but just the nature of the report itself. I think the way Dr. Smith said it, it'll get better and better. Just one suggestion is, I guess by way of background, it's well noted here in the history of the county's commitment to children that even though his name's not on it here, Supervisor Yeager called on us to adopt the Children's Bill of Rights in 2010, and then I came along in 2011 as part of the so-called Year of the Child, and asked that we have these child impact statements that we have on the agenda. And I'm just thinking, Greg and Dr. Smith, that doing some more work now in terms of, obviously it would take education, for lack of a better way to put it, with the departments that prepare those transmittals and those child impact statements, but it seems like a huge opportunity there to tie the fiscal impact statement, to tether it a little bit more closely with the child impact statement now, so that that process, every time we have a transmittal, does inform not only what the child impact statement is intended to show today, which was just how do we comport to the Children's Bill of Rights. That's what it's there for today. But with this, it just seems like a great vehicle, and especially, if our staff and we as supervisors are paying attention to those impact statements, allows us the opportunity to queue up that discussion on a case-by-case basis. Well, if it looks like there's an absence of
Right.
connectivity to the children's budget there,
That's
certainly any
great.
one of us could say that, hey, can you note that going forward? Can you fix that? Can you tie that in?
Great idea.
Secondly, I appreciate the pretty detailed reference to all the work in the justice system by probation on the children's side in the matrix itself is part of our packet. In future reports, I'm not meaning to nitpick the report at all, but I'd like to see a little more narrative description focused in the report. This is really, by and large, for the general public. I think we all know what goes on there. I think that's an area where you'll remember, Dr. Smith and some others here will remember, at one point I and others were calling for a division of the probation department, so we really actually would have had, in theory, an office that was dedicated solely to children there, a separate probation department, basically. And we all decided that wasn't a good idea after doing a whole bunch of work in looking at best practices and talking to people like San Francisco. We came back and said it would be much better to just have an internal focus, more of a social service focus on the probation side in every way. And I think a lot of that's been accomplished to the point where we've dramatically reduced the population, the incarceration population. Diversion is at an all-time high. We're working better, I think, with the judicial side of the justice system on those issues. All of that said, my point is just that in this section that says, not list all the budgeted programs, but again, this is just for future reference for next year's report, next time's report, where it talks about highlighted programs for, highlighted departments focused on children, that we treat the youth side of probation as if it belongs here as well.
Good point.
Even though it's not actually divided, even though it's an adult serving department as well.
Right.
I think we all know that in so many ways, it's really just, it's bifurcated, and it has a whole different children's approach than it does an adult approach. But again, I think it would help people across the board who are interested in dually involved youth, justice system, so forth, but don't have the immersion level that we have here, or that our own staff has, to be able to just read a narrative in basic reader-friendly terms as to what goes on there, and then it would tie back to the chart that, as I said, is pretty well,
Right.
is pretty thorough at this point.
Right.
I don't know if you can ever get to that with the medical side, although I appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg's comments about that would certainly be a good goal, on the health and hospital side and the public health side, to actually sort of artificially divide it out in a similar way, because obviously everything from pediatrics to, it'll ultimately be youth, other youth-serving facilities that we've talked about on the BMC campus are going to be integrating mental health more with traditional medical health.
Right.
And so I just want to second what she's saying. That would be good to keep working on that as well going forward, so that, perhaps in a couple of years, there's a lot more articulation there. I think the probation side we can do now just with, just with words, just with a narrative. Thank you.
I agree. And obviously, those are great suggestions, and like you pointed out, this is going to be a work in progress, so we certainly invite every kind of comment or suggestion from the board and from the community advocates, because obviously there's plenty that we're not going to think of.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you for that. And just lastly, thanks to my colleagues, Ellenberg and Chavez, for all the work that you've done on the last two items that we've discussed here and taken action on today, because certainly this area needed another shot in the arm. And it does every so often. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one card on this item, and a reminder that we have paired the items 12 and 26 for consideration and action. I believe, though, we have a card here from Andrew Kane. Come on up, sir.
Good morning. I am speaking on behalf of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley in strong support of the board adopting this item. Two specific notes that I wanted to add to the discussion. While listening to all the comments from the dais, both on this item as well as item 11, about the shared vision and the commitment of this county to prioritizing the needs of children, I was thinking about, from my experience working with colleagues in the field of legal services delivery, on what the landscape is like across the state. And we may think that this is all second nature and a no-brainer to have that shared commitment and shared vision on how we serve kids. I'll tell you, it's not across the state. The challenges that my colleagues experience working with the board or with county agencies is not an experience that we have here. And I think that really is a testament to the pillars, the board, the county executive's office, the agencies, the community-based organizations, the courts, and the community at large, how we have that shared vision and a commitment, and it makes us a trendsetter. And it's important for us to keep that in mind, because my second comment has to do with specifically what we can do with this document. I think this is really just a finer point on something Supervisor Chavez said. This isn't just a document that tells us what we're doing. This represents an opportunity for us. Every year, every 6 months, when we go back and we look at what we're doing and we sit down with all those pillars and we identify the gaps in the community where we can be a trendsetter even further in how we serve children and prioritize the needs of children. It's very exciting to be able to have this, and I look forward to being part of that conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just confirm with the clerk, we have no other cards on this item. Before we ask for a motion, colleagues, I will just reference a long ago experience, which I think I've shared at least once before with our board, which was the creation of what was colloquially referred to as the Children's Czar back in 1999. So literally the Children's Czar 20 years ago, 1999. Essentially, it was a position in the county executive's office that was dedicated to cooperating and coordinating with all of the various programs and services that you all have just described, in a way to bring the kind of focus that our speaker just referenced to the work we were doing with and for children. That position was created, and then when tough budget times came, the position went away. So the one ask I would add to the list, Dr. Smith, is and to Mr. Aturia is thinking as we go through this process about how we can make sure that the steps we're taking to institutionalize the support for children in the county remain in place through good times and bad. And I think as opposed to a particular position which once existed, some of these are process improvements that hopefully will have a lasting impact through good times and bad. And in bad times will force us to sort of confront, all right, what are our values, what are our trade-offs, what are our choices? But that's my one additional ask as we go through this exercise. That being said, if we could ask the clerk to please display the voting panel. This is on item number 12 at this point, colleagues. And so we've got a motion by Supervisor Chavez and a second by Supervisor Wasserman, and we will ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. That having been done, I'm going to ask the clerk to please clear the screen. Clear the screen. And we're going to do the motion again, Madam Clerk. Without objection and hearing none. Could I get a motion on item number 12, please? We have a motion from Supervisor Chavez. I now have a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. I'm going to ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. And I'll just say to Ms. Chavez and Ellenberg, people were so enthusiastic they wanted to vote twice on this one. All right, so we'll ask the clerk to please display the results and announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 26 because these items were heard jointly as indicated at the earlier part of the agenda. And let's see if we can ask the clerk to pull item 26 up for a voting panel on our screen. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. We have a motion this time from Supervisor Ellenberg with a second from Supervisor Chavez. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. And we have one more colleague. There we go. All 5 votes have now been cast. So we'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that that passes as well. 5-0 for the record on item 26. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Ituria, who's gone back to his seat. And colleagues, that puts us back at our regular place on the agenda. And just to be sure and clear, I think that's item number 10, Madam Clerk, now that the hour of 11 has arrived, which is to receive the report from the Social Services Agency and present the annual CalWORKs Achievement Awards. I heard a enthusiastic come on in coming from somebody back there, so this is that time. Colleagues, will take just a second for folks to enter the chambers. And as we do that, Madam Clerk, let me ask that you also put the voting panel up on our screens because there is actually a formal action to take here, which is, I believe, simply to receive the report. Let me just double check that as folks file in. Yes. Welcome to you all. Angela Shing, thought I saw you. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for your patience. Let me begin by introducing myself. I'm County Supervisor Joe Simidian, and in addition to representing the 5th Supervisorial District, I also have the privilege of serving as chair of the board during this year. So again, I welcome you on behalf of our entire board, and indeed on behalf of the entire county. A bit of protocol before we start. Ordinarily, it is our custom to prohibit applause, demonstrations of support, or opposition. Today, without objection and hearing none, we're going to waive that prohibition so you can be just as noisy and enthusiastic as you would like to be, and I feel sure will want to be when you hear some of these really extraordinary stories. Before I say anything more, I want to turn to Angela Shing, who is our Director of Employment and Benefits Services, and she'll give you a little bit of a word about why we're here. Thank you again for joining us. Angela?
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for joining us here today to honor the achievements of 5 remarkable families in the CalWORKs program, along with our County Partner of the Year and Employer of the Year. For 29 years, DEBS has been providing families with the services they need to transition to financial independence. More than simply a safety net program, the CalWORKs program aims to break cycles of poverty and aid families in attaining long-term self-sufficiency. We are fortunate to be joined by our quality network of county and community partners in this goal, working together with organizations like the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services Department, the Adult Education Coalition and Community College Consortium, Abode Services, and Marriott Select Brands. We strive to ensure that the CalWORKs program offers low-income families the tools, resources, and opportunities needed to become self-sufficient. The honorees you are about to meet, as well as all of our clients, have access to a wide variety of employment-based services ranging from job placement to vocational training and adult education and community college programs. As CalWORKs families progress in their journey to stability and self-sufficiency, many receive support services, including assistance with child care, transportation, food and health care as part of their holistic employment-based plans. This year, almost 700 families also received housing support and homeless prevention services. Today's remarkable honorees will share with you today significant barriers they have overcome in their path toward financial independence. The people you will hear from today are inspiring. The hard work, the determination, the commitment, this is what the CalWORKs program is all about, empowering people in their time of need, connecting their hard work, their determination, and their commitment with tools, resources, and opportunity. On behalf of the staff, clients, and community partners, I'd like to thank you for partnering with us to present the 29th Annual CalWORKs Achievement Awards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and let me again add my good morning to you all. I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, that we really are honored to meet these extraordinary families who have accomplished so much with the help of our county's CalWORKs program, and I know that's an enthusiasm shared by every member of my board, our board, and my colleagues. We're going to, in a moment, celebrate the outstanding achievements of each of our award winners, and as well as the important contributions of our Partners of the Year and our Employer of the Year. But I really want to underscore how proud we are to introduce each of these recipients to you. And in a moment, as I say, we're going to turn our attention to the beneficiaries of this recognition as we tell a little bit about their stories and congratulate them on their success. Before we do that, however, because this is a board meeting, there is, of course, some formality, which means we need to vote on the motion before us, which is to receive the report from the CalWORKs folks. So we have a motion by Supervisor Chavez and a second by Supervisor Wasserman, and we're going to all vote on the board. And once we've all voted on the board, we will then ask the clerk to please display the results, and she will indicate that the motion carried 5-0. And that means I can turn to my colleagues in turn, starting with District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to make these presentations. So District 1, Supervisor Wasserman, why don't you step down to the podium for this, if you would. There's also a certificate to present as you bring your honoree up.
Thank you. I'd like to invite my honoree Lorian to come forward with her daughter. Wonderful. Our first CalWORKs Achievement Award winner, Lorian de Guzman Lamb, is a loving mom, has a great job, and a bright future in front of her. But that wasn't always the case. She encountered huge challenges along the way that would have ended most people's journeys. But Lorian isn't most people. Lorian fled a domestic violence relationship only to end up living with a mentally abusive roommate. Filled with despair at her inability to provide a healthy home for her daughter Vivian, hello there, Lorian turned to CalWORKs. Working closely with the CalWORKs Housing Support Program and Adobe Services staff, Lorian soon moved into a 2-bedroom apartment that was perfect for herself and Vivian. There you go. After getting referred to Next Door Solutions for legal assistance and mental health therapy to address her PTSD, Lorian regained custody of her 4 children, Jordan 12, Orion 9, Nolan 4, and Jonathan 3. Once her family reunited, Lorian and her employment counselor turned their focus to full-time employment. Is your counselor here?
Yes, they are here.
Why don't you come on up? Come on.
All here. All my counselors.
Give her a little encouragement there. Thank you.
A great example of teamwork here. Before becoming a stay-at-home mom, Lorian had worked as a registered nurse. She knew that she could return to a lucrative career if only she could take the classes she needed to renew her nursing license. With the support of the CalWORKs program, Lorian put her shoulder to the wheel, taking care of the kids, working an entry-level job to pay the bills, and studying to pass her certification all at the same time. That's amazing. Lorian's hard work paid off, as she is once again a licensed and practicing member of the nursing profession. As a single mother, she is proud to say that she is the sole supporter of her household and has reached her goal of financial self-sufficiency. Lorian is very thankful for the help she received from the CalWORKs program and her community because it showed her that she was not alone. It also motivated her to become a role model for other parents who experience trauma. She would like to impart to them 2 important lessons. First, you must parent yourself before your children, as you cannot give what you don't have. And second, all goals can be broken down into small steps, and small successes lead to great outcomes if you keep trying. A round of applause, please, for Lorian.
I want to thank all my support here from CalWORKs, and also my mommy group and my mom friends. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to come in the picture?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
If you'll bear with us for a minute, we're going to let Supervisor Wasserman organize a photo here with our award recipient, as well as friends and family and support network and
Wonderful. Well, absolutely.
and huddle in tight. I'm going to help the photographer.
Thank you.
Up, hang on, before you all run away.
Congratulations. Awesome. One more? Oh, one more? Yes, absolutely. My Facebook. Vivian, look at this.
And congratulations. Thank you so very much. Supervisor Chavez, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. And now let me introduce my colleague, Supervisor Chavez, the Vice Chair of our board.
Thank you. Let's give them one more round of applause. And not just because Vivian had the best shoes ever. I'm so excited to be here to celebrate this morning. And Mike Wasserman was just saying this is his favorite meeting of the year. So I'm really honored to get to ask Maria Martinez to come up. And she is no exception to just the excellence we're seeing here. How are you? Good. Oh, you've got flowers already. All right, come on up here. 2 years ago, Maria was trapped in an unhappy marriage and haunted with the feeling that she had not met any of her goals or done anything with her life. With only $50 in her pocket, Maria moved from Sacramento to San Jose, where she made a home with her children in her mother's living room and struggled to find a good job. Despite the struggles she faced, Maria kept her spirits up with her children, Angel, Denise, Jimena, and Alexa. And Maria signed up for CalWORKs and received support that enabled her to obtain her GED within 5 months. Next, through the help of the Employment Connection Center staff, Maria began her paid work experience with the county that eventually led to a permanent employment opportunity with the Social Services Agency. That's awesome. And with the help of the same Employment Connection staff, Maria applied for and was hired as an office specialist in a unit that assists families in circumstances she had experienced 2 years ago. Soon after starting her new job, Maria was asked to move out of the house she was sharing with her mother and stepfather. Her efforts to find new housing were unsuccessful, and her stress grew as their move-out date approached. When her employment counselor, Maria Beltran, learned about her situation, she immediately connected her to Nadia of Abode Services. Through the CalWORKs Housing Support Program, Nadia found Maria an apartment and provided the family with needed furniture for their new home. Maria's new goal is to obtain a college degree and help others in the same way that she was helped by the CalWORKs program, so she could continue to provide others with support and assistance they need to reach their goals. I want to say thank you to all of the people who supported Maria and helped her achieve her goals. Lisa, Lupe, and Diane from Metro Ed's STEPS program, Tang Vu, Aaron and Gustavo at the Employment Connection, Maria Beltran, her employment counselor, Nadia and Raylene from Abode Services, and her supervisor, Pandora Leninger. I want to say a big, hearty congratulations to Maria. We have no doubt with your amazing attitude and with this team behind you, you are going to continue to do great things. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you to everybody here for helping me and supporting me, and some of them that didn't come up with me. I see you guys. Thank you, everyone.
Well, congratulations again.
Thank you.
We know the real one. Here, stand up. I'm sorry. You're good. You're good. We'll figure it.
Congratulations again. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, and we want to ask our colleague, Supervisor Dave Cortese, to lead the way on this next presentation.
Well, thank you, President Simidian, and if I can please call up Naomi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
That didn't take long.
That's the kind of initiative that has led to your success. Just
Thank you.
I don't know whether to credit CalWORKs for having you a step ahead all the time, or whether but we get the point. President Simidian is correct. So I have the great privilege of recognizing Naomi Robinson, a hardworking individual who's worked hard in achieving her dream. Before I do so, I want to tell a little bit of a story of how Naomi was able to persevere and overcome her obstacles. She grew up watching her stepdad working his hardest to raise her and provide for his family as a truck driver. That inspired Naomi to follow in his footsteps, and as an adult, she was finally given the opportunity to pursue her dream, working day in, day out to obtain her Class A license. That's a tough one. With the birth of her son, Bob, however, Naomi had to make a tough choice. Knowing her son deserved the best that she could provide, she put her dream on hold. The next 6 years would prove to be a challenge for her and her son and her teenage daughter, Ruby. Struggling to make ends meet with low-paying jobs, Naomi found herself unable to provide for her children, with the life she knew that they deserved. With her dreams seemingly out of reach and her family at risk of losing their home, Naomi made another important choice and sought help from CalWORKs. Good move.
Best move ever.
Best move ever, she says. At orientation, Naomi met her employment counselor, Joseph Conway, who connected her with the Family Services Program to help her with her back rent. Then, knowing she needed more to give her children a future, Naomi worked with Joseph to pay the tuition for truck driving school, enabling her to begin pursuing her dream one more time. With encouragement from Joseph, employment counselor Farah Barnia, her driving instructor Mario Ramirez, and of course her children, Naomi was able to overcome her doubts and her fears and finally took the test to get her Class A license, which she failed. Wait. And then took it again and passed the very same week. With her license in hand, Naomi now has a new dream. She wants to own her own truck so she can go into business for herself and be her own boss. And someday, you're going to do exactly that. I have no doubt about that. None of us do.
Thank you.
And there's a lot of people, I think, out there that'll help you get to that step, too.
Thank you.
So congratulations. Let's give her a big round of applause for her great determination.
Thank you very much. It's an honor.
You want to say that?
It's an honor to be where I am today, standing here before you all, and for all the help that every service helps the community. And I hope that the people who think they can't do it, you can. You can do it. You just got to ask for a little bit of help, and it's here for you. Please never give up on your hopes or dreams. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again. Thank you, Supervisor Cortese, and we welcome now our board colleague, Supervisor Susan Ellenberg, for this next presentation. Supervisor Ellenberg.
There you are. Being a parent means having to make hard choices. Choices that not only shape your future, but that of your child as well. Our next CalWORKs Achievement Award winner, Megan Lane, knew that she would have to make those tough decisions on her own as a young single mom when she became pregnant with her son Jameson, who's now 6. One of the first choices Megan made toward a better future for herself and Jameson came even before he was born, when she first reached out to CalWORKs. CalWORKs provided assistance for her immediate needs, medical care, food, and financial assistance, so she could start building a new life for her growing family. Megan began working as a nanny after her son's birth, but something she couldn't foresee was losing her income when the family she was nannying for moved away and several potential jobs fell through. Megan knew she had to attain new tools and skills to have a career that could help her provide for her family. With this in mind,
she once again reached out to CalWORKs. Megan's employment counselor referred her to De Anza Community College, where she began to pursue a degree in nursing. When she lost a close friend to a battle with mental illness that had gone untreated since childhood, Megan was inspired to change her major to early childhood education psychology. College is tough for anyone, but with a young child to care for, it can be exponentially more difficult. Megan was able to push through with the support she received from the CalWORKs program and from De Anza College. From transportation assistance, help paying for after-school care for Jameson, to connecting with the college's food pantry, Megan did not have to endure those hardships alone or without support. And her hard work is paying off. Megan graduated from De Anza this past summer and has started at UC Davis working toward her bachelor's degree. She is grateful for the support that she received from her employment counselor, Vincent Sippin, and the staff at De Anza College, Sabrina Stewart, Sophia Abad, Carlita Al-Amban, and Mike Kaku. Are those who's behind me? Some of you? Excellent. Congratulations, Megan. Your hard work and dedication are truly inspirational.
I just want to thank everyone. It's really hard when you're a single parent, but knowing that you get support and resources, and that just because you are a single parent, you can still go after your dreams is wonderful. So thank you.
And stay put for just a moment, please. We have How about one more round of applause for Megan Lane and her extraordinary work? Thank you. And Megan, as a Cal Aggie, not me, but I just want to tell you the hardest thing is you're going to have to learn the cheer now. Oleo margarine, oleo butterin, honey BB, bossy cow cow, alfalfa, hey! So, all right, if you can do that, you'll be an Aggie, all right? Good. You pick up these things along the way. Hey, the reason all these wonderful people are coming up here is because I have the pleasure of introducing and congratulating our final awardee among the individual recipients, and that's Sharon Lilly. So how about a round of applause for Sharon? Hey, come on up. Our final award winner, Sharon Lilly, a few years ago had everything going for her. She had a steady full-time job at Costco, and by virtue of that employment, Sharon was able to support herself and her two teenage daughters, Clara and Danielle. And
I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure it's my son Daniel and daughter Clara. You cry.
well, Daniel, you want to look over my shoulder for the rest of this? Make sure I get that? Thank you. Her two teenagers, Clara and Daniel, thank you very much. They had a good life, but that suddenly changed when Sharon was struck with an extremely painful physical condition that will stay with her for the rest of her life. And after finally being cleared to return to work, understandably, Sharon felt daunted by the prospect of trying to find a job, because not only had she been out of work for 2 years due to her illness, she also knew that she needed a career change in order to accommodate her medical condition. So that's when Sharon turned to our CalWORKs Employment Services folks. And with the help of Daniel Gerard, her employment counselor at the Vic Calvo district office in Mountain View, Sharon began to feel like her confident self again. In close collaboration with Daniel, Sharon put her nose to the grindstone And she and Daniel spent hours doing employment workshops and mock interviews, and together they created an amazing resume to help launch Sharon's second career. Thanks also to Dress for Success, Sharon was able to rebuild her interview wardrobe, and primed to meet her goal of financial independence, Sharon took advantage of our Employment Connection Center's hundreds of job listings as she began to apply for work. She was soon rewarded for her efforts by an extra help position at the Registrar of Voters office. And despite the temporary nature of that job, Sharon threw herself into it. And it says she often worked up to 80 hours a week during the midterm elections. Dr. Smith, I hope we didn't violate any labor standards while all that was going on, just to be clear. After the election, Sharon and Daniel once again put their heads together and decided that her best course of action was to leverage the CalWORKs subsidized and unclassified employment program. And their thinking, which made sense, was that by using the program, Sharon would be able to gain experience and make connections that would help her attain a permanent position as a county employee. Sharon is now working full-time for the Santa Clara County Social Services Agency, and she's at the same office where she began her return journey to financial independence. And I think what's even more impressive is that in addition to working full-time and being a great mom to Clara and Daniel, Sharon is also a full-time student. So apparently there is no limit to your... Sharon, I'm told that you're only 1 year away from earning your bachelor's degree in psychology and is considering a master's of social work program in the foreseeable future. Sharon is thankful for the help she received from the CalWORKs program, which helped push her boundaries and gave her the support she needed to find that second career. She really has set a great example for her greatest motivators, her two teenagers who are behind me, Clara and Daniel, proving to them that all circumstances are temporary and that even hard times can be turned around if you work hard and don't give up. Congratulations, Sharon. We can't wait to see what you do next. We know it's going to be exceptional. Please.
Thank you so much. I just really quickly want to say thank you to every person here. These are my coworkers, my OMC, my SSPM, my job counselor. Daniel is in the back, but Joseph actually was very beneficial to my anxiety that I had about returning to the workforce. I couldn't do it without my mom and dad. They are never going to let me give up. And on the down days, I look to my kids for motivation, but it's nice to have such a extraordinary group of people to go to bounce ideas off of when you really just feel kind of stuck. And I appreciate you all. Thank you.
An appreciation for Sharon. Thank you. Now, as you listen to each of our award recipients today, and I want to make sure that that award actually gets to Sharon in a moment, if she hasn't already got it. As you listen to each of our award recipients today, one of the things you may have noticed is they were all very clear about the fact that they had people who helped them along the way. And that's really a large measure of what we're here to celebrate and recognize today. So to that end, let me ask my colleague, Supervisor Chavez, to come down to the podium again and tell us a little bit about who we want to recognize today as being part of this good effort. Supervisor Chavez?
So
we can let our next, this is for our Employer of the Year, or Partner of the Year, I'm sorry, and that goes to the Health Alliance. Let's give them a big round of applause as they come forward. And so we have our Behavioral Health Division Director, Margaret what's that? Obilor. Who's here to accept this award on behalf of the Health Alliance. And we all know how to help people who are sick or injured, and we take the injured to the hospital, the sick go to a doctor, they've been given medicine, bandaged up, or operated on. They're healed and they get back to their lives. But what happens with the hurts you can't see, the distress, frustration, and sorrow that can't quite be stitched up? The sorts of emotional wounds that leave scars can be just as debilitating as a lost limb. To treat people suffering from mental health issues, it takes a special team with a special skill set. For those individuals, the Health Alliance is their lifeline. Established in 1999, the Health Alliance has sought to bring effective, culturally sensitive medication support, mental health, and substance abuse treatment to the most vulnerable in our community. The combination of the Behavioral Health Services Department, Mental Health Services Team, Gardner Family Care Corporation, Asian Americans for Community Involvement, and Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County ensure that no problem is too big to tackle or too small to address. From the very beginning of the client's journey, the Health Alliance team works hand in hand with CalWORKs staff, seeking out those who are in need of help and guiding them towards services. Through this partnership, clients and their families receive coordinated care, treating their emotional needs while addressing the job loss, homelessness, food insecurity that would otherwise be too overwhelming. By tackling a family's needs as a team, CalWORKs and the Health Alliance staff promote the health, wellness, and stability that families need to find their ways out of the dark. This teamwork and the Health Alliance itself wouldn't be possible without inspiring leadership. Since 2013, under the guidance of the Behavioral Health Division Director, Margaret Obilor, Healthcare Program Manager, Martha Brewer, have been instrumental in providing that very leadership, building up the Health Alliance team, and setting standards of services that our families can depend on. This past September, Martha celebrated her retirement from the Behavioral Health Services Department, and we're saddened to lose her, but we're so grateful for her contributions, and we celebrate her lifetime of service. To Margaret, the Behavioral Health Services staff, and all the behavioral health partners who make the Health Alliance so wonderful, this is an opportunity for all of us to say thank you. We're grateful for everything you do to lift our community up and out of despair. Congratulations, and thank you for your service. Would you like to say a few words? And then I'll present?
On behalf of Behavioral Health, I would like to thank the CalWORKs Health Alliance for their dedication and commitment to the community and to the work we do. We really thank all the CalWORKs team for such a wonderful job.
Well done. Can we take a group photo? Okay, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to squeeze in and... I'm wearing my tall shoes today. Oh, well, that's... Amazing work. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, of course, if we're going to move all these folks into satisfying and rewarding employment, that means we need to have some employers who are willing to extend themselves to help make sure that happens. And so every year we take this opportunity as well to recognize the Employer of the Year. And this year that is the Marriott Select brand. So can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. Marriott Select Brands is the CalWORKs Employer of the Year for 2019, and that is because as the organization changes and grows, their core values stay the same, which is to put people first, pursue excellence, embrace change, and act with integrity. Accepting the Employer of the Year award on behalf of Marriott Select Brands is Marriott's Market Human Resource Manager for Northern California, which is a wonderfully long title, April Shower. So could we give her a personal round of applause as well? And one of the things that makes this recognition particularly satisfying, I would say, is that April Shower knows very well and by firsthand experience that her organization stands by their core values. Because in April of 2012, April was herself a CalWORKs client and the single mother of 2 small children. And with absolutely indispensable support from her counselors at the Employment Connection Center, April was able to create a really great resume, and she improved her interviewing skills, and with all of that, her hard work paid off, and she accepted a job with Courtyard by Marriott in Milpitas as a housekeeper. And from her very first day at Marriott, April knew that she was in the right place. She had the stable, full-time job that she needed to support her family, and she was told right away about the career and growth opportunities that the organization had to offer. After working with Marriott for a year, April earned the opportunity to become the housekeeping supervisor of the Courtyard by Marriott in Milpitas. 2 years later, she received a promotion to operations supervisor. And then shortly after that, she was promoted to operations manager. Her drive to succeed, coupled with Marriott's culture of valuing their employees and cultivating their career paths, were key factors in her quick ascent up Marriott's career ladder. A few days before her 5-year anniversary, April attended a meeting with Marriott's West Coast director. The West Coast director, impressed by April's participation in the meeting, recommended her for a new human resources managerial position that would support Bay Area hotels. So as of today, April Shower is the Market Human Resources Manager for Northern California. She has, Just wait till I term out before you start looking at my chair, all right? That's all I ask. She has grown leaps and bounds with Marriott, as you've heard. She's now supporting 18 hotels and hiring over 350 individuals during her first year as the regional HR manager. And perhaps most importantly for today's purposes, she's using her position to pay it forward. She's paying forward the help that she received from the CalWORKs program. In the fall of 2018, she began fostering the partnership between Marriott Select Brands and the CalWORKs program of Santa Clara County by recruiting CalWORKs job seekers for more positions at various Marriott locations. Since 2018, Marriott Select Brands has helped transform the lives of 9 of our CalWORKs participants by helping them achieve self-sufficiency for themselves and their families. So the circle expands and expands and expands. As a result of the annual job fair held every fall at our Employment Connection Center, 10 more job seekers are currently in the recruitment process. And as April has commented, Marriott knows the quality of applicants at the Employment Connection Center. That's the reason why we continue to come back. So with that, let's all say thank you to the entire team at Marriott Select Brands. The opportunities you're providing truly do make a difference in the lives of our CalWORKs families. And frankly, we just can't say thank you enough. So thank you, and thank you. April, you want to come on up and say a word?
So I prepared a little something to say to everybody. So behind me is the general managers of the 4 Marriott Select Brands in the Bay Area, the managed properties. So thank you for coming, and our area director of the West Coast. So on behalf of the Marriott Select Brands, it's an honor to receive this award. The hiring managers of our hotels are continuously impressed by the quality of the applicants received by the CalWORKs program. I'd like to thank all the counselors, especially David, for all of their continued support in preparing and motivating their clients. The growing number of new Merit Associates from the program should be a testament to the great work done at the Employment Connection. I'm grateful for the partnership between MSB and the CalWORKs program, and I look forward to partnership in the future. Thank you.
We'll put you front and center, please.
Okay.
All right. Well, if you can't feel good after that, you just can't feel good. As chair of the board this year, I really do want to extend a special thank you to all of the families that have just shared their stories with us. You really have left us feeling not just good, but genuinely inspired. I also want to thank all of you who are attendees today for taking part in the celebration. I think as you heard today, you can tell that our county is committed to serving families in our community, and we welcome the participation in these various partnerships. And finally, I should say much appreciation to the Department of Employment and Benefit Services and to our various partners, county and community partners, for providing extraordinary service in the CalWORKs program every year. Been a real pleasure and privilege today to showcase the exceptional work you all are doing to our board, but also to the larger public. And on a personal note, here's what I want to share with you today as we wrap up this presentation. You heard 5 stories today, but here's the thing. As I look out into the chambers, I know that every one of you has a story, that every one of you has suffered some setback, that every one of you is dealing with a challenging moment in some part of your life today, if not you personally, a friend or a family member or a colleague. And I hope that as you deal with those setbacks, you are reminded of the extraordinary resilience of the people we heard from today. And I hope that that remembrance helps you get through the day, the week, the month, the year ahead, however trying it may be for you. These are difficult times in our country. It seems that people are sometimes like this with one another. So if you need to take a breath and find a source of joy, I hope you found it here today in these board chambers. I'm going to ask just the recipients to come on back up for one last group photo. Please leave those posses behind, okay? Because we won't all fit, because there are so many of you who are doing such good things. But how about we welcome them all back up with one more round of applause. Thank you. Holly? And we want to ask our recipients to be in the front, please, and we'll bring the board members to the back. And our partners, please come up as well. Huddle in.
All right, guys, everybody looking right here. Everybody right here, 1, 2, 3.
And before you step away, one more. We have more than one. Paparazzi, please make your way to the center of the chamber, okay? Congratulations once again. Thank you once again. We're going to recess our board now for 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 12:10, and that will give you all an opportunity to go back to your day and your lives, and we will stand in recess. Thank you all very much. We are recessed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for your patience during that brief recess. We could ask folks to please take their places again in the chambers. We could ask colleagues who are within the sound of my voice to please join us back at the dais. And Madam Clerk, as I look to you, I believe that item 13 is next on our agenda. Is that correct? It is. All right. And here again, this is still, we're on board referrals. Excuse me. And item 13 is a referral from Supervisors Ellenberg and Cortese. So why don't I turn to my colleagues and see what they would like to offer by way of introduction. Colleagues?
Defer to Supervisor Ellenberg. This bounced back and forth between our offices, and ultimately she was the final author of the memo, and we'll ask her if she'd like to go first. And can I just ask President Smitty, do we have speakers on the item? Okay.
We have one card, and so if you'd like, we can just go ahead and take the speaker first. Ms. Ellenberg, you're...
That's fine.
All right. Then why don't we ask Terry Trumbull to come on up and present. And Mr. Trumbull, as I think you know, we set aside up to 2 minutes for comments on individual board items, and we welcome you.
Thank you. My name is Terry Trumbull. I teach full-time at San Jose State in Santa Clara in environmental studies.
Go Broncos. Go Aggies, too.
So take that away from my time.
I was going to say, Mr. Trumbull, that won't count against your time. Not to worry. Go right ahead.
So it shouldn't either when I'm nice to the board, which is I want to thank all of you for adopting the emergency climate change resolution, which is a big part of why I'm here. I gave my energy policy class an assignment, take-home quiz, to lay out 3 things that the county ought to do, and 70% of them said plant and maintain more trees, which is what I'm here to publicize. In addition to that, I hope when this comes back to you, you will run a 3-minute video from YouTube. All of you might look at it before then, by Greta Thunberg. It's entitled Climate Change, but as you will get from the text that I brought along, it may have something to do with trees. So the text of it is lots of solutions are talked about. We can fix this. You can fix this. There is a magic machine that sucks carbon out of the air, costs very little, and builds itself. It's called a tree. It takes carbon out of the air, locks it away. Nature is a tool that we can use to repair our broken climate. So besides the obvious climate change benefits, numerous studies have shown that the well-being of a community with trees improves. Less air pollution, and everybody feels better about themselves. So in the case of our city forest, they also have some leverage. There are federal matching grants if you provide money for a program. So there's a lot of benefits out of this. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but I would like to thank Supervisors Cortese and Ellenberg for being so receptive on these issues. Perfect. That would be a hint, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Ellenberg, and then Supervisor Cortese, and then Supervisor Wasserman, in that order. Please.
Thank you. Terry, I thought you were going to quote the Lorax, not Greta Thunberg. I want to thank first Supervisor Cortese and your staff for your partnership on this referral, as well as for all of your past work on our county environmental stewardship goals in general and on advocating for a more robust tree program specifically. I'm happy to be bringing this referral forward with you. I also want to thank Rhonda Berry and her team at our city forest for all the work that they have done over the past 25 years. Happy anniversary. And for all of the work that you will be doing going forward. This referral is straightforward and would direct administration to reestablish a partnership with our city forest for the purpose of establishing a tree stewardship application process with Santa Clara County and report back to the board on the parameters of that agreement for approval. Our vision for this tree stewardship program would be similar to work our city forest is currently doing in the cities of San Jose and Saratoga, as well as Saratoga's El Quito neighborhood. Additionally, this referral would direct administration to structure the agreement not to exceed $300,000. Our city forest in Santa Clara County previously partnered on environmental stewardship goal number 10, namely the planting of 1,000 trees in unincorporated county pockets such as Burbank and Cambrian in District 4. This work concluded successfully in July, and we're now asking that administration work to reestablish this partnership to create an ongoing commitment to build a county-wide comprehensive urban forest.
Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you, President Smitty, and well said by Supervisor Ellenberg. As far as I'm concerned, she covered all the bases. And again, just to note that it goes all the way back to those environmental stewardship goals where we had this exact language: plant 1,000 trees in unincorporated county pockets and work with local governments and agencies to build a comprehensive urban forest. It was at that time that the board, the county itself, really had no direct relationship with our city forests. And our city forests had, don't be confused by the name, by the way, because they've planted an awful lot of trees in unincorporated areas in this county. And I think most board members know that, but it's, we might eventually have to have you change your name to the Silicon Valley Urban Forest or something like that. But the point is, it is true, they actually had most of their direct relationship with the city of San Jose back in the day. When we adopted our environmental stewardship goals, it happened that they had already been accommodated, in a business-like fashion, actually housed over here near the AB 109 reentry center. They've moved since then, but just to illustrate, the divide, the great divide at that point, we were trying to explain to county staff that they were just right around the corner because it was one of those things so close yet so far away. So I think Supervisor Ellenberg put it well, and this is a referral asking to go back and try to reaffirm or renew that relationship. Obviously, there's no fiscal impact of the referral itself because it's just a referral, but we just try to provide some financial guideline as to what not to exceed. And I want everyone to know that that was vetted with the Office of Sustainability first before we ever got into the position of bringing a referral forward. So they think that the work can be done within that budget. And obviously, if later on the board decides on something less or something different, that's to be determined. But we thought this was a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, President Smitty. I understand the department has and will work together to determine the most appropriate place for these additional trees. That said, I'd like to see a portion of these funds used in District 1. More than 250,000 people live in the urban part of my district, and the need in these denser areas shouldn't be overlooked. I appreciate the efforts that have taken place already with more than 500 trees placed, and I would love to see a map of where those trees are being located as the project progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. And my only comment would be to say I was listening carefully, and I heard Supervisor Susan Ellenberg use the magic words, county-wide. So duly noted and appreciated. The challenge and the need is in fact a county-wide need. I don't know if colleagues will recall, I did a referral I think it was an inventory item a while back dealing with sort of post-drought reaction, because we certainly had some challenges in the aftermath of the drought in terms of distressed trees. And that was, I think, a competitive process, if I remember correctly, and our city forest participated in that, as did Canopy, a group that I know is well known to folks in the field. They provided a different piece of the response. But Supervisor Ellenberg and/or Cortese, thoughts about how we should ensure that whatever the response is, that it's a county-wide response. I'm not sure what the current geography is for our city forest. Supervisor Cortese referenced the fact that it's certainly beyond just the city limits, but thoughts?
Yeah, and I'm glad to be emphasizing this piece of it, because I think there was actually a misperception, almost resistance. In fact, I'm being kind of nice calling it resistance when we first brought this forward, not just so much that it would be city-centric, but that, wow, where are we going to find places to put 1,000 trees in the county, as if that was, yes, I know. The unincorporated pockets alone spread out all over the county, including, I mean, every single one of these districts should be able to accommodate 1,000 trees in about a week if we had the volunteers to put them in. So, you know, and I didn't want this referral, and I'm going to defer to Supervisor Ellenberg in a minute, but I want to clarify that even though we've mentioned the 1,000 trees a couple of times, that's old news. This referral shouldn't be limited. If we're going to limit it to 1,000 trees, we're going to have geographic equity problems just because of a lack of enough trees to reach every district. So I think we should make it clear, if we're going to go forward with this, that the administration should come back with not only geographic equity, but the appropriate number to relaunch this campaign that would make sure that there's a significant, not just an oh well number, as you might say, President Simidian, but a significant number in every supervisorial district that the people will actually know we're advancing these environmental stewardship goals. Supervisor?
Sure, I think these are excellent points, and why don't we add to the request, in addition to coming back with a financial proposal, to come back to us with some graphic representation of where the tree deserts are now, what has been planted according to the county sustainability plan, and where the assessment is of the greatest need, and start with a prioritizing system.
Thank you. I just want to say, on the one hand, I know that the referral is specific to our city forest, and I want to be very clear. I don't want to get in the way of that. I think trying to say, how do we make this a lasting and productive partnership is an important goal to advance, and I'm supportive of that. That being said, you know, our county is a large one, and I'm guessing there may be some other partners out there. So if, as this exploration goes forward, there's reference to other partners. In my part of the county, Supervisor Wasserman, you know, we have folks with Canopy who do some of this work. We've also got some folks at a place called Magic who do some work on the Stanford campus, and which is, as you all know, 4,000 acres of unincorporated land in Santa Clara County. So, you know, who knows what the possibilities will be, and I don't have the same knowledge in the South County. The West Valley, of course, is split between and among, you know, at least 3 of our districts, depending on how you describe or calculate it. So I'm going to say thank you to the maker and the seconder for incorporating that slightly larger referral component to it. And we'll ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on the screen so that the maker and the seconder can make the motion officially, which has now been done by Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. The second will come from Supervisor Dave Cortese, where I'll ask all 5 members of the board to please vote on the screen. That having been done, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results, and we'll announce that the motion carries 5-0, and thank all of you who took time out of your day to be here for this item. All right, thanks again. That takes us to item number 14, Madam Clerk. And we have 4 speakers on item number 14. Here again, this is a referral, and I believe we turn to Supervisor Cortese on this item.
Thank you, President Simidian. Again, let me ask if there are speakers on the item. I understood there might be, and
there are 4, and if you'd like, we can call them up first or after your opening remarks, your choice.
Yeah, and I think I'll let them explain a little bit more about why the why behind this.
Thank you.
But I want to thank County Executive in advance of anything else that happens here for kicking this around with me off and on over the past probably 12 or 18 months. It's not just a brand new thing, kind of monitoring what was happening with the funding for Cadre, and which is what this is about, and in seeing it continue to be depleted for reasons that have nothing to do with any negligence on our part or Cadre's part per se. Dr. Smith agreed to have his folks take a look at this and see what might be able to be done, an advanced look at it. So this thing about coming back in 30 days, there's already been a lot of work, and folks have already taken a hard look at what might be able to be done to make sure they continue to be stood up and funded in a proper fashion. So with that, I'll defer to the speakers.
Thank you. We have cards on this item. Laurel, is it Meckwing? Yes. I hope I'm close. Thank you. And then Marcia Hovey, and then Francie Collins, and then Scott Hepworth. Come on up. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laurel Meckling. I'm the Director of Project Management of the Project Management Department at Uplift Family Services. And today I'm here to support the continued funding of Cadre. 3 years ago, Uplift initiated a project to develop and implement an agency business continuity plan and disaster plans for not only the Bay region, but also for our 4 other regions located throughout the state. Cadre worked with us to lay the foundation through providing the methodology, tools, and coaching to create the Bay Area disaster plan, and we have since been able to successfully replicate this plan statewide in our LA, Inland, Capital, and Central regions. Cadre's continued workshops offer essential information in helping us refine and update our plans while connecting us with county, state, and federal disaster planning networks. In closing, I'd like to say that Cadre has brought together Santa Clara County's community-based organizations, county, city, community, and faith-based organizations. So if or when an emergency occurs, we will have a structure and plan for response to our community, staff, and customers. So I'm asking you to please continue funding this valuable resource to Santa Clara County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, welcome.
Hi, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm Marcia Hovey. I'm the co-chair of Cadre. I've been that for the last 2 years. We're a network of nonprofits who work together to support local government during disaster response. We are officially the VOAD, Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, for Santa Clara County, and we can, because we have that position, we can also leverage the VOADs in other counties as well and the state. So we are that point of contact here. I've been a local government emergency manager in Santa Clara County since 1998, and I'm standing here today advocating for them just like I did in the beginning, because local government does not have the time or the expertise or the man hours to be able to continue to nurture and network nonprofits so that they are resilient and ready to respond when a disaster happens. Cadre has a plan to do that, and they've done it really well for our public safety power shutoffs, the San Jose floods, the shooting at the Garlic Festival, all the way back to Hurricane Katrina. The organization has been around before 1989. It has gotten a little bit of funding here and there over the years. In 2005, the Santa Clara County Emergency Managers Association recommended that funding be allocated for a consultant to assist with training nonprofits and keeping them engaged. That funding is continuing, but what we need now, we just became a 501c3, and now we need to grow a healthy organization, and it takes more than a consultant to do that. And the grant money does not fund the things that we need to grow our organization now. So we're happy to work with you and use your wisdom and expertise to help us develop a healthy organization now.
Thank you very much. I believe our next speaker is Ms. Collins. Yes?
Hi, thank you for letting us come here. My name is Francie Collins, and I've been a disaster volunteer with the Silicon Valley, what it's called now, American Red Cross since 1982, since the El Viso floods. At that time, there was no vehicle for collaboration between agencies or anybody, and there was a great deal of waste and confusion and no Spanish-speaking disaster volunteers, and it was extremely difficult to help that community to recover. And we felt we could do better. As a result, the Red Cross sent away for a little kit, and we formed one of the first VOADs in the country, and it's been a model ever since. We still get inquiries about how did you do that? How do you get people to work together? After Loma Prieta, Cadre was formed, and with some of the excess funds from the Red Cross donations, and we've been growing ever since then. We have over 80 service providers that are active, and it's a single access point for local responders to call, and some of our on our leadership committee is represented by the American Red Cross, Second Harvest of Silicon Valley, Goodwill, Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County, Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, Japantown Prepared, Bill Wilson Center, San Andreas Regional Center, Lutheran Social Services, and Center for Employment Training. And we have a mailing list of 300, but these are the ones that we talk to all the time. One of our main goals is to minimize disruption of services to vulnerable populations, and we are divided into 4 functions now: access and functional needs, casework, donation management, and food. And we're adding 2 more because of, keeping up with the times, counseling and mental health assistance and immigrant relations, so that we can form direct, oh, that's scary. Well, you get the picture. We need administration money to be a stable organization now, to
Thank you
continue
very much.
working as we do.
And Mr. Hepworth, I believe you're the final speaker on this item.
My wife, Lorraine, and I have been privileged to live in Santa Clara County the last 43 of our 71 years, and we believe that Santa Clara County deserves to have at least one of the best VOADs in the nation. And I believe Cadre has that potential with your support. My wife and I are active in community and faith-based organizations. We recently had a town-wide practice exercise, assuming there was a wildfire at Summit Road and Old Santa Cruz Highway, and the town of Los Gatos CERT program was activated to drill through what it would be like to deal with that kind of catastrophe. If that really happened, we'd be very glad we had a substantial investment return from Cadre in this community. I'm also director of public affairs for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in what we refer to as the San Jose Coordinating Council, the 6 counties of the greater South Bay. And I truly believe that this county can lead the way in showing others how to do it right. I'm not part of Cadre formally, but a great supporter. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, Madam Clerk, that's the last of our speakers on this item. It is. Back to you, Supervisor Cortese.
Thanks, President Simidian, and I just want to acknowledge Rich Cato, who's here. He didn't speak, which is fine, but he's retired San Jose Police Department officer, and I think you're retired. You're everywhere. Did you unretire? Or? But anyway, has brought this to my attention and stayed with it over the last year and a half to make sure that there'd be an opportunity for us to take a look at the sustainability of the organization. So again, there's no fiscal impact on this. It's a referral, but it is asking staff to return in 30 days with a report on options. So I would like to move the item if I may.
Madam Clerk. We have a motion on our screens from Supervisor Cortese with a second from Supervisor Chavez. We'll ask all five members of our board to please vote on their screens.
I have a question and a comment.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I am going to support the referral, but as part of the staff's report back to FGOC, I'm interested in learning a couple more things.
Supervisor, could you pull your microphone a little closer? Forgive me for the interruption.
Sure. Shall I start again?
No, you're good. Thanks.
A couple of things that I'm interested in. Overall, how much do we currently spend on emergency preparedness, response, and recovery? What do we spend that money on in broad categories? And what performance metrics are we using to measure our success at preparedness, response, and recovery? This organization coming forward to me just is a good opportunity to look at the overall picture and make sure that we are spending money and directing resources in the ways that are certainly most effective and impactful for disaster preparedness and relief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can that be part of the motion?
Yes, I'm agreeable with that. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, anything else? If not, all 5 votes have been cast, and we'll ask the clerk to please display the results overhead so we can announce that the measure passes 5-0. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to members of the public who came to speak today. To be continued. All right, thanks. That takes us to our next item on the agenda, which is item 15, and again, this is a Supervisor Cortese referral, so we'll turn to you, Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you very much, President Smitty. I want to, again, by way of background, reference back to something that may not be in your packets. I'm not sure. My staff provided for me, but it was a June 5th, 2012 budget inventory item having to do with repair of Crothers Road. There's a piece of Crothers Road, which is in the East Foothills adjacent to Elm Rock Park, county unincorporated, which was a victim, if you will, of a slide years ago in the early 2000s. And back in 2012, we allocated by budget inventory item $10,000 to begin a project study and scope of work, and then also some direction to seek assistance and funding from federal, state, regional, and local sources to try to deal with that. I don't know what happened with that, but I've never seen a study or report back to the Board of Supervisors. That happens sometimes. I want to acknowledge that in the years I've been here, I can say that well over 90%, maybe over 95% of the referrals I've been involved with have come back on a timely basis. So I'm not clear what did or did not happen there, but this referral is coming back asking for a report to the board within 30 days with options for safety improvements, particularly relating to pedestrian use, which exists now on Crothers Road between the top of Elm Rock Avenue, where Crothers begins on its west end at Miradero, up for maybe a couple hundred yards. The pavement exists, but it's so uneven and rough because of the underlying erosion that occurred when there was a downhill slide to the north side of it. That it's very perilous. I think it's a matter of liability for the county. That's not even a doubt in my mind. Supervisor Chavez and I were out there recently because Parks Department has, in fact, been working with other agencies like the City of San Jose, because further down Elm Rock, there's City of San Jose jurisdiction that we sort of share with them. But that was unrelated to this piece of Crothers that connects up to future proposed trail improvements that Parks is working on. This has just continued to be a blind spot. So let me just emphasize that there were some photos, again, they may be part of your packet as well, they're part of mine, that aren't extremely clear, but they'll show the uneven surface in that short stretch. For at least 15 years now, bicyclists and pedestrians have been using this in high volume on a daily basis during all daylight hours. In fact, there's actually bollards put in place, the type that allow no cars but allow pedestrians and bicycles to come through as if by design. In one of my most recent visits out there, and we didn't include that photo, but I have it, and I'll send it to Administration and County Council. There was a gentleman in a wheelchair trying to traverse this area, which is at a slight grade to complicate things even more. So I think it's important that this get taken seriously, that we come up with at least a short-term remedial plan that will allow people to continue to safely traverse back and forth, in an ADA compliant way, on foot and on bicycles. That's what I'm looking for to come back in 30 days. I just wanted to be as clear as I could about that. And if I can, I don't think we have speakers on this item, but if I can.
Madam Clerk, if we can put the voting panel up on our screen. Excuse the interruption, Supervisor.
And again, assuming no speakers, I'll go ahead and make the motion. Thank you.
Motion by Cortese. There are no speakers, confirming that with the clerk. Second is by Supervisor Chavez. Let me just check to make sure there are no comments or questions. There do not appear to be any. So we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. Got 1 supervisor. Now I've got all 5 supervisors who have cast their votes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That takes us then to item 16, and that one is a referral from Supervisor Wasserman, I believe.
Thank you, President Simitian. It's my pleasure to bring this referral forward and to request that $2,000 be allowed to come out of my district office expenditure to go to support the Wreaths Across America programs in Los Gatos and Gilroy. I've participated in the one in Gilroy since it started about 6 years ago. Los Gatos started it up a couple of years ago. This is a nationwide program that takes place in 1,600 locations in all 50 states, honoring those who have served and passed. And it's my pleasure to bring this forward, and I'll be happy to make the motion.
Thank you. We'll ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on the screen. I'll confirm with the clerk that there are no speakers on this item. There do not appear to be others who wish to speak on our board. So we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. That having been done, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results so we can announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much, colleagues. That takes us to item number 17, which is the County Executive's report.
Yes, members of the board, I just wanted to give update on PG&E's PSPS plans for tomorrow. Again, they're proposing closure or shutdowns, outages, mostly in the area of Los Gatos. They've decreased the size of the outage proposal from what was originally going to affect about 3,000 customers down to about 700. There was going to be some more outages in the South County. Those have been basically eliminated. The plan, as we understand it at this point, is to start at 10 o'clock p.m. tomorrow and go through the night. But things have been changing on a regular basis. We will keep the board informed, and we're prepared in OEM if there's a necessity to activate, although at this point we don't anticipate that. With that, I'll just take questions.
Questions, if any? Seeing none, we can deem the report delivered and accepted. And we'll move on without objection, Madam Clerk, so ordered. And we'll move on to item 18, which is the County Council's report.
There were no reportable actions taken at the November 18, 2019 closed session meeting, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I see no comments or questions. That will take us to item number 19. Board members, we are now at our regular agenda with items for discussion. And let me just ask who's going to present on this. Dr. Smith, I should mention that we have something like 8 cards from members of the public who would like to speak.
We have Bob Minicaci and a group from SSA. Bob, you can introduce everybody.
Thank you. And colleagues, I do think it would be helpful if we had a staff presentation first so that we know where staff thinks we are, then give the public who's here an opportunity to comment. If there are quick clarifying questions, excuse me, I think we probably can and should accommodate those, but why don't we go first to staff and then hear from the public before we wade into significant discussion on this item. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. We'll start with introductions. So I'm Bob Minicucci, the Director of the Social Services Agency.
Dan Little, Assistant Director with DFCS.
Mike Sims, Deputy Chief, Probation.
Sherry Terrell, Director of Children, Youth, and Family System of Care with Behavioral Health.
Thank you very much. Please begin.
So good afternoon. I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to update you on the county's plans to phase out the Department of Children and Family Services Receiving Assessment and Intake Center and our plans for the creation of a better system of care for children. Over the past couple of years, there's been significant shifts in law and policy regarding the improvement of care to youth and children receiving services as part of the child welfare and juvenile justice systems. We're very excited about the opportunities that these changes will provide us to improve the care of youth and children, but as with any change, there are challenges. One of the significant challenges we face is the reduction of congregate care options for our youth. This reduction has impacted our receiving center in instances where we have been unable to secure placements for a small number of high-needs youth. And the receiving center has therefore had to serve as a placement option for these youth. The receiving center was not designed to serve this purpose, and we agree with the board's perspective that this is not a viable option of care for these youth. To that end, we've been engaging with our community-based providers since the summer to create a much more robust system of individualized care for our youth. And I'd like to hand it over to Daniel and the rest of the team here with us to describe in more detail our plans and timeframes.
Hi, good afternoon. Dan Little with DFCS. So I'm going to go through and give a summary of the legislative file that was presented, and then turn it over to my my partners up here to answer any questions. So the plans before you are based upon shared values and a common goal for all youth entering the foster care juvenile justice system to feel safe, loved, and connected through relationships that acknowledge the human need for belonging. Department of Family and Children Services, Behavioral Health, and Probation recognize the need for the county system to ensure that practices, procedures, policy, staffing, and supports are trauma-informed, and that systems must change from ones that induce trauma to ones that sustain healing and wellness. So the following items are actions to transition to a better service model and to phase out the receiving center. Senior leaders from DFCS, Behavioral Health, and Probation have been working in close partnership to develop a comprehensive plan to address the multitude of challenges at the receiving center and to pursue multiple opportunities to improve the county's system of care for youth in the dependency system. This collaboration is essential to ensure our entire county system meets the needs of all youth. Since September 30th, our system has decreased the number of youth who have entered the receiving center as a placement. While this may appear to be merely a shifting of youth from the receiving center to KECI, we are seeing a decrease in youth spending over 24 hours in a county-run congregate care setting and an increase of youth going immediately to a family level of care. We have completed initial stakeholder discussions to include DFCS rake staff, probation staff, and behavioral health staff. Staff are also invited to attend a work group aimed at reworking the DFCS practice and policy around placement and family finding activities. I have also reached out to the Child Abuse Prevention Council for feedback regarding concerns and also lessons learned based on prior efforts surrounding the county shelter. We will ensure to include law enforcement and communication efforts moving forward. Significant steps have been made on how to best move forward in closing the receiving center and identifying alternative placement options for children. These include locating additional foster homes, working with community partners to identify placement options for higher needs children. DFCS has reached out to current county foster homes who have expressed an interest in serving as an emergency foster care placement. We anticipate that 10 emergency placement homes will be identified by mid-December. Efforts to identify possible emergency foster homes will not stop, but will continue in order to maintain a baseline number of homes. There's also been significant engagement with our foster family agencies, all of which have expressed a willingness to provide additional services to children to include possible full continuums of care. We want children to be cared for regardless of their current needs, and a continuum built within our provider network will help ensure this occurs. This continuum will include multiple levels of care from emergency foster homes up to professional parents. Providers have expressed an interest in meeting this challenge, and the county looks forward to further exploration, both for short-term as well as long-term solutions. We are also strengthening and improving the intake and assessment process. We need to ensure that family finding and placement location efforts begin before a child is actually removed from a home or their current placement setting. We also need to ensure that that the topic of permanency for children is central to all aspects of our planning. We're also going to dedicate more resources to the formal family finding activities, while the overall philosophy of family engagement is woven into practice and policy. All children in care should have a developed, supportive network to include family and friends. And I'll add a little bit on family finding, because I know that we have a tendency to include language and definitions without giving the context behind it. So when I'm talking family finding, it's really twofold. One, it's the formal model of family finding, which has kind of an evidence-based approach. There's specific processes that are done to engage family and develop plans. That's something that we're working with our community and some of the national leaders in that to help do some additional training and resource building for us on that. The second component of family finding is kind of the general best practice for social work, which is at every opportunity we're asking children and families, who's important to you? You know, who would you want invited to this team meeting? So it's both of those components. It's both the formal family finding model as well as that kind of informal best practice of how we engage families. We are also ensuring children at the receiving center are safe, which has been a joint effort between DFCS, behavioral health, and probation to improve services, safety, and security at the receiving center. These actions include increasing the number of staff at the facility, including behavioral health and probation staff, as well as on-site management, including introducing the services of an occupational therapist and a recreational coordinator. There's also now daily huddles to provide staff with information on specific needs of any of the youth and strategies to support the children. We also ensure that every youth currently residing at the receiving center have a daily care coordination call, which includes a social worker, placement staff, receiving center staff, behavioral health, probation, and any applicable service provider. And then looking forward towards medium and long-term planning goals, which include extensive stakeholder outreach, identifying additional intake and assessment location sites and collaboration options with our community-based organizations, and developing a more robust continuum of care that will meet the needs of all children within the county's care, including appropriate services for subgroups of children such as our regional center for developmental disability, our commercially sexually exploited children, children with exceptional educational needs, and children with both mental and substance abuse needs. And then also looking at every decision point for doing analysis on the children's removal, family finding, and placement. So with that, I'll turn it over for any additional comments from my partners at the table or open it up for any questions from the board. Thank you.
Colleagues, shall we go to members of the public, or I think was that the end of the presentation from the initial presentation from the whole group?
Yes, we are ready to entertain questions.
Thank you. So before I go to members of the public, I wanted to see if there were any quick clarifying questions. If not, then I'll go straight to members of the public. Thank you. We have cards from, I believe it's Debbie Pell, Marlene Sturm, Stephen Dick, Andrew Kane, Craig Wolf, Lourdes Gomez, Lori Nepoth, Linda Heil, and Andre Patron or Detron. I can't quite make out whether that's a P or a D, but we'll find out. So come on up and welcome, and thank you for your patience through a long day.
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Pell, Chief Program Officer for Bill Wilson Center. Bill Wilson Center operates the only safety net shelter in Santa Clara County to serve our most vulnerable youth. Currently funded by HEAP, we can be a resource to the RAKE for those youth ages 11 to 17 who come into protective custody but haven't yet gone to court, while DFCS conducts their investigation or locates relative placements. For over 40 years, we have successfully worked with youth who are suffering trauma, have co-occurring disorders, school problems, law infractions, IEPs, and CSEC. The Safety Net Shelter offers counseling, individual and family, life skills groups, school supports, crisis stabilization, and reunification when safety concerns have been resolved. Bill Wilson Center Safety Net Shelter offers to be a part of the county's plan in a collaborative effort with other community partners to provide short-term emergency placements as an array of safety and supportive services to our most vulnerable youth. And as reflected in the CalWORKs recipients, we know that partnering with each other and working together and having the amazing supports offered by all of our county partners lead to the best success of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Marlena Sturm. I serve as the Medical Director of the Center for Child Protection at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. First, I would like to thank you from the most profound way for supporting the establishment of a Child Advocacy Center in Santa Clara County. It will completely change the way we do our work at the Center for Child Protection, and I couldn't say enough thank yous in 2 minutes. I would like to speak about the critical importance of timely medical evaluations for children and youth entering foster care. The Spark Clinic provides medical clearance exams for children and youth who are entering foster care. In the last 2 years, we have established a thoughtful process to ensure our patients receive the specialized medical services they need as soon as possible. If our patients show signs of physical abuse, our nurse practitioners carefully document the skin findings and call the DFCS CAN Center. Additionally, they confer with me to determine whether the child requires a forensic child physical abuse evaluation. Similarly, if the patient discloses sexual abuse or CSEC, we schedule a prompt pediatric SART examination, sometimes the same day. I am concerned that as the county transitions away from the shelter model, children and youth entering foster care will no longer receive timely medical evaluations by providers who are trained to address their difficult circumstances. Here's one story. Several months ago, DFCS asked me to evaluate a 3-year-old whose father had inflicted a severe beating. The child's grandmother picked her up from her father's home and noted that the little girl was limping. She took the child to a hospital in Alameda County. The emergency room physician who saw her obtained a limited series of x-rays, which missed multiple rib and other fractures. Additionally, he did not order liver function tests, a critical element of a child physical abuse evaluation. When I saw the child several days later, her liver function tests were still significantly elevated. Because abusive abdominal trauma can be life-threatening. May I continue?
Just very briefly with a closing
Okay.
sentence, please.
I ordered an urgent CT which showed free fluid in her abdomen consistent with blunt force trauma.
I'm going to have to say,
As you are considering transitioning the model for children entering foster care in Santa Clara County, I urge you to please ensure that each child receives complete medical and behavioral health evaluations prior to placement.
Thank
Thank you.
next speaker, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Dick, and I serve as Santa Clara County's Child Abuse Prevention Council Chair. I want to thank, in particular, Dan Little, who's taken the time to meet with us, and to some of the members of the Board of Supervisors we've met with you or your staff. There are 2 separate issues. Currently, Santa Clara County has 2 receiving centers. One is Enborg, and the other is Kecky. Enborg has been referred to as the receiving center. A few months ago, or a little more than a few months ago now, it shifted and became a long-term care facility for a small number of children, below 10. And what happened was that created some problems. And children then stopped going to Enborg and started going to Kecky as the receiving center. So now we have 2 receiving centers. The issue right now is when we're talking about transferring children, there's 2 things going on. One is, what do we do with the small number of children long-term in Enborg? And that's where a lot of the programming that you've heard so far is absolutely appropriate. The second question is, what do we do with the 98% of the children that come into the receiving center for assessment, for intake, and before placement? That's over 1,000 children. And there is no plan to place them anywhere right now. That's not what we're talking about. When we talk about closing what they say the receiving center, that's closing Enborg and Kecky, which means those 1,000 kids have no place to go until they get their placement. The letter that I provided to you is from the Executive Committee of the Child Abuse Prevention Council. It outlines 7 areas that we are concerned about. You will notice that that letter primarily deals with the issue of those what I'm calling the 98% children. Those are the issues that we need to find placement and housing for those children, and to make sure that they get their forensic interviews, their mental health interviews, and their medical assessment. I want to thank you all for taking your time to do this. This really is an exciting opportunity for all of us, and thank you very much, and thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Andrew King with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. Our office represents approximately 90% of the dependents under the jurisdiction of the Santa Clara County Superior Court. I was encouraged to read the report from Dr. Smith's office specifically because it recognizes that there really is no one magic solution to how we provide the residential component of care for kids needing short-term emergency placement. It's going to take expansion and fortification of many pieces of the continuum, building up the foster parent community, supporting our CBOs who are residential care providers, looking at the question of whether the county should still be in the business of running a centralized intake and assessment center. And it's that last piece which I particularly urge the county to continue to keep an open mind about. There are reasonable minds, I think, on both sides of the question of whether there should be a county centralized intake and assessment facility or multiple facilities. And I think as we continue on in this process of working towards our medium and long range solutions, everybody's voice should be heard in that process, and we should fully vet it to see where we land on that subject. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And let me ask our next speaker to come forward.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Good afternoon, Dr. Smith and County Council. My name is Craig Wolf. I'm the Chief Clinical Officer at Uplift Family Services. We provide a continuum of care for intensive-based services throughout Santa Clara County. Our intensive wrap and placement support services programs have provided extensive services to youth referred at the rake, working in partnership with county staff. We support the County Executive Rake Report as a preliminary framework to develop and implement alternative services to support the closure of the rake. Over the past several weeks, we've participated in 2 planning meetings with county leadership to identify placement resources, service strategies to meet both the near and long-term needs for children and youth being served. We provided a comprehensive list of available placement resources and service options to support this effort. We have highlighted 4 approaches that will support the success of the rake transition. One is an increase in intensive community-based placement capacity. That has to do with our professional parent homes and our intensive service foster care homes with TFC services. The second is the increase in behavioral services, intensive behavioral services with 24/7 support for all of these children. Recently at the rake, we had 4 kids that we provided over 300 hours of services in for 1 week to keep them stable, to give you an example of what the level of need is at this time. We also believe, as Daniel's already mentioned, that we need to increase family finding services, that we need to reconnect kids back to their families and people who love them, and that each and every kid should have a permanency plan. And finally, as Daniel also suggested, we believe that emergency foster homes that include funding open bed capacity, so we increase the number of assessment sites we have for children, would be also beneficial to be able to get away from congregate care. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Let me ask our next speaker to come on up. Welcome. I believe it's Ms. Gomez. Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Lourdes Gomez. I'm a social worker for DFCS, and I also worked at the children's shelter 20 years ago for 9 years. Placing a moratorium on the rake and outsourcing services will not address the problems that the rake is facing, nor will it make the problems go away. We do have concerns about the contingency plan that has been put in place as it was done rather quickly, and I'm wondering how mindful are we being in this process in trying to phase out the rake. I am hopeful that you will take a look at what we currently have now in terms of infrastructure for the rake and see how we can add, delete, and rebuild what we have, and also reinforce the rake with adequate staffing levels, adequate training across the board for our providers, for our workers, anyone that comes in contact with the children that we serve. Having the same training everywhere they go, everywhere where they're served, it's a must. In the 9 years that I worked at the children's shelter, I was able to observe that kids with trauma do well in settings that are structured and there's consistency in it. We're asking for a stronger leadership to manage the rake and have a full understanding of what the needs are of these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask our next speaker to step right up, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Neepath. I appreciate the comments that have come forward in trying to clarify that we have two issues, the rake and Keki Center. I don't want to rehash all of that. I do want to point out that having CBOs cover that could also be an institution just taking over, and that many of the things that they talk about were identified 10 years ago. Increasing family findings, San Andreas Regional Center stepping up, specialized families. We had 10 back then. We lost them. They didn't keep it up. What happened? We had multiple managers over and over. We've had 3 different directors of DFCS, and I think we're going to get a 4th soon. We've had 4 program managers in this time. We don't have 2 current permanent program managers. We've had multiple ones rolling in and out and in and out. So I think we need consistency, leadership, and to follow through. We can do it. We just need it from the top. There's been too much consistent turnover with that. They need to come and be invested in doing this job and staying here with us and making sure that we continue to have specialized families, continue to pressure San Andreas and other CBOs to follow through. So also speaking with staff, the huddles are not consistent. So I appreciate you pressuring them, but that needs to maintain. They need to continue to include us in all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Hill. I'm a District 4 resident and a recent former social worker at DFCS. While at emergency response, Black social workers and supervisors were being harassed and driven out by the Central Bureau manager. I had to go on medical leave due to harassment, and I subsequently left DFCS. Emergency response managers approved for PC warrants to be sought to remove children. My former manager doesn't do things based on policies and procedures, but based on who she's dealing with. DFCS continues to give room for managers like this to unfairly destroy the life of minority families even before they walk through the door. A manager who destroys her own employees is not going to work hard to make sure that children go back to their families. Minority families should not fear us, but they should see us as a source of support, and we should treat them with the respect they deserve. Disproportionality is a big issue in child welfare, and it starts from ER before children are removed. Children of color are not getting the services they need. As we talk about the rake, changes being made should be culturally sensitive and reflect the diversity of the children being brought in. Staffing at the rake should reflect the diversity of the children. Diverse community members should be part of developing a plan forward for children in our care. There needs to be more investment in minority foster homes. A moratorium on the rake without a long-term plan is going to further hurt minority kids. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Andre Patron. I'm a social work supervisor with the Department of Family and Children's Services. It is important that the county have a plan in place if a moratorium is placed on the rake.
There will always be emergency situations that require a child to be placed into protective custody and removed from their caregivers due to abuse and neglect. This can happen any time of the day or night. Santa Clara County Social Service Agency has a mission to keep children safe. As one of 2 overnight supervisors that oversees the Child Abuse Hotline and emergency response, it is critical that social workers can confidently bring a child to the receiving center that is safer than the place in which they were removed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and start, and then I'm gonna go to Supervisor Cortese. And I just want to start by making a couple of observations. I do believe that everybody here who's spoken and everybody who's acting in whatever role they're in are really trying to think about what's in the best welfare of the children that we're responsible for. Having said that, we have acted with a lack of sense of urgency, and I have felt that since I got here. And I'm actually not placing that on any single person. I think it's systemic, and I think it's problematic. And I've been in meetings with any number of you where we've had this exact conversation. This is how we're going to build out the continuum. This is what we're going to do with the rake. Here's where we're going to put it. There just has been no end to the discussions. Now, I'm not saying that we've done it with all the right people at the table at the right time, and I think we've not addressed this in a way that reflects the county's priorities or has placed value on it. And I just want to give one example. I mean, I could give a million, but let me just say this. When we put together the Foster Youth Task Force, the reason that we did that initially was that there were so many holes in the system, and I was getting so many complaints. And I don't want to point out who they were coming from, but it was from the entire system. Moving through that process, getting support from the department, getting information that was requested, getting timely information, getting relevant information, getting anything more than discussions was very, very difficult. And the reason that, and I'll just speak for myself on this, but the reason that I was interested in putting a moratorium on the rake is there was no mechanism for creating a sense of urgency for dealing with our children. And I honestly believe that if we had put this much energy into other areas that we have in the county, and I'm not just talking about in the last 5 years, I'm talking about years and years and years. So I'm encouraged by the plan. But honestly, I haven't heard one new idea. So my feeling, my reflection on that is that this is really about us as a community prioritizing the highest need children. So that being said, I want to add a point to that, which is another area of concern that I have, which is not only the children that we have coming into our custodial care. And by the way, I get the difference, and I don't think they're so distinct, Steve, because I think it's all part of one continuum that we have to think about in a much more robust way than we have. So I'm concerned about children who end up also in juvenile hall that we can't place because we don't have enough services for them either. So I think this is a much bigger, more systemic problem. And I don't want to, anyway. So what I would really like to see us figure out, and I don't know the right way to get the answer to this question, but I feel like there's still so much ambiguity about what we mean by building out the system. And we have some best practices that we already know about. And so my question is and I don't know who the right person to ask this is that how do we keep enough pressure on ourselves to get this resolved in the next month? Because I hear people saying having mindful, thoughtful conversations, that is all we've had. And now it's time for us to take action and to really do what we know we've needed to do for years. So from a timing perspective, how does the work that you're doing now, recognizing that it needs to be inclusive of the current foster families, the families that we want to recruit, the staff people I know you've been working with, but and keeping them in the loop, and our nonprofit partners, what's the mechanism for doing that and getting this resolved quickly?
Well, I appreciate the feedback, and it's not a happy day to hear that folks are not pleased and happy with what we're doing and achieving. I think we've felt some of that ourselves, and as we mentioned earlier, we recognized that we were at that critical point sometime in the early summer. And that's where we did reach out to our community providers to say, we need to do things differently. We realize what we have in place isn't working. That's what I think we've tried to articulate in the plan, the different components that are necessary for each provider to have each piece of business, each form of treatment, care available to a child. What is it going to take, and what are the gaps? And we started that conversation back in the summer. What providers came back to us and said was, at a minimum, to at least get up to the point where we start to take over some of this function for you, we need 4 to 6 months. And that's what we've tried to put forth in our plan. So what I would say is the urgency is there, and to date, the meetings have been happening, and the plans are in place to achieve this within that time frame we put forward within the next month or so.
So the follow-up I would have to that is that when we, with the Foster Youth Task Force recommendations, we have a number of recommendations, and some of that had to do with little things like how, not little for the families, but what are the mechanisms we're using to appropriately engage our current foster families so we can keep them, especially those homes that we really want to keep, and how are we interacting with those foster families. There was a whole set of recommendations about how we work with the foster families that's not reflected in the comments. Now, by the way, I recognize this was a quickly done report, but what I would really like to see us do is take the series of recommendations that we have in there, prioritize them, and where we have problems with, it's not a best practice and you guys don't think we should do it, say it. If we don't have money for it, and the reason we're not prioritizing is we don't have money for it, say it. If the reason we're not taking particular actions relative to whatever and I'm using foster families as a particular because that's an area I've gotten a lot of feedback, that we're just being frank about where we're stuck in the system. Because right now, all eyes are on you, and I don't mean this in a bad way, because I also think this is the one opportunity we have to resource some of this, because I suspect that part of the reason some of this didn't come forward is you were trying to be respectful of the overall county budget, which I appreciate. I know Dr. Smith appreciates it. Well, this is, Dr. Smith, what I'm reflecting on is conversations that I've had with staff over the last few years as part of the foster care task force work. I'm not reflecting simply on the issue that we have before us today.
Yeah, money is not an object. I don't know who's told you that money's been an object, but that's not an issue.
Colleagues, could we take a 5-minute recess, please? Thank you. 5-minute recess, colleagues. We will reconvene at 1:30 sharp. Thank you.
I know, I'm
All right, folks, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to complete that brief recess. We'll ask folks to take their place yet again. And Supervisor Chavez, did you want to ask another question or offer another comment, or shall I go to Supervisor Cortese?
Just very briefly, I wanted to, and I'm going to stop that line of questioning because I think we're going to be able to see the proof in the pudding as we proceed. One last thing I wanted to just make sure that I just reiterate is that I think the outcome of these sets of discussions are really about not just the rake and Kiki Center, but really about the whole system of how we're addressing children. And so while the rake was I think the opportunity to point at something that we could be doing much better, I understand, and I think my colleagues all understand, that the best way to address this is going to be systemically. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Cortese, your light was on. Thank you. I want to return to you.
Saving energy during the break.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. So clearly, we've had a lot of opportunity since the last board meeting to ask questions of various members of staff, including some of you from the administration, county council, and so forth. And I won't get into the legal give and take with county council, but I would like to, and apologize to my colleagues if you've heard some of this in your own preparation for today's meeting, but I just want to get clear on the record a couple things. One of them is, one of the speakers was talking about, one or two of them were talking about, we really have two issues here, and then went on to talk about the rake versus a Kiki Center. I think we have two issues here. One is whether or not we need a receiving and intake center. My response is yes. Whether or not that should be decentralized and it should be essentially multiple receiving centers that can keep youth segregated and from encroaching upon each other. My answer to that is yes. But let me call that one issue. That's, should we be receiving and doing 24-hour placement in a way that creates safe space for the youth themselves? Absolutely. And I've been all for that since 2009 when we closed the children's shelter. The other real issue is whether any receiving center in this county should be holding children beyond 24 hours. And nobody's talking about that. It's called a receiving and intake center, not a children's shelter or receiving and intake children's shelter. It's supposed to be, and it's clearly documented in your staff report, I'm not saying anything that social services doesn't know, a 24-hour intake and placement center. Am I missing anything there? Is there any scenario where you interpret the board's past direction dating back to 2009 that would allow children to be sheltered for more than 24 hours in the rake particularly?
No, and it's never been our goal or aim to do that. And as we've expressed in the past, we've had placement challenges where that timeframe has been exceeded. But again, what we put forth in today's plan is to achieve that goal once and for all.
Right. So, and I want to go over those options real quickly in just a moment. So the referral that I signed on to and helped bring forward last board meeting, calling for a moratorium, is intended to be a moratorium on using the rake as a shelter. And so I want to make that clear because people have come up and spoken on, gee, you can't eliminate the rake overnight. Nobody here, and I certainly defer to Supervisor Chavez in case she and I weren't on the same page when we co-drafted that referral. but we weren't asking for the rake or for the process of receiving an intake to go away, or we weren't even calling for the facility for receiving an intake to go away. What we were calling for a moratorium on was the use of the rake as a shelter. Now, my understanding is that there have been children in recent times who have been held in the rake for more than days, more than weeks, and in fact, in some cases, months. Does anybody dispute that?
No.
Thank you. So I appreciate on our packet, page 78, which I think is page 19 on the top of the report, but for the folks who are referring to their own agendas, this is the part of the report which says, Section 4, plan to close the rake and create better alternatives as quickly as possible. And the first item says DFC is working to significantly expand the number of specialized foster homes that can provide intensive services and support for continued stabilization. I'm all for that. I think we could agree that's nothing new. Would you agree with that, Mr. Menakachi? I mean,
yes.
From 2009 to present, that item has been a goal, an ongoing effort. True?
Yep.
Thank you. And then item 2, in addition to the foster families with DFCS, which DFCS currently supports directly, there are a number of additional foster homes that are overseen and supported by foster family agencies. And it goes on to say that can be an option. That will be pursued. It's my understanding from committee work that I've been involved with here on our so-called CSFC committee that for at least 1.5 years, there's been ongoing effort to pursue that track. I don't know if it's been steady effort, but is that a pretty fair timeline?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I'm good with a rededication of those 2 efforts as one individual board member. And I do think those are appropriate partial responses to the referral. Item that says third, DFCS Behavioral Services Department and Probation are exploring the possibility of securing several residential properties that could be used to provide a home-like setting where specific children could be cared for individually by county or community-based organization staff on a short-term basis if DFCS was unable to identify a placement within the first 24 hours after a child was removed from his or her home or prior placement. Various iterations of this type of model are in use or being developed in surrounding counties. This, I think, most clearly and concisely responds to the intent behind the referral. Let's put a moratorium on the use of the rake as a shelter. This one, called third, would create several residential properties, et cetera, like I just read. Options for holdovers on an individual basis that don't involve the rake per se and don't involve commingling youth. By the way this is written, those are expressly stated. But it says exploring the possibility. And this is where I'm troubled. When I combine that with the caption on this overall section, which says plan to close the rake and create better alternatives as quickly as possible, and then timeline October 2019 to January 2020. So I'd ask you to put yourself in my shoes for a moment. 2 weeks ago, I joined with a supervisor colleague asking for a moratorium on using the rake as a shelter. And we get back something that's pretty responsive, especially this third item, but without any urgency. exploring the possibility are not words of urgency to me. And a 6 to 7 week timeline, and I guess if you count the fact that there's another 4 weeks in January, maybe longer, doesn't strike me as being moratorium-like urgency. So what is your response to that?
Sure. Apologies for the language if that's confusing. What I think we were trying to do is to say we were exploring a couple options. One option is in play, that's what I mentioned earlier, working with our community providers to build up capacity now. Some of that is online, some of that is coming online very soon, and we hope in the ensuing weeks that capacity will continue to come online and be available to us. So that's an immediate solution where we can do the diversion that we're talking about. The part that we're saying we will also explore, and I think this is something that's kind of open to a conversation amongst all of us, is this a piece of business that the county also wants to be into? And I think that's where we're being a little ambiguous here in terms of things that we would continue to explore. If the community providers can provide this resource to us and do that in a timely manner, does that take care of all needs? Or does there need to be an ensuing conversation around, does the county always need to be in the line of business of being a placement of last resort when curveballs come at us, when special situations come at us? And we know in the work that we do that does happen from time to time.
But giving you some running room for that explanation, wouldn't it be more accurate than to say DFCS, BHSD, and probation will secure several residential properties that could be used to provide a home-like setting where specific children could be cared for individually by the county or community-based organizations? Sure. Because you're not being, what I heard you say is I don't want to be forced to do it yet in-house county. I want to finish exploring community-based agencies. But what I want to know is, are you committed to doing one or the other? I want to know if this board is committed to one or the other, because I'm, of course, speaking to you on Q&A here as one supervisor, but is your recommendation to the board that one or the other of those has to happen? And if not, what's the other option?
Right. So the community-based providers are doing that. That is in flight. So that is underway and happening. What we're saying is there's secondarily an option where the county could also participate in that line of business.
Okay, so the community-based agencies are already doing it. No offense, but I always call that the already doing it response. If they're already doing it, does that mean tomorrow there will be no more holdovers beyond 24 hours in the rake?
I would say no. I would say that's the challenge is where we've talked about where we have specific needs. In the instance we've talked about recently is with SARC-related clients. It's hard right now to make that assurance that our current providers can provide that service, and that's what we're trying to link with our regional center to see if we can have a partnership in these settings to do that.
When will you know?
Hopefully very soon. We had a technical assistance call meeting with the state last Friday on this, and we have some deliverables, they have some deliverables. Hopefully this week we'll have some clarification around what they can help leverage on our behalf.
Why are you not providing an option then if you don't know that community-based agencies can take custody, so to speak, placement is a better word, within 24 hours, then why isn't there an option for interim use of county facilities? Or is there, and I'm missing it here?
Currently the rake is that function, and going forward without that we wouldn't have the ability to do it. What we're trying to resolve now is through leveraging with the state the ability to figure out if there is a solution for these specialized cases.
So if I don't want that option to be the rake, in other words, I don't want a congregate option for interim county in-house placement of difficult to place child welfare cases, don't we need to tell you, please immediately establish an interim county in-house placement until you get the CBOs on board that you need? Or am I missing something? If not, what's the option?
So I would say the challenge has been, again, when we're talking specifically about regional center, is there's an ongoing conversation over what the right solution is. It's been a long-standing issue of area of responsibility and will that entity step up and provide that service. If we establish that on our own, we are going to have to go out and procure the services that they already can't provide to us. And I think that would be the challenge and the conversation we need to have.
But aren't we doing that now at the rake in a congregate manner without board direction to do it in that way?
Yeah, we are, but not at the level that we would like to see in terms of these individuals are not receiving the level of care that they should and have a right to through the regional centers.
That said, we don't need to seek permission of the regional center to do a non-congregate in-house placement of child welfare cases on an interim basis, do we?
I would defer to our counsel on if there's any issues, but offhand, I would say no.
No. So let me ask this, going back to the long-term placement experience, the lived experience that some youth have had at the rake for more than days, more than weeks, and in fact months. Is that something that you would recommend for my children should something happen to me?
Absolutely not, no. I think we know we have a commitment to providing the best level of care. The shift of our system of being able to immediately assess the exact needs of someone and delivering those services is what we're after. Does that happen in all instances, as we just spoke to? No, it doesn't, and we need to fix that and improve that.
But it sounds like the lack of placement options, therefore the long-term congregate placement of difficult youth to place has been ongoing since 2009.
I think it's been ongoing. What I would say is the solution we have proposed to you is to deal with 99% of the situations, even the hard-to-serve youth that are behaviors that we have the skill sets through the partnerships that you see here to manage. The outlier of that is the regional center services, which are highly specialized and something that I think will have some continued difficulty securing. That is a very small number of what we encounter, but it is a piece of our most trying and difficult part of our business.
I don't envy you the task, and I have been to the rake.
I just want to be clear on that's really the last piece that we are struggling with. The rest of it, I think we can make assurance that we can address the needs.
Again, asking you to see it from my point of view, though.
Oh, yeah, no.
If one of those 1%ers contacts me and says, is my child safe? Is this an appropriate place? Is this an appropriate current placement at the rake for my child? Would you feel safe if your child was there? If I were asked that question, from this conversation and from what I think I know based on other conversations, I would have to say no. So how do I approve a direction that allows that to continue today?
I would make the distinction of the actions that we've taken recently with our partners. The setting is a safe setting. Is it a setting where they're getting the appropriate services? Like I said, we do not specialize and have the specialty to be able to provide the right services for these individuals. But the steps we've taken recently is to address the safety issue. So I would say they are safe. Would I say they're getting the best services? I don't think we're there yet.
Would they be safer in individualized placement in-house in the county if that were what the board directed at this time?
Yeah, I would say that that's definitely a possibility.
And if the board I don't want to ask you a hypothetical, but we're on the brink of making some kind of a decision here, so it's all hypothetical at this moment, I suppose. If the board were to direct a moratorium, I'll just parenthetically say once again, on 24-hour placement at the rake, and to further direct that the administration immediately develop in-house placement individualized at other county facilities, would you follow that direction?
We would absolutely follow direction from the board.
And how long would that take, going back to this October 2019, October's gone, this January 2020 deadline, if you will, that's in the caption in the report? In other words, I'm not comfortable waiting to mid-January to create the safer option, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
So how fast could you create the safer option? I understand there's been some effort. I'm listening to you closely. I want to acknowledge that to do some things like that. And I also understand that we may be talking about a half dozen youth at any given time maximum. So I'm really asking how quickly, if directed, if taken as a mandate, would you be able to place 6 youth outside the rake but still in-house at the county in individualized settings?
I think the challenge with that is, first and foremost, is the actual facilities to do that. And I don't know off the top of my head whether the county actually has the ability to do that and offer that up. The second option I would say is that we would reach out to any of our providers to see what facilities they might have available that are unoccupied. That does happen from time to time, that we would staff. And if that was the case, we could probably do that very quickly as a second option of using external private space.
Okay. Thank you very much for those clear responses. President Simidian, at the appropriate time, I would, whether it's my motion or someone else's, I would like to ask that we direct staff to move forward on individualized in-house placement between now and the next board meeting, and then have a report come back to us at that board meeting as to how successful that has been. It stretches the concept of a moratorium out until the next board meeting. And I wouldn't intend with such a recommendation to be offering or suggesting that that much time should be taken. But knowing that we won't have a chance to convene again to hear how it went until then, that would be my recommendation. And whether or not you support that, I just wanted the opportunity at some point to try to get that into a motion. Thank you.
We'll return to Supervisor Cortese first for the opportunity to place a motion on the floor. And I'll just ask the supervisor if he can accommodate hearing from another colleague or two before we do a motion.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I keep shifting where I want to start with comments. I think, first, Supervisor Cortese, I would be reluctant to support a motion that would limit that one-on-one placement to in-house opportunities, specifically to address your very valid concern around the exigency of circumstances, and that if we do not have facilities in place, and there are partners, we've heard from Uplift, we've heard from Bill Wilson, I don't know, and I'm not giving any direction, but I don't want us to limit to in-house sources in the event that they're not available. I can certainly feel the tension in here, and I don't have the history that my colleagues do, so I'm very sensitive to their frustration that this appears to be a long-term issue. I had understood the previous referral to be a literal moratorium closure of the rake, and had concerns about that, but I think I'll suspend those questions if that's not, in fact, what we're talking about. I appreciate the distinction of the 98 or 99% of kids who we do feel well-equipped to, whose needs we feel well-equipped to meet. Certainly, we do need and will continue to need some form of a receiving assessment and intake center. A challenge that I see potentially with direct placement is missing that opportunity for children to have the forensic and medical and mental health exams that everyone has shown me are so critically important. So I absolutely believe that we need to continue with this service, whether it's in hopefully not the yucky basement where the Keiki Center is now, whether it's at Enborg or somewhere else. The concept and the institution, I think, has a continuing purpose. With regard to the children that are experiencing perhaps the greatest traumas and are the most challenged to place, I'm going to turn back to Dr. Smith and your statement that I have never heard you say before and may never again, but that money is no object, is good, perhaps, here. Because if this is an issue of, for the most challenging kids, if this is an issue of not enough staffing or not enough training for the staffing or not enough professional foster families, it sounds like all of those issues could be addressed with additional funds. So to the extent that we can really address and reconfigure the current Enborg site as something that adheres to its original purpose and moves children safely in and out, and if funding is something that can help that, then I think that's certainly a positive. With regard to the decentralization, I have concerns about that too. It sounds like it's tempting as an immediate fix or address, but ultimately these children are our responsibility. We have the Juvenile Justice Commission whose specific job it is to oversee how the assessments are carried out for these children, and I'm not sure we would have the same oversight or we would want to relinquish any of that oversight. This is not to suggest that the other external partners would not do an excellent job. It may just be harder for us to monitor and oversee that. I think those are all the observations I have. No specific questions. I share the urgency. I don't want us to get out over ahead of ourselves, though, and make promises that don't put the safety of the children first, and whether that safety is moving them or keeping them is, I think, debatable based on all of the positions that have been shared here today. But those are my opinions for the record. And again, I hope, Supervisor Cortese, that your motion might encompass whatever the available best placements are initially, and then we work longer term. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I've got a question or two myself, if I may, Mr. Manicaci. I will ask a hypothetical because I think it's helpful, at least to me, in thinking through the possibilities as clearly as we can. If you got a phone call from someone who said the two facilities are suddenly unavailable, burned to the ground, closed by the health department, what would you do? Because you'd still have these half dozen kids that would have to go somewhere, yes?
Yes, and I think the less choice solution remedy to that has been in the past that, folks would be staffed and go on to a hotel setting, something like that, a hotel motel. It's traditionally the stopgap that's taken place when there's that kind of quick, immediate emergency.
I'm sorry, your microphone seems to be cutting in and out. Is it altogether on there, or maybe just need to lean in a little bit?
I was just saying that in situations where we've had emergencies, it's typically a hotel motel setting that serves as that emergency type need. That would probably be our first look at it, and then see what other, if it was a long-term issue, would we try to find a replacement, something like that.
Yeah, and again, I'm so let's imagine that you've got a fragile 8-year-old kid who needs placement, and you've got a troubled 16-year-old kid who's problematic in terms of interaction with others among this group. So if you got the call, hey, the place has been padlocked, the health department came by, whoever, whatever, what would happen to those two kids again? And walk me through it, if you would, please, both the 8-year-old and the 16-year-old in my hypothetical example.
What we would do is have our staff and/or external providers, like our wraparound providers, something like that, come on board and function as 24/7 care likely in a motel hotel setting.
Now, does that mean they're in the same room with the youngster?
No, we would have them divided up, with being staffed individually.
And forgive me, just a very basic practical question, and what keeps the youngster from opening the door and walking out quietly then at any given point in that kind of an emergency setting, if anything?
The staffing and the supervision.
Okay. A few minutes ago, I think we were talking about individualized in-house placement. Yes? Did I hear that phrase right? As a possibility? As opposed to using outside
Correct.
contractors?
From
Where physically would that be? Would that be in a motel type setting? Or I'm trying to discern if that means that there's a possibility somebody's going to end up in juvenile hall or in a hospital setting, or whether it's in a contracted motel hotel setting.
I mean, I think in terms of the referral that we're saying, we would look to see if there was any county facility that was suitable, and if not, what we would probably do is turn to our external providers to see what facilities they might have vacant.
So is it fair to say that we just don't know yet where an individualized in-house placement might be accommodated?
I think that's fair.
Okay. Dr. Smith, as you know, I've had a longstanding interest in acute psychiatric care for some youngsters in the county who have historically been obliged to receive such care out of county. It's an interest that a number of my colleagues have shared, and I appreciate their shared interest and support. Is it possible that some of the kids we're talking about are going to end up in such a facility at some point once we actually have that facility in place? I'm trying to understand who these kids are. At least I know it's a range.
It's possible that some of them would, maybe I could try to summarize my thinkings about it, if that's okay.
Sure.
It's not so much the place that's important, but the relationships and the legal status. Individual children who end up in, say, like, the youth authority or something like that, or juvenile hall, oftentimes have the same diagnosis, but have a legal status that's different. They've been arrested, or in some sense their freedom has been restricted by the courts. That's different than what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here are foster kids who are approaching the transitional age and who have not been arrested, have a status which is typically not restricted by external force, but they have some authority on their own to decide where they're going to go. And really the only way for us to, quote, control them is to have a relationship with a provider that's caring, thoughtful, and respectful, and that's the best situation. What I hear the board asking about is what happens in the situation where we don't have that ideal therapeutic environment, but we really just need to get the child out of the rake center in the 24 hours. And that means that the default for us would be to just find a place where they could be safe, not necessarily a place where they would get the full panoply of necessary services. And safety is something we've invested in the rake by bringing in probation officers and mental health services, but it's not adequate. So if the place burnt down yesterday or today, we would either use an outside facility like a hotel, or possibly screen off part of the hospital beds, or another location like the ranch where we would have the ability to keep the youth safe, have food, beds, clothing, sanitation, and the ability to staff. But I think what Bob is saying is we certainly would not have the panoply of appropriate services, and we wouldn't want to continue that for very long. So with that, I guess I would say I support Supervisor Cortese's pressure to find alternatives, and we'll try to find the best alternatives we can in the community setting. But if for those few kids that have major behavioral or thought disorders or developmental disorders where we just can't find that relationship, we would have to default to a safety environment, and we would most likely do that by finding a hotel or a place in the hospital, one of the hospitals.
Thank you.
That would be probably the best case scenario until we find somebody who can actually provide the full panoply of services.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, Ms. Branicacci, let me share my take on this challenge briefly. We're all familiar, if you spend any time at all in government, with the old cliche about let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think if only it were that easy in this case, because, Dr. Smith, I heard you say that, what we're struggling with is the inability to identify and secure an ideal therapeutic environment. Those three words were the three key words to me. And I think what may have stymied, and I don't pretend to know, I can't know, but what may have stymied progress in this area is people kept waiting for the ideal. And the ideal has yet to present itself or be found. And so for me, the question is not, are we letting the perfect be the enemy of the good? Because it doesn't sound to me like you get a lot of good choices, frankly. But it does sound to me like there are choices that would be better than the circumstance that we're currently confronting. So the question I'm asking myself is, are we letting the search for a perfect long-term solution get in the way of a better immediate solution? Better won't be perfect. Immediate may not be the long-term answer, but to Supervisor Cortese's exhortation, I have to say I find myself in agreement, which is, the question we have to ask ourselves is, what can we and should we do right now that is better than where we are right now? Not what is necessarily going to be perfect, because it doesn't sound to me like that's going to happen anytime in the immediate future. Not what's going to be the long-term solution, because we've been waiting a very long time to come up with a long-term solution. But I do think we have to ask ourselves, what can we do right here, right now, to create a better environment for these kids? And that's why I'm going to turn to the clerk and ask her if she'll please put the motion panel on the board, and thank Supervisor Cortese for his patience. And if he'd like to make a motion, this would certainly be an appropriate time to do so.
Let me state the motion and say that I'm certainly open to wordsmithing to make sure it's achieving the desired effect by the board. But the motion would be to receive the report, which is item A, on the staff recommendation, or staff recommended action in our packets, to B, to approve delegation of authority to the county executive to do all the things that are listed in B. And I'm going to add a C just to keep it as clean as possible for the record. C would be direct the administration to place to place all youth coming into the rake within 24 hours at either community-based organizations or newly developed in-house options that the county would more directly oversee. And to report back to this board at the next regular board meeting as to how immediately that was able to take effect. And then lastly, as just, that's the motion with a request for additional information to come back to the board at the next board meeting, which would be to direct the administration to enter into dialogue with any and all representatives of our juvenile court system, meaning including the juvenile judges, to give them the opportunity to provide feedback, suggestions, concerns during the same period of time. That's as best I can state the motion.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and make the motion on the screen, Supervisor Cortese, and you've got a second from Supervisor Chavez, who I believe has a follow-up comment or question or request as well.
Just I wanted to do a little clarification, and that is that under C, directing administration to place youth within 24 hours at a CBO in-house, I'm assuming we're also talking about foster placement and also family placement.
At the CBO, yes, those options are intended to be included.
Okay, great. And then item D is the continued feedback, and I know that you've been reaching out to a number of people, but you're asking to be inclusive of the to engage the courts, and then I'll just reinforce the engaging with our families and our frontline workers, all stuff that you're doing, but just to reaffirm that. And then with that would be my comfort with the second. And then I just want to add in that you're asking also for a report back at the next board meeting.
Yes, it was included in the motion. So the direction is as immediately as possible for the action to be undertaken. The report back to let us know how immediately it was able to be implemented would be at the next board meeting.
Thank you. And I would only add, for my interest, would be there are a number of other kind of moving pieces to this, that whatever you think would be important for us to also know that's happening. I just want to give you the flexibility to bring back whatever information you think is going to be important for the board to understand. And then
Go right ahead.
and then I just wanted to make one comment, and that is that I recognize this is complicated, and I also recognize that I came here in 2013, and most of you weren't in your jobs then, and you weren't in your jobs when we started the Foster Youth Task Force. So I know that we're all trying to get to a good place. So what I'm trying to say is I know everybody's working really hard, and what I think this creates the opportunity for us to do is to resource and get the attention of the entire organization focused on supporting your efforts. So thank you.
I want to go back to Supervisor Cortese with a clarifying question, if I may, before I go to my colleagues, Supervisor Wasserman and Ellenberg, in that order. Supervisor Cortese, I inferred from the motion that the goal, of course, is to create a better experience for the youngsters, apropos of my earlier comments. Is that incorporated in the motion in some way? Would that be possible? Because what I don't want to do is have a change in form that actually not only isn't a change in substance, but might actually make it worse in terms of the experience by scrambling to do something that looks or is different, but that doesn't actually produce a better experience for the kids involved.
Right. The intent is for the same kind of individualized placement in the safer circumstances that are described in the staff report that would have been achieved by January 2020. So it's not intended to change the quality whatsoever, but to speed up the execution.
Got it. What I'm trying to avoid, and I'm just going to look at staff very directly, is I don't want to have you come back in December and have us say, well, that doesn't sound like it's an improvement for the kids that we're concerned about, and have staff then say, well, you told us to do something different, so we did something different. I want to be clear about the fact that we're saying doing something different with an end in mind, and that end in mind is a better experience for the kids who are in the system. And I'm
happy to incorporate those comments verbatim.
Thank you. I was pretty sure we were all in the same place, but I wanted to make it explicit. Thank you for that, Supervisor. Supervisor Wasserman and then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, President Smitty, and just through the chair to staff, if I may.
Please.
The motion that you've heard, I think we're all in agreement with it, but you're the ones that are being asked to make it happen. Is it doable? Is it doable?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I guess what my question would be is, if what is included in the motion is doable, why we didn't get there before? And I don't know what to say to that. I understand the 5 or 6 individuals that are currently at the rake with their extremely special needs, and I also understand the individuals were numerously placed or attempted to place in facilities or with individuals to care for them, and that didn't work out. And I'm just wondering why, or do you feel this particular suggested solution will result in anything different?
I absolutely think it will. The main thing that we have been pushing for in terms of understanding the challenges in the system was that individualized care. And as we're moving towards that and getting kids out of a congregate setting in a safer setting, in an individualized care plan, it will absolutely mean that the urgency is there and that right out of the gates, kids are receiving the services that are appropriate to them in a setting that's also safe and appropriate.
Thank you. The individualized care plan that we're suggesting here, maybe 5 or 6 different locations with services, as you mentioned, to me, that's not the permanent solution. That's still the revolving door. So that they're not all under one roof, I'm in favor of. Boys, girls, different ages all being in one area, having them separately attended to, wraparound services provided, all of that, that's all good. But I believe the goal of this board is that simply a safer transitional place in which to be, waiting placement. And my concern still is, and it goes back to Supervisor Cortez's original comments about the rake ideally being a 24-hour assessment transitional facility. So you move the 5 or 6 young people into 5 or 6 locations with appropriate services. How do we get them from there to a more permanent solution?
Again, I think what we're saying as part of the plan is what we want is a responsible provider who will follow the child through their care needs.
Understood.
Regardless of what their placement is. Our goal is to have a child in the appropriate placement as soon as possible. In many of the cases, we do achieve that. What we're talking about specifically here is high acuity, and why we're talking about having it individualized and separated is because of the high acuity and the playing off of one another that folks have. That's why we're really talking about separation and that piece of it. But our goal and aim is to have someone placed as soon as humanly feasible possible, and in many, many, many instances that we do achieve that. What we're talking about of our hard-to-serve kids is kids who are having difficulty in the placement. The challenge in the past has been fragmented care. What we're saying the difference is here is we're asking a provider to build a continuum so that they can follow a kid through all of their ups and downs and needs and have the appropriate response available to them immediately, but also have a care team that follows them that's familiar, safe, and consistent.
Thank you. And that's a different ask than what we were asking yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, when you were mentioning the different stakeholders that we need to engage with, you did mention the line staff, but I just want to put an emphasis on that too, because I think it's critically important. The DFCS, according to the ledge file, the DFCS Bureau Manager meets regularly with the rake staff for feedback on system improvement. And we heard in some of the public comments a little while ago that maybe those meetings are not as consistent as they could be. So I would like any future report back to include details of what a communication plan with staff would look like on continuous improvement and feedback, as well as any additional training that's recommended or other adjustments to make this work better for both our employees and the children that are in our charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll just incorporate by reference the comments of my colleagues, yours verbatim because they were very specific, and these requests for information will be incorporated by reference into the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. And just a couple more thoughts before we ask all members to please cast their votes. One is, as I listened to Supervisor Wasserman's questions, I thought the questions underscored again the fact, you know what I've heard almost everyone say in one way, shape, or form is we got to rethink this system, and that's not going to happen, let alone get implemented on the quick, which is why if you want a better outcome for these kids right away, we can't let that bigger picture, longer term thinking get in the way of an immediate resolution. So I think that's probably redundant in terms of my earlier comments, but it just keeps coming back to me that we can't let the one imperative get in the way of the other. And then the second thing is, and this is just something I'd ask my colleagues to be thinking about, and Supervisor Cortese has asked for a report back at the first meeting in December. You know, I think we may be at the place where if we have to have a conversation as lengthy and difficult as this one is at every board meeting in order to get this solved, so be it. You know, I'm thinking, Supervisor Chavez, of the repeated conversations we had in both FGOC when you and I served there together, and I believe at Children, Seniors, and Families about the call center, the CAN Center for Abused and Neglected Kids. And we had a circumstance there that was absolutely unacceptable, and it took us a lot longer to get that issue resolved than we hoped or expected. But we stayed on it month after painful month and got to a dramatically better place. Thank you again to staff who made that happen. But if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. So I'll ask my colleagues to be thinking about that, depending on the outcome of the conversation we have in December and what you've been able to accomplish in a relatively short period of time. If we need to keep revisiting this so that there's clarity about what the expectations of the board are and what direction you're headed in, then, as I say, as painful and time-consuming as it may be, that's going to be something we're going to have to consider, I think. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. I want to confirm, Supervisor Wasserman, your light is on, but your comments are complete. Yes, sir?
No, sir.
No, sir. Forgive me then, sir.
I voted, but I'm fading kind of fast and getting kind of warm, and so I think I'm going to ask to adjourn myself and step away from this board, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we have all 5 votes cast. I'm going to ask the clerk to please display the results overhead. I'm going to announce that it passes 5-0, and we're going to ask Supervisor Wasserman to take leave and feel better, and take care of yourself, sir. Thank you. Understood. Thank you for hanging in with us through a challenging conversation, Supervisor. I know it was important to you. All right, that takes us then to the next item on our agenda, which I believe is item number 20. Thank you all who joined us today, and thank you to the staff for their efforts in this regard. That's right. Thank you. Colleagues, item number 20, this is the interpreter issue. Do we have anything from administration? Looks like Dr. Smith had to step away for a moment.
I can, this was a referral that I brought forward, and I wanted to thank the staff for being so timely in their response, and also for figuring out a way to maintain this important asset that came before us. And I would like to move approval, and I don't know if we have any speakers on the item.
Let me just confirm we have one speaker on this item, and that is Armando Cruz. Mr. Cruz, please come forward.
Good afternoon. On behalf of all the independent contractors at social service agencies, we want to thank you, Board, for making the right decision in the best interest of the county and also the people that come to the social services. We're very happy the offices at benefits assistance centers, the employees are very happy, joyful, thankful that we're there to continue working for them and helping them out with all their caseloads. They're very good people. They do the best they can to help everyone in the office, and we're there to assist. So we just want to, give you our deep-hearted thank you for doing what you did. And also at the same time, while we're at it, I know there's going to be an extension of the contract. We would like to see, respectfully ask you if you could consider our rate to perhaps be increased, since we haven't had an increase in rates for at least 6 years, and that would be something that we would greatly appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Smith?
Just to clarify, after this issue came up, because Supervisor Chavez brought the issue up, we did some research and found some interesting and peculiar things, which was mainly that these interpreters were employed in a much different manner than is typical for our employment. They were being paid by direct pay because of an ordinance which allows that, which was passed ages ago. So when the RFP was done, it was not done realizing that these individuals were in that direct pay status. So we're going to continue as is for now, but we will approach the individuals involved and consider rate changes and/or employment in a routine manner, which would be better to have them be employed. So
that makes a lot of sense.
One of those twisted things from the past.
Because it was just really old and something we've been doing for a long time.
As we said in my office, the reason it's a little confusing is because it's a little confusing.
Yeah.
Kind of where we are. So if we are ready to simply make a motion to receive the report,
And
I
when
am advised by the staff that there's just a minor technical glitch that precludes us from doing that on the screen. So we will simply take whatever action we take by a motion made by voice and a voice vote.
So I will make a motion both to receive the report and to ask for staff to report back at your earliest opportunity about what the options are for these workers, and also the outcome of the assessment of their rate. And thank you, that was really fast, and I'm sure these employees really appreciate it. They were really nervous. Thanks. And that'll be my motion.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Chavez. Is there a second from some member of the board? We have, for the record, a motion by Chavez and a second by Cortese. Additional discussion, if any? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? If not, the motion carries 4-0 with one member absent, the absent member being Supervisor Wasserman. Thank you all very much. That takes us to item number 21, which is to receive the report from the Emergency Medical Services relating to ambulance service requests for proposals process. And Dr. Smith, who's going to present what?
Jackie Lowther will come up and present.
And Dr. What's it, Dr. Simidian? Joe, I kept this off of consent, and so I'm happy to also just tee up what the questions were that I would have asked.
No, I think it's a significant item, and so I think while it is, quote, just a report today, I think it's one that that bears some time and attention so that we don't go down a path we don't want to go down, and that as people do go down the path, they know what the expectations are. So, Dr. Smith, did you want to let Ms. Lowther present, did you say, or is that?
Yes.
Ms. Lowther, welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Jackie Lowther, the EMS Director for the county. And to address, and I know that there were a couple of questions, and we had, by request, put together a group, and that group consisted of the EMS agency and county council procurement and the fire chiefs, EMS chiefs. We also had hospital council, a member of the City Managers Association, and police chiefs. And due to unforeseen circumstances, we kept the committee from meeting more than twice. Our last meeting was in September, which is why this report looks like we've only had 2 meetings, which we have. And so we do have a meeting scheduled for early in December. And what we would like is for the committee to meet for at least 2 more times in order to put, as requested, a full work plan together. And we would like to present that in the first quarter, probably in February, due to the time that it takes to actually get it and present it to y'all. And that way we can present other LEMSAs, or the EMS agencies around California, which was requested by the committee to look at their organizational structures, and then we'll present again the first quarter of 2020.
I have some questions, but I'll defer to you, Supervisor Chavez, if you have questions.
Great, thank you. So Jackie, first of all, I just wanted to thank you for just being clear, because it was a little hard to understand the report, but now I understand that we're just a little behind. So a couple of things I just want to make sure that we take care of, and as part of the direction that was given in June, I wanted to make sure that we were taking the deepest dive into the public options, and as you took a look at that, to make sure that we're incorporating in these discussions and meetings our and I know you are, but I just want to say this out loud, the Santa Clara County Fire District as well, in part because if the county is to look at a public option, looking at a public option in partnership with our own, with one of our own districts may be very helpful. And then also the making sure that we're looking at all the mechanisms for contracting for these types of services. It occurs to me, you're right, that we have to take a really deep dive at California because we have some very unique rules here in California. And I don't know if we have another state that we normally look to as a partner. The good news is California is big and we've got a lot of counties, but I'd also be interested in your best thinking about what are the emerging trends that we might also have to be looking at. And then the other thing is I just wanted to say how much I appreciate some work you did that was also part of the same motion that I'm just going to read into the record for my colleagues, which was I requested at that time that the administration report to the board in August relating to sexual assault tracking mechanisms for emergency medical responders, SART training timelines for all the first responders countywide, and updates regarding communication between the SART committee and the Emergency Medical Services Committee. On this front, Jackie and her team have made significant progress, which was not included in the report. And so I wanted to just lift up that starting in January, all ambulance providers will assess every patient for signs and symptoms of abuse such as sexual assault, domestic violence, child and or elder abuse. We will be the only county in California doing this type of screening. And in addition to being able to connect victims to services, this will enable us to collect data regarding suspected patient abuse, neglect, or violence. In particular, I'd like to highlight that the providers will be able to assess patients for asphyxiation, and this is really critical because asphyxiation and strangulation can be really very dangerous in domestic violence situations. And so under Jackie's leadership, all 3,500 providers countywide will be trained on this new system by January 1st. And so Jackie, I just wanted to say to you and to Dr. Miller and really to our SART team, a very big thank you. I know there's still a little bit of detail that we'll be refining as we go through this process, but this is such a significant accomplishment that what I'd like to ask is as the trainings occur, are completed, I know they get trained in phases, but as those trainings get completed, at least to give an off-agenda report on the training and maybe give some examples of the new kinds of screens that we're going to be using.
We will do that. We did one on the October 22nd as an off-agenda to the board, and we will certainly keep you updated as we go through and when it goes live January 1st and our data from there.
Thank you very, very much for your work. And those were all of my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lowther, a couple things. One, I want to talk big picture about where we're headed, and then I want to refer back to the recent meeting we had at the Health and Hospital Committee where we had some challenges getting information for the committee and the board. So we're going to go, forgive me, I'm going to go way back on big picture. So we're going to do an RFP, yes?
That's what we're looking at as an option.
What are the other options, briefly?
Well, we're looking at whether or not we go public, private, but the RFP is in there. So the whole premise of the group is to look at what are all of our options, and because we are no longer exclusive, it really is looking at what options do we have. As a large county, we're one of two, there's a few in LA, but one of the largest counties in California that are not exclusive. So that option is whether or not we go for RFP, and we'll be bringing that to you and discussing it with our county leadership.
And could you remind us again, I know you mentioned some dates earlier, when is that going to happen?
That we bring it back and to HHC, of course, the first quarter. And I would say late January, early February.
Okay, so the expectation and the commitment, then looking to you and to Dr. Smith, is that at this critical decision point that you're describing, the matter will come to the full board through the Health and Hospital Committee, and it will come to the Health and Hospital Committee for consideration and discussion and possible recommendations sometime in the first quarter of the coming year, yes?
Yes, sir.
And then it'll come to the full board, Dr. Smith, and there'll be a decision then. And if we were to go the RFP route, would that proposed RFP come first through Health and Hospitals? Yes, is the answer I was hoping I was going to get, so thank you for that.
I should also add, just for clarification, depending on how the board decides they want to go, this might be an RFP consistent with the EMS process of the exclusive operating area, or if there was a decision made by the board to run it ourselves, that would be a routine RFP, not consistent with EMS, for us to contract for an operator, basically.
Got it. And I'm looking at my own staff now from my office and the staffs, the committee. I'm going to want to make sure, Ms. Lowther, that we have enough advance notice of when you would like this item to be heard so that we can make time on the committee agenda so that the item doesn't get short shrift. Because this is one of the things that we do here that lasts for years and years and that affects virtually, you know, everyone in the county, with perhaps a couple of exceptions for places that do things on a different track. And then with that understanding and expectation and commitment of record, I also want to raise an issue that Supervisor Chavez and Cortese, I think, will recall, but that actually predated Supervisor Chavez and I, but it got quite a bit of conversation when we thought we were going to go do an RFP, which is that there had been as I understand it, a prohibition on folks contacting the members of the board when the prior RFP was done way back when, prior to 2013 when Supervisor Chavez and I arrived. And that didn't work out well for a variety of reasons. Part of it was it made a process that was supposed to be transparent, less transparent rather than more transparent, I think. And also, as a practical matter, it put board members in the position of saying, I'm not allowed to talk to people about an important public matter. And there was then speculation that some people had talked to some people. Whether those speculations were accurate or not, we'll probably never know. But it ended up not serving, I think, any of the, I'm sure, well-intended functions that people hoped it did. So when we have the conversation at the Health and Hospital Committee and we have the conversation here at the full board, I'm going to ask Dr. Smith and you, Ms. Lowther, to be sure that that issue is referenced and that we're sort of conscious about how we do or don't go forward, rather than having that be either an afterthought or something that people are wholly unaware of as the decisions get made.
Right. That was a recommendation, luckily before all of us were here, including myself, that was made to have a blackout period. And it was apparently approved by the board, but turned out to be a really bad model, so we won't be doing that again.
Great. And as I said, if the board wanted to do it, fine, but I just want to make sure that that's a conscious decision and not something that was simply a holdover or a continuation. Then the last piece for me today is to say, we had, for those of you who are not on Health and Hospital Committee, Supervisor Ellenberg and I had a report on these EMS issues at our most recent meeting, and I just candidly have to say it was not a satisfactory report. I think you know that, Ms. Lowther. The representative from Rural Metro was there. Yeah, I think in fairness, she's relatively new to the position, but she was ill-equipped to explain why the report we had received from our county staff was that there had been non-compliance with on-time arrival expectations. that was a source of sensitivity to me because I think, Dr. Smith, I voted against the contract when we did it the last time. I can't remember for sure, but one of the things I know I expressed a concern about was reduced accountability for lack of on-time arrival, and then here we were, one of our very first report backs, having a conversation about lack of on-time arrival. There may or may not be any connection whatsoever, and it wasn't frankly clear after we got done with this discussion at our meeting whether there had or had not been on-time arrival. That conversation is to be continued, colleagues, at our next meeting of HHC. But we got to step it up, and I just want to put that on the record. This is, that was not a satisfactory conversation. And Ms. Lowther, if I heard you correctly at the meeting, and this part got glossed over pretty quickly, it was further my understanding that we no longer have the ability to sort of look inside the reporting system that we once did in the prior contract. Did I hear that correctly as well?
Well, we did hear you loud and clear at the committee meeting, and we are currently, as we speak, preparing our response so that we are doing our own deep dive into that. So you should have a satisfactory answer at the next Health and Hospital Committee meeting.
Do we have the ability to essentially look inside the monitoring system? So, because that was, I mean, the first question was what happened, and then the second question was if there was confusion about what happened, why was there confusion? And part of the confusion was, as I understood it, that we couldn't look inside the rural metro system, and that opportunity had somehow been lost in our new contract. Am I remembering this correctly or not?
Well, we were using their reports, and what we're doing is manually and comparing into, there are different solutions, and we're actually going into the First Watch system ourselves and going call by call by call by call, which is not ideal for us to have to do that. It's taken hours and hours and hours, but we're doing that to verify the data.
Yeah.
So we'll have a satisfactory answer for you on our next meeting.
Thank you. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say again, even though I've said it a couple times now, we need to know whether people were on time or not, and we need to know what our own ability is to audit their on-time performance, or are we obliged to rely on the good faith of the reporting entity? And before I ask for a motion to simply receive the report, which is the only action we're being asked for today, I'm going to put Ms. Ellenberg on the spot and say, Ms. Ellenberg, did you have anything you wanted to say about the extent to which the conversation in committee was or wasn't satisfactory?
I think your comments reflected it well. It was frustrating to not be able to have a clear sense of which data set was giving us more accurate information.
Thank you. And Ms. Lowther, my reason for putting my colleague on the spot like that, which I don't usually do, is because I want you to be able to go back to the vendor and say, you heard it from both members of the committee who felt that they could and should share it in front of the full board, and hopefully that will generate a crisper, more precise reporting of what did or didn't happen so we know where we're headed. At this point, if we could ask the clerk to please put the voting panel on the screen. We'll ask if there is a motion to simply receive the report. I'll indicate for the record that there is from Supervisor Chavez. Is there a second on that motion to receive? There is from Supervisor Cortese. We'll simply ask now that all members please vote on the screen, and all 4 members who remain have voted, so we'll ask the clerk to display the result, and we can announce that by a 4-0 vote with 1 member absent, 4-0. The motion is carried. The absent member, of course, is Supervisor Wasserman, who left for reasons of health. Thank you very much. Next item, 22.
Good afternoon, President Simitian, Vice President Chavez, Supervisors, David Campos, Deputy County Executive, And I'm joined today by Dr. Arcel Blume from the Office of Cultural Competency, the Division of Equity and Social Justice, as well as Dr. Ana Lilia Garcia, who with the Department of Public Health, Racial and Healthcare Equity Senior Manager. We are here to present briefly on our strategy for implementing the county's participation in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. We have a very brief PowerPoint, and then we're happy to take any questions.
I am going to ask you to please try and keep it brief, folks. It's been a long meeting for board members. We've already lost one. We don't want to lose any more during the course of your presentation. And we do have the packet with the materials contained. So with that warm welcome, thank you. Please begin your presentation.
So we will abbreviate our presentation further. Our vision here in Santa Clara County is to promote equal justice, to meet the social, economic, physical, and environmental needs and goals of the people. This board's commitment to doing this racial equity work and having a deeper understanding of the impacts that systems may have on communities of color and their unique needs is very obvious due to this referral. We have to challenge policies that appear neutral but that may have negative impacts on communities of color. Historical data bear this out. Also, what is needed is that not all of our staff have a deep understanding of structural racism or know how to change the system. Thus, this work is important. This work is complex, and there is a need for a cross-system coordinated approach to this work, as well as we could use current work efforts to do this work. Today's report that was submitted responds to the board's request for more information on the cost of implementing a countywide racial equity approach. We recommend a 2-year contract with GARE, as well as staff resources to provide technical and coaching support to departments and staff. The estimated cost per employee in participating in a 2-year program, which is a learning year and implementation, would range between $2,200 to $2,400 per staff. In the report, we provide examples of GARE racial equity tools, evidence from the field, as well as how this work would be coordinated and linked to other efforts, such as trauma-informed and healing-centered practices, as well as prevention programs, and these both came out of CAST, as well as other process and quality improvement strategies. We also included in the report a white paper that provides more details on the why, what, and how of this work. There are 3 pillars to do this work, and also as these pillars would be supported and directed and vetted through a cross-departmental racial equity steering committee. The first pillar is the learning year, as we have discussed, also followed by an implementation year. Each learning and implementation year will be reviewed by the steering committee to make any adaptive or technical modifications for the next cohort. There's also departmental action teams that form the second pillar, which is the pillar in gold. Through participation in the GARE learning and implementation cohorts, departments will use the organizational assessment tool and other GARE tools to develop and implement racial equity plans. The third pillar for this work is a countywide racial equity strategy toward collective impact. That's the pillar in orange in the center. This work is critical to ensure measurable change in the experience of customers receiving county services and observed outcomes. There are 2 ways in which this may be done. One is we could focus our attention on key areas of government work. Those are listed above. These are areas that are owned by all county departments. Having a countywide strategy could have impact in the experience of our customers, as well as what's down below of the diagram, which is current county work streams, and making sure that a racial equity approach permeates all aspects of that initiative. Examples would be the universal access pilot, the coordinated prevention work through CAST, the work of the Joint Foster Youth Initiative, and housing and homeless prevention.
Good afternoon. GARE provides a learning year model
for building capacity and readiness for departments and jurisdictions to advance racial equity. What you see in front of you is a snapshot of a recommended structure and approach for the GARE learning year here in Santa Clara County. Traditionally, for the last 3 to 4 years, public health has led the way. We've been attending the GARE learning year in Oakland. The recommendation this afternoon is for a focused effort here in Santa Clara County with a cohort size of approximately 165 county employees. We envision the 11 departments participating every year, phasing it out for a phased approach for the first 3 years, with a maximum of approximately 15 employees per department. It's really important that there is a commitment to not just participate and send employees to a training, for the department to actually commit to operationalizing racial equity in their own departments to align with the county-wide strategy. And in that spirit, it's important that the department commits to executive sponsorship, not just sponsorship by signing off, but really participating and being a part of the process, a payment of the cohort fee, and 2 team leads to lead the department in supporting the work. We also expect that the GARE staff that we're going to potentially be contracting with will be providing the facilitation and the support here in Santa Clara County to really build our internal capacity here to normalize conversations about race, establish the infrastructure for this work, but most importantly to operationalize, to really move from concept to action. And what does that work really look like as we are making decisions about programs, policies, and practice, proactively thinking about the racial implications of our decision-making structures through the applications of racial equity tools, for example. So the learning year deliverables, we expect that this learning year here in Santa Clara County, potentially launching in 2020, would take place over an 8-month period with participation on a monthly basis. And in the report, you have specific information of what those sample sessions could potentially be. But essentially, really hoping and expecting a commitment beyond training and really to advance racial equity beyond the learning year, and really looking at operationalizing it in the respective departments to also align with the county-wide strategy.
To support the work that was described and recommended, 3 staff resources are recommended. 1, racial equity program manager to provide oversight of the learning year, as well as the departmental racial action teams and evaluation of those efforts, as well as coordination and implementation and evaluation of the countywide strategies described. Additionally, 2 racial equity coordinators or training coordinators to coordinate the learning years and provide the technical and coaching support that staff and departments will need to implement this work. These staff would help facilitate and support cementing communities of learning and growth beyond the learning year cohorts. And with this, we are ready to answer any questions.
If I may add one final point, is that the next step in terms of the board is that we plan to come back to the board no later than end of January 2020 with a staffing plan along the lines that's reflected in the report. So with that, we're happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Supervisor Cortese's light on first, then Supervisor Chavez, and I have a question as well. Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you. On these human resources that are needed, could you describe a little bit more what their qualifications and sort of capacity would be of those FTE? In general, I'm talking about, minimum requirement type stuff, job posting type stuff. I'm not asking about any individual person that you might have under consideration, of course. That wouldn't be appropriate out here. I'm trying to get an understanding when I think of things that cross over into this area, which we've worked on for a long time, like just the general issue of disproportionate representation, which tend to be a highly sophisticated issue. Thank you for your efforts on it, and I understand, very well your own qualifications to deal with that issue. But if these folks are coordinating in an insurgent kind of way, it seems. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what do they need to know? How are they trained? What are their backgrounds? How do you pick somebody that can actually transform in that area, do transformational work?
Yeah, so this would be a specialized recruitment for all 3 staff. We've had, I think we're on the 4th cohort. We're on the 4th cohort for GARE, learning participation. And so we would want somebody that has that background and experience in leading these efforts. Either that they've participated, they've carried out this type of work in their own departments. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I think that's a great question. I think a deep commitment demonstrated commitment to social justice and advancing racial equity. The Government Alliance on Race and Equity has over 200 government jurisdictions that make up the network. The Public Health Department is a part of the network. And there are a lot of people across the country. This is a field that is growing, but I have to say it's not new work. It's just, we've used different names along the way, but definitely a commitment to social justice, activism, and in this case, bureau activism, really looking at transforming systems and structures, and really disrupting those systems that are not working for all. But there is a breadth and a growing field in this area, and I think a specialized recruitment could definitely yield a qualified pool of applicants that could help lead in this work. And I also have to say there's a group of employees here in Santa Clara County that have been the thought partners behind this work. So I believe there's a lot of talented people already here, but outside of this area, it's a growing field and a growing movement, specifically doing this work from within a system to advance racial equity, which is unique.
Yes.
We would have to work very closely with ESA to make sure that it's the right specs and qualifications that are put out. But I think that beyond the focus on racial justice and equity, there has to be an understanding of how the county works, because it's not just having expertise in that area, but also understanding how you actually get the buy-in from the various agencies that are involved. We're actually having some learning opportunities with respect to that, because we're going through this process with the census, where you actually have buy-in from every department to make sure that there is a commitment to integrate the census into the existing work of the county. And so there are some learning opportunities that we're gaining from that.
Thank you. And I'll just say 2 things, which I know all of you know, and Mr. Campos, I know definitely that you know, but I just want to add them to the MQs, so to speak, that are a little more subjective, and some of the ones you said were kind of subjective too, in a way, a deep commitment, deep passion for the issues and so forth. But I think there has to be a willingness to, a high resilience and willingness to deal with confrontation as a productive means of working through these issues. I just think that historically we've made the most progress here when it's been the noisiest, and that's difficult conversations. But needless to say, and I know we have people in-house that are more than willing to, that wouldn't shy away from that kind of activity, but I just think it needs to be very clear. And I don't mean to cast any aspersions on ESA, but I think your point that they have to be worked with closely in terms of making sure that's what you get is really important, in the process. The other thing is, a couple times in that response to me, which was excellent, you said, you talked about sort of intra-agency. I don't know if you intended to, or it was just, within the system, within our systems here. And these issues, of course, again, I'm preaching to the choir to all of you, but again, these FTEs, I think it's just critical that these FTE are not only well-versed in our systems, but are well-versed in the education systems, the external justice systems, and so forth. Okay, so I mean, I'm seeing nodding heads, but I just want to make sure that's called out. I think those two issues, maybe I overemphasize them, but again, I have found that when we've been most productive over the years around these issues, it's been when we've had people who can call other systems on the carpet and are not afraid to do so and are not afraid to convene people in that kind of an atmosphere. So hopefully that's doesn't sound too abrasive, but I think that's what needs to happen. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I am really, really excited about this. I think that I want to just kind of jump to the staffing and just share something with my colleagues, which is that I think these issues that we're dealing with relative to our organization are so, and not just our organization, I think institutions throughout the country are so, we have so much bias kind of embedded into the way we approach issues that the leadership it will take to undo that for the county, I think is really, really significant. And I say that because while I'm really excited about the opportunity to bring in more staffing, I think there are kind of two big areas that I think we're going to have to think about. And one is the level of the person that we're bringing in, because in some respects, the leadership of that person needs to be a peer to the organizations we most want to be able to impact. I think if that's not the case, if we're not looking for somebody with an exceptional leadership skill set, I think we're going to have one more study group. So I'm not sure if what the right level of staffing is, but when this comes back, I'm going to be interested in getting feedback from the staff about why the recommended staffing will actually be able to move the agenda forward or not, and over what period of time. So when the motion gets made, that'll be question number one that I want to make sure gets answered. I think question number two is this question around that actually I thought your point about the buy-in from the department heads is so significant, because I think it should be a point that we're evaluating what departments we're starting with and how we proceed. And I'll just make this observation, and I won't know the answer to this question, and I don't know if Dr. Smith does, but when I first got here and I had a chance to talk to the director of the Just Culture, the person, Dr. Smith, I apologize, I can't remember his name, from Stanford, Dr. Benham, is he a doctor? That one of the things I was really struck by was it seemed like so many of the departments that went into this, especially the leaders, were already interested and open, and that the parts of the organization that were more recalcitrant when it came to change or cheese being moved were way, way at the end. And the ironic thing to me about that was that those organizations played such a critical role in our overall organization that making cultural change without having some of our core business partners being front and center was problematic. And I recognize that the flip of that is also dragging people kicking and screaming isn't also, ideal. And so I think as you think about how we proceed, I'm really interested in finding leaders in the county that play the dual role of being leaders countywide, as well as their departments having impact on the culture in more dramatic ways than we do today. Given the size of the county, that's very challenging, but I'd be looking for departments that really have touch points that are multiple, because I think otherwise we won't be able to really see any kind of significant change. And then, any thoughts or concerns about what I just raised on either of those points? The last thing I wanted to just raise is that I think what's really hard for people to understand about GARE in general is the application of it, the real world application. And while there are some examples, and I've talked to other institutions that have been kind of unpeeling the onion, I think that question for us is, where do we see the big opportunities? And how do we tee those up, both in terms of the department and the departments that we want to look at, the leadership we want to look at, and then how does that all tie up with the hiring? And so to be upfront, what I'm concerned about is how this gets elevated to the level that the organization understands this is the new thing that we're going to be integrating into our work, and this is how that integration will get expressed.
If I may, through the chair, I think that once the right positions are created and the right people are hired for those positions, it's also about developing a work plan that actually has measurable outcomes and that actually clearly defines what success means. Because one thing you don't want is for success to be defined as simply sending people to GARE and participating in the program. Because that's the fear when you identify individuals within a department to be responsible for something like this, that department sees the fact that they have identified those individuals and that they're participating as meaning compliance with GARE. There has to be measurable outcomes that actually create tangible objectives for what participation in GARE means in terms of the work of that department and the results of that work. And so that's one of the challenges that will be presented to the person who's overseeing this effort. And quite frankly, once that work plan is developed and there are specific objectives of what success means, there has to be an engagement of the Board of Supervisors, because those objectives and those deliverables are not important in the context of this, of any bureaucracy, unless the elected body says, these are important and these are the priorities that we have. So engaging the board is really important, which is why the fact that you're engaged at this level makes it so crucial. But there has to be something that goes beyond engagement and participation. There has to be deliverables and outcomes connected to those deliverables.
So I think to my colleagues, I'll just wrap up with this because this is really critical to me, but I recognize the lateness in the day, is that some of the demonstration projects they're listed on packet page 102, but one of the things I was sort of struck by as I looked at them is that they're some of the more challenging areas that we're working in, but not, but the way I think about this is a little how when I was on the San Jose City Council and we started to develop the Strong Neighborhoods Initiative, and I'll just for illustrative purposes give this one piece of background on it. Essentially, Strong Neighborhoods Initiative meant we trained neighborhoods to access City Hall and push us to do a better job. And by that, I mean every elected official, which meant that some elected officials were not so excited about putting money into their districts to help people learn how to organize against them. But that's essentially what we were doing. And in some ways, this has as much of that challenge to it, because the discussions we're going to have should impact the way we think about the policies that we're setting, the priorities that we're setting for the county, the investments that we're making, and the why of those investments, and even the structure of public policy that we can point to a couple of big issues where people say, oh, the difference between the way the way the justice system treats white-collar criminals versus non-white-collar criminals. And you think, well, white-collar means white-collar. White-collar also means, at the time, meant white when it started. So those are some obvious ones, but how they get integrated into the way we're handling, for example, our foster care system, not so obvious, but equally disturbing. And so anyway, I more say that because I think one of the questions I would just make sure we're figuring out is how to engage the board, but also the critical department heads to be ready for that. I mean, an openness to what the implications of these discussions are in our workplaces. Because these are hard discussions to have, I think, as Dave expressed on an earlier item. And anyway, so thank you for that.
I wonder if you could look at page 2 and page 3 of the 8-page staffing report and help me understand the financial implications of the contract with GARE and the staffing model that you anticipate. And what I'm trying to clarify is, so how much does the contract with GARE cost in year 1, year 2, and year 3? And how much are we spending on county staff specifically dedicated to the effort in year 1, year 2, year 3? And I gather year 3 is essentially sort of an ongoing cost. I want to make sure I understood that correctly as well. So let's
Yes.
just start it year by year by year, if you wouldn't mind. Year 1,
So year 1, in terms of the contract, it would be, because that would be the first learning year, it would be the $211,873,000 for the number of staff, up to 165 staff. Year 2,
I apologize, before we go on to year 2, now, are we hiring any of our own staff, or is that 200?
yes, so down at the bottom, it would be the program manager and 2 training and staff development specialists, who would be the racial equity coordinators.
And your estimated cost for them is the $185,000 and change and the $295,000 and change, yes?
Yes, per year.
Right. So just to be clear, that means that if I add those numbers up, I'm looking at 200, 300, 400, 500, about $600,000 for that first year. Is that ballpark the all-in?
With the GARE contract, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700.
700, thank you. I missed
6,
100,000 there.
700.
4, 5, 6, 700, thank you.
For the first year.
First year. Then in the same structure, if you could help me with the second year?
Sure. The year 2, we would roll out an implementation cohort that begins to ensure that we're actually doing, not just getting trained. So it's a support that is provided to departments and staff to develop their racial equity action teams within their departments. That implementation cohort would be at approximate 151,000. So it would be the 700,000 plus 151, so that would be 851,000 approximately for year 2.
Okay.
So that's what the first table shows. And then on table 2, I kind of looked at it in a different angle. So the total contract with GARE, what we're recommending is 2-year contract for 2 learning years and 1 implementation year at a cost of $575,000. Now, years 3 to 5, which would really make sure that we cover all the departments in the county so that they get supported through the training learning years. We already have a small committee that's been laying the groundwork for this report and for this work. What we're recommending is that after year 2 or sometime during that period, we would reconvene to assess how we should continue, whether we would continue with GARE or contract to continue to do this work, or whether, because we've already had 4 years of staff that have gone through the GARE learning year, whether we could start absorbing that in-house. So we would make that assessment, and that's why there's no cost for that line item for years 3 to 5. And then
I
there's
apologize again for the interruption. I'm trying to track this 1 year at a time, so let me just stop and make sure I get year 3 squared away, if I could, please. So $700,000 for the first year is the ballpark estimate, and thank you for correcting my math on the fly, is the ballpark estimate for both the cost of the GARE program plus staff, yes?
So, yes, but you know what, on the table 2, there's also a line item that's called ongoing infrastructure costs, which is the catering, venue and equipment, materials and technical consultation. That's estimated at $100,000.
Okay, I'm going to go back to, and I apologize because I know everybody conceptualizes this in their own way in their own head, but I'm trying to get it straight in my head the way I'm thinking about it. And the way I'm thinking about it is what's it going to cost in the first year? And the first year I gather is somewhere in the vicinity of $700,000.
Would be adding the $100,000 for ongoing infrastructure costs, that would be $800,000.
But that's in years.
That's in year 1, because that infrastructure cost is ongoing. We need to secure catering, venue. The trainings are all day, and they're very intense, so it would be very important to also have catering and.
Got it. So does that mean then that year 1 is $800,000 because the ongoing infrastructure cost applies Not just in year 2 or year 3, but also in years 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. For the record, when you bring this back, I think the table could be a little clearer on how this lays out just on a year-by-year basis.
Okay.
Then on the second year, does that mean that the $850,000 number that I had in my head from a minute ago should actually be more like $950,000, including that 100?
950, yes.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. And now, finally, we get to year 3, and thank you for your patience getting me through years 1 and 2. In year 3, it sounds like we think we definitely have the $100,000 cost, because that's ongoing, yes?
Yes, and that would be 581,000, which includes that 100,000 infrastructure as well as the staffing.
But it doesn't include yet a cost for GARE, because we don't know yet what that cost would be, yes?
We don't know what the cost would be, and we don't know through the steering committee whether they would recommend starting to carry the learning years in-house to be able to create that. Because we have staff throughout that have trained, and they're excellent at doing this work as well.
So the estimated cost for the contract, as I understand it, with GARE in the learning year was $211,000, and in the year number 2, the learning, which was a learning and implementation year, it's $363,000. But in years 3 going forward, at this point, we just don't have an estimate on what that number would be. Do I have that part straight?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize, because I know, as I say, we all think these things through in our own construct in our heads, and I was trying to be a little bit linear there about, all right, year 1, year 2, and year 3.
And Mr. President, I think the total for the 3 years that we're anticipating is about 2.3 million, not counting the cost of GARE in year 3. So it's about 2.3 million that this would all add up to.
Got it. And I remember I had some uncertainty or lack of clarity the very first time we talked about all this. The notion, of course, is that GARE will help train the trainers, essentially, to grossly oversimplify, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
They have a training model.
Got it.
Within.
All right, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful in answering my questions, and I would ask that when it comes back next time, if you can sort of try and break it out by what does year 1 cost us, and where does that money go? What does year 2 cost us, and where does that money go? And what do years 3 through 5, I guess, is what you've pulled out here, cost, and if there's some TBD to be determined in terms of a GARE contract, even a range would be helpful. So if it's like, no, it's just a modest maintenance amount, that would be helpful to know. And if it's like, no, at that point we're geared up and we think it's going to be a robust cost with GARE, we should know that going in. Okay. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready for a motion panel on our screens, unless we have folks who have submitted comment cards from the public. No? All right, we have a motion to approve receipt of the report by Supervisor Chavez. And Supervisor Chavez, you wanted to either add to or
Yeah,
comment
I just
on?
wanted to make sure that the staff could respond to the questions and the comments raised by the board, and in particular, staffing level. And the other thing that occurs to me too is staffing placement based on staffing level. I know that has some complications in the world of your offices, so I'd be interested in your reflection on that. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Chavez, a second by Cortese. Could we ask all 4 members who are present to please vote on their screens? That having been done, we'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that the motion carries 4-0 with 1 member absent, that being Mr. Wasserman due to illness. Thank you again, and thank you for the work that went into the preparation today. All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to item 23. And we do have 1 card on this item, but who's going to present, Dr. Smith?
Keith Lee.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. In December, the board requested information on funding sources for housing programs for youth and young adults. We provided a summary in the attachment. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we do that, we do have just 1 speaker, so let me ask Debbie Pell if she'd like to come up to the microphone. We have up to 2 minutes for comments from interested members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Pell from Bill Wilson Center.
I first want to thank you, the board, and Dr. Smith for financing our safety net shelter this current year with HEAP funding. That was backfilling the money that we lost from Title IV-E due to the continuum of care reform. So it kept us afloat. Really appreciative of that. As you know, that was a one-time funding stream. So this next year, HAP funding will be coming to us. And I was just we've been in discussions, again, that is not sustainable funding, but hopefully it'll help us for another year. We have been in discussions with our county partners to obtain general funds to support the safety net shelter as a long-term solution. And though they've all been in agreement that the safety net shelter is very important in Santa Clara County for our young people under the age of 18, thus far there have been no commitments. The safety net shelter is our only youth shelter in the county serving youth under the ages of 18. It serves the homeless youth, runaway youth, juvenile justice youth, our status offender youth, our CSEC youth. And as I mentioned, we are in need of more sustainable funding to keep this program in operation. So we appreciate your consideration in setting aside $1 million in the HAP funding for the next year as we continue to work on more sustainable options. We believe the safety net shelter is just a viable resource for our county. For our children, it allows us to work with them, to work with their families, many of the families who are also homeless, so that we can find permanent housing for all of them, as well as divert these youth from juvenile dependency or juvenile justice systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have, we have a card coming. Is it on this item? Sure. Thanks. Mr. Largent, is this yours? Please come on up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a long meeting. I'll try to keep it short and won't fill out too many cards. I got things to go do. When I'm going to all the different homeless encampments and, you know, even at St. James Park, I go to all these places now, and I'm starting to get to know a lot of people. The sad part is the younger kids that are now hanging out with the mentally ill and homeless, and they're all doing methamphetamines. And when I was using 4 years ago, living over near, you know, Garden City, near the Pep Boys right there, it was the same thing. Kids in the neighborhood would start hanging out with the homeless and mentally ill, and they were doing meth. And when we were younger, that's not the things we were out doing. We were skateboarding, going to the 7-Eleven. I mean, we might have gone to the park and drank some beer, or, you know, things like that. But these kids aren't doing that anymore. And it's really sad to see it down there. I do have some videos. I mean, St. James Park is the end of the line. That's just the end of the line. They're all mentally ill. They're all severely addicted to methamphetamines. But there's teenagers there, and there's young kids that are hanging out with them. And it's just really weird. You go through there with a camera and every other person. It would be great if we could get those kids out of there, separate them from what's going on. If they get on meth for any more than a year, I believe they're not going to turn back around. They're never going to get back off of it. I was on it for several years, and remember what I say about success stories, I don't see them. It's sad. They did a massive sweep over at Roosevelt Park yesterday. And it was the same thing when they're doing these sweeps and I'm interacting with everybody, there's young kids around there. It's just kind of weird. I just don't see it mixing together, and I think we need to pay attention to that. Maybe go on a field trip. I know it can be scary. I got bit by a transient a couple of days ago. It was pretty shocking. I kind of wrapped him up like a pretzel, held him on the ground. We need to protect these kids. They're not going to get off drugs if they get on methamphetamine. So it's out there everywhere on the streets. We're watching it. So thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues? Supervisor Chavez.
Thank
and then
you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
So first of all, I wanted to thank you for the report. It's very comprehensive. It's something that's going to be very easy for us to share, and was very eye-opening to me, honestly, in terms of both the amount of work that's being done and the amount of investments that are being made. And so one of the things that I'll just share with you, that there were two issues that popped up as I was reading this. Issue number one was how we're addressing our transitional aged youth that are former foster youth. And one of the things that I'd be really interested in getting your feedback on is, what is a mechanism similar to the Veterans All the Way Home program that we can do for former foster youth? And I say former because if they turn 18 and they're in that transitional age and they're no longer getting services from us, that I'm really interested in figuring out how we make sure that they're stabilized enough so that they're ready to be launched. And I know that, both because you have a strong understanding of what resources are available, but also just given the work you've been doing now, Key, in your department for a number of years, I think you have a much better sense of what could work versus maybe the way we're approaching former foster youth now. I'm nervous about the percentage of them that are dropping through the cracks that are coming up in our homeless count as former foster youth. And I know I've seen the national numbers that are a little more actually kind of alarming than our local numbers, but I'm interested in getting your perspective on the best way to house transitional aged youth. All of those programs now go through the Department of Family and Children's Services. And Dr. Smith, this is one of those areas that it may make some sense to move the resources to the department that's responsible for housing versus the current department. I'm not certain about that, but I'd like your feedback on that.
Yeah, we are looking into it. It's
Great.
really just a resource issue, so.
Like in terms of where it gets placed and then whose
Right.
responsibility? So good. Then if you could, I don't know when the right time to report back would be, but if you could by early January give us a heads up on what your recommendations on how we approach this particular population, and then that second question about how we move those resources through the Office of Supportive Housing, if that's an appropriate thing to do. The second thing I just wanted to raise is that one of the other interesting opportunities that we have is working with working with our university partners. And so I'll just share with my colleagues that for a few months, I have had the opportunity to work with San Jose State on the approaches they're taking to housing and homelessness. And one of my ahas from that experience is that a bunch of the universities across the country have created these programs. In our community, it's called San Jose State University Cares, SJSU Cares, but there are these care programs all over with different universities. One of the challenges that they're having is that through their contract partnerships, they have some short-term housing for students that are homeless and some long-term resources, but I think they're still in the making of developing their program. The city of San Jose is ready to match us if we are interested in matching them for monies for rapid rehousing for qualified students if they match our programming. Obviously, I'm not asking us to do something outside of our core programming, but I'd be very interested in knowing two things. One, would we have a resource like that we could match? And two, part of the reason I'm interested in doing that is San Jose State could be a more expanded partner with us. And I think as their programs get developed, they will be a more expanded partner program. San Jose State has 35,000 students, and they're approximately, at least at the last study, 13% of them are homeless or could be, are at risk of, 13% are on some spectrum of homelessness. So what I was hoping is that we could partner with City of San Jose and San Jose State to support them expanding their program and frankly getting them to leverage resources at a state level. The state of California, I think through Governor Newsom's office, is putting forward money. San Jose State's one of the largest campuses in the state, and each campus is getting the exact same amount of money to address homelessness. So I know, I can see Keith's face. I know. So part of what I was thinking is that by partnering with the City of San Jose on the match, I think it will allow us to draw down and have the debate at the state level about right-sizing investments based on the campus need instead of just dividing up a random number and investing that in schools. So if that also could come back in the January timeframe, I would appreciate it. I think San Jose State is going to be ready to
unveil their bigger housing program in the December timeframe, but it could, so I think will be timely if it's December or January. Any concerns or thoughts from my colleagues about that?
Supervisor Ellenberg, can we pull you in?
Yeah, thank you. It's both exciting and concerning about that we're still having silos. And I want to explain, I was going to start my comments with a grant that our Office of Supportive Housing has applied for a couple of times and gotten, but there are things happening with colleges right now, and that San Jose State is also a partner with. So I would really like to talk further about how we bring all of this good work together. And where I was going with that was with respect to our application to the HUD Youth Homeless Demonstration Program. I noticed that we haven't received the grant, I think, over 2 or maybe 3 cycles. And I saw the numbers, and it looked to me like a place where we really could maybe get over that hump is with the youth collaboration identifier. And that is, that's really been the purpose of this 100-day project, which is a partnership with our county, with the Office of Supportive Housing, with Bill Wilson, with Catholic Charities, and with all of the community colleges and San Jose State. The goal is to house 100, not that it stops here, but this is the measurable goal, 100 students in 100 days. So these are current college students who are along that spectrum that you described. Bill Wilson is working on some of those students with higher needs and case management support. Catholic Charities' focus is on a house sharing program for students that don't have any particular needs other than lack of cash to pay rent. So I'm hoping that projects like this one can be used to leverage our own youth collaborative identifier and help us to be able to have access to those much larger federal grants for unhoused college students, of which I would think that former foster youth are perhaps somewhat of a subset.
Yeah.
But the students, but with regard to who you're talking about at San Jose State, there would certainly be overlap there. And to kind of build on that a little bit further, I wonder if one doesn't exist already, whether our county should consider creating a homeless youth advisory board that's comprised of teens and young adults with lived experience to advise on some of the potential solutions that we may not be thinking of. And again, having their voices be truly collaborative partners with us, I think opens doors to more grants and more funding, and will allow us to support more unhoused youth, transitional age, post-foster kids, as well as students.
So I think those are all really good ideas. So San Jose State has been meeting with the Student Homeless Alliance on their own campus and their AS, and that group has come up with a list of recommendations that they're moving through San Jose State's process. And that, so some of the recommendations I'm making right now are really rooted in the student faculty process. The student, student administration process that they have going on right now. And the other thing I think is that San Jose State, and not just state, but a lot of the campuses, but San Jose State in particular, are getting a lot of help in terms, because people have an interest in these youth, but the universities are still building, and in fact, I think building out their infrastructure. Right. So in a way I want to be careful not to layer on. I'm not asking that we layer on program on top of them, because I'm not sure that that's, I think they're in their own trying to figure out how to support
right. And
program.
that's a good question for San Jose State, because they're involved in both programs. So how are
well,
they
not just
separating?
that, but then the city of San Jose did a partnership with them around Airbnb. And
Right.
So the challenge I think for them is that there have been these, even within their organization, we've all been approaching them in our own silos versus going through their administration and the student program they already have. The student advisors they already have. So I think both things are true, that I think it gives you an opportunity, frankly, and a really good opportunity to have a conversation, in particular with San Jose State, about the best partnership that the county can have with them, number one. And number two, I think it gives our staff an opportunity to support them with some ideas around best practices that they may be ready for now.
Agreed. I want to be careful when we're talking about housing too. The Airbnb is, as I understand it, is a temporary couple of weeks during vacations, or so. It's not a long-term solution,
Right.
By any means, but
And
it's
that
certainly a good piece for the students that it will
Yeah,
help.
but it reinforces the issue about how strong the foundation is to be able to add new programs to it. And that's really what I would like to have our housing staff really support them, because, they, like I said, they're their own city. I mean, San Jose State is the size of a small city. It's 35,000. I don't know what the FTE is, but anyway. So I think we're both saying very similar things. I'm really just wanting to get the leadership of our staff to get their best thinking about the programs that are being provided now, whether or not there's an opportunity for us to partner with them in a deeper level. And I do think the Tay Youth are kind of at their own, they're a little unique, but there may be overlap. And I just don't know how much overlap, but I think the staff can figure that out.
Agreed. And to me, the critical piece is that this is all done together, with the right hand knowing what the left is doing, so
That's
that we
why I wanna
don't.
go
So
through
Key,
him.
you're both the right hand and the left
Yeah.
hand. To make sure that we either don't have redundancies, that we're not talking with the same people with separate plans or separate ideas, and that this is one coordinated effort with singular goals.
That's why I want you to go. So, yeah.
So thank you.
Great.
Excellent.
All right. Let me ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screen. I believe that the only formal action is to receive the report from the office. And we have a motion to that effect by Supervisor Chavez.
And I'm interested in the report back on the Tay Youth and the Department of Family and Children's Services, and the resources being moved over to the Office of Supportive Housing, if that's appropriate, through Dr. Smith. And then the second is the whether or not we can.
Excuse the interruption, Supervisor. That's a request for information about that possibility,
Yes.
but not a direction.
No. I don't know the answer to that. And also the same about asking our staff to have a sit down with San Jose State to determine whether or not there's a possibility for us to support them with rapid rehousing funds, and reflecting what Ms. Ellenberg said about making sure that we are approaching San Jose State as one entity through your office, so that we can be supportive of their efforts. And also, I think Ms. Ellenberg added that she was interested in looking at how we get homeless youth voices in our programming and development. And I'm not sure, to be honest with you, if it would be an advisory committee, because we have a lot of our nonprofits that have committees and that, but I do think that figuring out the best way to do that with our partners is a good idea.
I think whatever the format is that would help us leverage funds and grants is
Yes,
key.
that's exactly right. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion by Chavez, second by Cortese. There are no additional comments or questions. All four members have voted. Please show the results on the screen so we can announce that the motion is carried 4-0 with one member absent. For the record, that member is Mr. Wasserman, who left because of illness. Thank you. That takes us, I believe, to item number 25, recommended budget process and presentation. Mr. Ituria.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. Before you is a report back for referral for information that we received from Supervisor Ellenberg in August. It includes a requested plan for improving the communication in the recommended budget and the recommended budget process. It also includes in your package, which was added yesterday, comments from the Finance and Government Operations Committee, as well as a request from FGOC on Friday to provide a specific work plan for meeting criteria of the Government Finance Officers Association Budget Presentation Award. And so that was added to your packet on Friday, I mean just yesterday afternoon. And at this point, I'm perhaps taking any questions of members of the board.
Thank you very much. I see Supervisor Ellenberg's light is on. Supervisor.
Thank you. I want to thank you and the OBA for all of the work on this, and appreciate that your office has really been consistently open to feedback, and it's become apparent, at least to my team, how much you all care about making the budget document clear and useful. I appreciate the plan that you've put forward. Look forward to seeing the changes being made. I think a lot of it will become clear as we get into the budget process. And with regard to Supervisor Chavez's comment earlier in the meeting, applying for the grant, the award. What is it called again? Remind me.
Yeah, the GFOA Budget
The
Presentation
GFOA.
Award. Yes.
If we're not ready to do it this year, I understand. Certainly using the guidelines for that award, I think would be a good way to work us toward that. And perhaps, if not now, then certainly by the time we get through this budget process, to have a timeline for when you think we might be ready to apply for that award.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor, in the absence of other comments or questions, would you like to simply move the item as a receipt? Thank you for that. We have a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg. Do we have a second? And again, this is simply to receive the report. We do have a second from Supervisor Chavez. No other comments or questions? No cards from members of the public? If not, let's ask all 4 members who are present to please vote on the board. And we're waiting on 1 member. And we now have 4 votes, so we'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that that's a 4-0 vote, 1 member absent for illness, and that is Mr. Wasserman. Thank you very much. On to the next items, plural, and those are items 27 and 28, Madam Clerk, yes? All right. Okay. I want to welcome the staff who have just joined us. I want to assure them we're still in the same fiscal year. And a little late afternoon board humor there, keyword little. Items 27, 28, who's going to present?
I can open up the item, and joining me on this item is Lead Deputy County Counsel Kavita Narayan and Deputy County Counsel Luke Edwards. Item 27 is a response to the board's referral to prepare a safe storage of firearms ordinance. We have done so, and we're happy to answer questions about it. This would be complementary to existing state law. It would apply in residences in unincorporated county, and it would require that individuals in residences keep their firearms appropriately stored.
Thank you. And just a quick clarification before I turn to Supervisor Cortese. We did have a little back and forth in my office and your county counsel's office about the delayed implementation date. Could we just get clarity on where that now stands?
Yes, the ordinance would become effective 90 days after its second reading.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn to you, Supervisor Cortese. I'll circle back on that item.
Yeah, thank you very much. This results from a referral out of my office some time ago, and it's been posted as an agenda item with a ledge file attached that has included an ordinance that's changed a little bit over time. But I just want to emphasize that in terms of general sunshine which has occurred, which is different than specific outreach, and I would certainly want to make that distinction, especially on an issue like this. I mentioned last board meeting that having been so involved from the outset that my office would take some responsibility to do some initial outreach, particularly since last year we held a firearms summit in conjunction with the Board of Supervisors and the county administration, in terms of support over at the fairgrounds, which involved about 300 people, almost exactly 300, tabletop exercises and so forth. And some good ideas came out of that. 2 of those ideas, one of those has been implemented and I think still needs more outreach, which is the sheriff's 24/7 relinquishment program. And there's been other other things that have come out of that summit, but one of the things which was really, I want to give credit where credit's due, sort of initiated or spearheaded by Jeff Rosen, our district attorney, who said, if you're having this summit, I would like to be some kind of a proponent of safe storage for the county. And he used the opportunity via, as I recall, a video presentation to sort of put that on the table. And it's one of those things, I think, in the report that came out of public health, which was balanced. I think very balanced. Surveys were done. We got pros and cons from all kinds of people and all kinds of different ideas. That, you know, there were pros and cons with this as well. But it seemed to me that over time, looking at other ordinances from other cities, working with county council to try to do what we usually try to do here in Santa Clara County is be best, you know, in terms of not just best practices, but tailoring the approach to what it should be here in a big county that's both an urban county and a rural county. So I say that because I think this has been written in such a way that it does take into consideration the fact that in large parts of this county, including in my district, certainly Supervisor Wasserman's district, we have not only rural ranching and farming, agricultural properties where there's recreational use of firearms, and sometimes that recreational use involves facilities, structures that would be easily defined and probably are defined in our own building and planning code as residential structures, but are being seasonally used and temporarily used for in and out kind of hunting opportunities, not to put a burden on those folks to create the kind of not only kind of investment but inconvenience in safes and those kind of storage facilities, you know, in all cases, to essentially have a more relaxed posture in those clearly rural settings. And I want to thank County Council for working through that and creating some language here, which I think is pretty good in my estimation. In another area where I think County Council's been astute in drafting this is in terms of transport. There's been attempts, and I don't know where my colleagues are on this, and again, it could differ for me depending on the geography we're talking about, but when it comes to transport, again, some of the same issues I was describing about seasonal use of firearms, recreational use of firearms, folks that are coming in and out of sporting clay facilities or ranges or training facilities and so forth, you know, we need to have a more relaxed posture in terms of sort of the lockdown of firearms in those situations. It isn't practical to have a rule that says you have to essentially be within your wingspan of the firearm at all times if the very rules of the operation that you're conducting your activities in says you can't be within, for safety reasons, be within wingspan of that firearm, you know, if you're doing certain kinds of activities like target shooting with other people, for the very reason they don't want somebody to pick up a gun and have it discharged while other people are walking around in an unsafe posture. So the traditions and practices, I think, of safe firearms use, you know, which can be largely different in sporting, rural, and then versus urban, intensified population in residential areas are dealt with pretty well in the ordinance. I want to say, I think, going back to what the phrase that President Smitty was using on an earlier item, you could, you know, certainly the perfect could be the enemy of the good on something like this. I think it's either there or it's close enough for us to take an adoption vote today and get it out there for what I think needs to be a very authentic outreach process in the sense that if there's one more thing that needs to be tweaked, or people are can bring us compelling arguments for the adjustment of certain language, we should be open to that between now and the final reading of the ordinance. We did receive some correspondence based on the limited outreach that my office did from Raina Ritchie specifically, who's a gun enthusiast, firearms owner who participated very productively in our summit. Dave Truslow. I don't know if all the board members have this correspondence. I think it's been submitted to the clerk at this point, but I think we need to continue to solicit that. Wally Gardner, who opposes the ordinance, and I just want to say, and some others, I don't want to list every name. We've also reached out to, excuse me for continuing to say because I can't find the notes that I wanted to refer to here. Here we go. Teresa Fisk, specifically from Moms Demand Action, along with Jessica Butchcock, Moms Demand Action. An actual copy of the ordinance that was posted today was dropped off at Reed's gun range, just to where people are coming in and out, to allow some dissemination of the information there. I think more needs to be done, is what I'm saying. I think everything from waterfowl organizations to others, public health organizations that are external to the county need to all take a look at this. But I think by us saying, moving today in favor of adoption, and then specifying whatever other outreach or specific outreach that my colleagues want to see done on this, we can move it forward and hopefully, have a very, very good safe storage ordinance adopted by the final reading.
Thank you very much. Do we have any cards on this item today, Madam Clerk? Okay. And we did agree to take these two items together. Any additional presentation from the County Counsel's office?
No, we're available to answer questions.
Thank you. And forgive me, Supervisor Ellenberg, your liaison on this item? I apologize. To you, ma'am.
I was just huddling on the side here to decide whether or not to ask a question that's really directed to the sheriff without the sheriff being here.
Let me ask, is there anyone in the chambers from the sheriff's office on this item? Because we do have their report. Apparently not. Okay.
I shall ask it into the ether and would still like to get a response. What I'm really looking for from the sheriff is to return with a detailed outreach plan that would include the timing and estimated overall cost to do trigger lock giveaways. And also to encourage the sheriff to consider engaging with retailers to promote gun safety by maybe donating additional trigger locks or doing gun safe giveaways or providing baseline safety training. I'm going to support the motion today. Those are just some additional items that I'd like to see.
Let me suggest that we proceed as follows if it works for my colleagues. We do have these two items up. The first item, which is on our screen, is item number 27, and that is the ordinance itself. We can ask Supervisor Cortese to lean forward and make the motion if he would like, as the person who brought this item to us, and then get a second, and then take a vote. And then after that, moving on to item 28, which is the safe storage of firearms community outreach. This is the report, I believe, from the sheriff, and we could adopt that with your request for follow-up per the indication you just gave. Does that work for all parties?
Yes, except on this motion, we should deal with the delayed implementation date in concrete terms, right?
I believe that Supervisor Cortese, my understanding is, and I've got all kinds of people here who can correct me if my understanding is wrong, we simply got the wrong version of the ordinance when the packet first went out. And so my office called and said, hey, the enclosure references a delayed implementation date, but the ordinance does not appear to have that delayed implementation in it. And I think the County Counsel's office then said, oh, yes, that's right, because you have the wrong version of the ordinance. The current version does. I believe that current version is now before us, would be the basis presumably for your motion, and now contains a 90-day delayed implementation following second reading.
That is correct.
Great. I just wanted that to be very clear
Thank you.
and that specific especially for the benefit of those people who will continue to be involved in the give and take and the outreach with us. So that's all I had on this part. And then I do have a request of council, not on the ordinance, but on the outreach piece in terms of assisting us in responding to some of the things that we'll be hearing from the public. There needs to be some help from some combination of council and the administration in terms of helping us respond on the outreach side. I think not just the sheriff, but we can get into that on the next item, I guess.
Let's see if we can get a second on this item, which is the ordinance itself. We have a second from Supervisor Chavez, and we'll ask all 4 members who are present to please vote on the screen. That's now been done, so we'll ask the clerk to display the results, announce that the measure passes 4-0. And we have 1 member absent yet again. That is Supervisor Wasserman, absent for illness. And then that does take us to item 28, which is the report from the sheriff. And if we can put the voting panel up on the screen, we'll see if we can get a motion there, and the motion may come with some additional requests or direction. And the motion is from Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Ellenberg, why don't you state your motion if you would, and then we'll see if we have a second.
I move that we receive the report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to outreach regarding safe storage of firearms in unincorporated areas of the county.
All right. And then was there some additional direction or requests in connection with that outreach effort you wanted to attach, or did you just want to make those as separate, unrelated to the unattached, rather, to the motion?
I made those comments relative to, attached to item 27,
Okay.
because I thought we were hearing them both together. So ditto.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion?
Yes, for discussion, I just want to add a couple more comments.
Please do.
And so what I was getting at is, first of all, I'm not clear that only the sheriff should be heading up this outreach. I mean, I know we do it as offices anyway, as a matter of constituent interactions, but I would ask Dr. Smith to also assist the board directly in making sure through whichever deputy or designee that you so desire, just to make sure that we are doing what we need to do. I know Mr. Preminger, for example, helped us significantly with the Firearms Summit and may still have some familiarity with some of the folks that we did outreach there, for example. But I just think we need help.
Will do.
There, and then to tie that back into the responses. For example, some of the correspondence that we got now lists, pros and cons, but some of the cons, I think, need to be brought back to the board in some sort of supplemental fashion, whether it's off agenda or on agenda. Just to be clear, I think we're going to all have our own opinions about whether or not there's a correlation, for example, between safe storage and suicides or juvenile deaths, fatalities. I think that's out there. I noted at least 2 pieces of correspondence that came to me, which from people I respect greatly, but wanting to kind of dispatch with that and, for example, just say there's no correlation between suicide prevention and safe storage, which is not true as far as my own lived experience. So I'm not supposed to bring my personal experiences into these kind of objective decisions, but I think there's enough evidence-based work out there that can be made available to us, not just to debate here. We may not have any open debate on this any further, but to help us respond to those folks who are raising those issues, I think, in good faith and taking the time to, to give us some feedback and reach out. So that's all I have on that. In my second, if that's okay, then my second would stand. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there's any additional comment at this time. We have no cards from members of the public. And we do have all 4 members having voted, so we'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that the results are a 4-0 vote in favor of the motion, and 1 member absent. And again, for the record, that's Supervisor Wasserman. And Madam Clerk, I believe that that leaves only item number 69 unresolved. And Mr. Winslow, I think we've heard from you already today on the item. I will turn to Mr. Williams to give us the report back on what, if anything, we've heard from the Sheriff's Office.
So I spoke with the Sheriff's Office, and they are fine with having the item deferred and held at the December 10th meeting so that there's an opportunity to look into the various issues that have been raised.
All right. Mr. Winslow, is there anything that absolutely positively has to be said? We took this up earlier.
No, Supervisor. We'll leave it at that.
Thank you. We'll see you at the subsequent meeting if you wish.
May I ask a question of him?
Please.
Just very
Mr.
briefly.
Winslow, before we step away, Supervisor Chavez has a
Roger, would you mind just shooting over the notes of the areas that you wanted to make sure got investigated before it comes back? Just, I want to make, I didn't write them down and because I thought we might hear it today, so that would be helpful. Thanks.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you once again. All right, Madam Clerk, anything else on our agenda? If not, without objection and hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much for your patience through a long day.
All right, let me test this.
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. Item number 9, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.49, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding one half-time community outreach specialist position and one half-time medical social worker 2 or medical social worker 1 position in the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Item number 27, introduction and preliminary held from November 5th, 2019, adoption of ordinance number NS-644, adding Chapter 3 to Division B19 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the safe storage of firearms in unincorporated areas of the county. Item number 32, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.52, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding footnote numbers 815, 816, and 817 to extend the expiration dates for 4 unclassified community health specialist positions, 4 unclassified community worker positions, and 1 unclassified program manager 2 position in the office of the county executive. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on various expiration dates. Item number 40, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.53, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting 1 social services program manager 3 position and adding 1 executive assistant 1, or administrative assistant position in the social services agency. Item number 47, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.45, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to the compensation of employees, increasing the salary of the elevator mechanic classification by 19.1%. Item number 48, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.46, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding 2 unclassified office specialist 1 positions in the Employee Services Agency. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on June 13, 2021. Item number 49, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.48, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, deleting 1 human resources assistant 2 or human resources assistant 1 position in the Department of Child Support Services and adding 1 senior human resources assistant or human resources assistant 2 or human resources assistant 1 in the position of the Employee Services Agency. Item number 61, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-300.938, amending section A34-24 of chapter 3 of division A34 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code to revise fees collected by the Office of the Registrar of Voters. Item number 79, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.51, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to the compensation of employees, deleting 1 senior consumer and environmental protection agency operations aide position and adding 1 executive assistant 1 or administrative assistant position in agriculture and environmental management. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, November 19th, 2019.